Coming up in this Minecraft movie, I engineer a massive cross-dimensional storage system capable of holding nearly 63 million items. I also push the limits of the Create mod by constructing a colossal 12-story industrial tower right in the middle of the Nether, which features a fully automated gold farm yielding over 6,000 ingots per hour. Plus, I design a complex 16-color glowing glass factory using advanced portal logistics and break ground on an immersive, highly detailed dystopian cyberpunk city. From heavy-duty deepslate tunnel bores to massive dirt multiplication machines, watch as I take automated engineering to the absolute extreme. So many builds, so many mechanics. Let's create. My plans for today include building a glow squid farm, building a Nether monorail fast travel network, and building a storage system over at my new base area. However, in order to build that storage system, because I'm planning a cyberpunk steampunk style build over at this new area, I'm going to need some new blocks. Unfortunately for me, the other members have allowed me to add a whole bunch of them. Mainly these amazing glowing stained glass and glowing concrete blocks which need glowing. And those are mainly for the neon lighting that I'm going to be using for my cyberpunk aesthetics, and I'm really excited about these new blocks because some of them are really unique. So before I actually got started today, I've already been to see Mr. Beardstone to show him some of my favourites. Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Mr. EA! Mr. Bear! Mr. Destow! Mr. Destone!
Run away!
I know where you are!
No, you don't. You know nothing.
Where are you? Which door are you coming out of? Aha! Miss Beardstone.
I'm in the tavern. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been here the whole time.
Yeah, I know you were. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Miss Beardstone, look what I got.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not recording. I've only just logged in.
Don't look at what I've got.
Come over again in a sec.
Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone!
Oh, jeez. Hey, man.
Hey, I thought you stole that.
I did. I was literally just saying, oh, there's a new beacon, so I'm going to have to steal that one as well.
Oh, of course, Miss Beardstone.
Yep,
but
yep,
before
yep,
you do that,
yep.
I've got some exciting things to show you, my friend.
Have you?
Yeah.
Show me.
Yeah. We've got new blocks, Miss Beardstone. They've been leading me fiddle again.
Oh, is that why I couldn't log onto the server this morning?
It's not impossible that that's the reason, but check these out.
Cages.
Well, crates, yeah. But
Crates,
also,
yeah.
right, because I know you prefer like wooden things because you're a pirate, right?
I do. Oh, wooden crates.
Yeah.
Nice. Can you put things inside them?
No, because I didn't want to be laggy for people. But they're cool,
that
right?
makes sense. They are very cool.
Yeah.
I like them.
And I'll tell you
Nice.
what, right, Miss Beardstone,
What?
these are great.
I'm not going to dignify that with any kind of acknowledgement of the joke.
What joke? What are you doing?
Well, I think I'm going to go punch loads of holes in my tower and make it look a bit more beaten up and turn it into like a piratey fort type thing.
Yeah. Let me just try something. Let's go over there, right? Yeah, well, I'm thinking this almost looks quite zinky. So if I was to put some of those in there, maybe a couple of those, and then maybe if you wanted to, like change it up the texture a little bit, you could put some of those, and then it's got, holes in.
Yes, graty holes.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah, I may well use some of those. Right, well, I best... Oh, hello, what's that?
Oh, tread, build lightly, beautifulity. What? It sells rocks, apparently. Ooh, prismarine.
Oh.
That'll be really helpful for your stone and wood builds.
Yeah.
The dark green will be for your rooms.
To be honest, the green's actually quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do like the dark green. And he's selling vaults and cardboard. Yeah.
Not satisfied with having the giant mall that sells it, just has to come plonk it in right in your face as well. Wonderful.
I'll tell you what, he's made it very easy for me to steal.
Yeah, free RV. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, look, he's literally...
Scum?
Well, I wasn't quick enough.
It's back. And now that I've shown Mr. Beardstone my favourites, we need to look at those glowing blocks. And we need to talk about what I'm going to be doing with this Nether transport system. You see, in the last episode, I built this tunnel using a tunnel builder on a monorail in order to transport my items from my starter base over to my new base area. But we never actually got round to moving any of those items because I never actually got round to building the train that's going to transport them. And since the last episode, I've had some other ideas. You see, it's all well well and good building a monorail just to transfer some items, but that seems like it's going to have very little use for the rest of the server. So I've decided that I want a system that's not only going to transfer my items from my starter base to my new base area, but also over to the shopping area. And that's because the shopping area is quite a long distance away from both my starter base and my new base area. I mean, it's all the way over there. And whilst we are going to be having rail networks and of course my existing monorail gondola network to go from this area to the shopping area, there's absolutely nothing in place to go from my new base area, which is beyond these mountains over there. And if I'm going to be buying a whole bunch of things from shops and even selling things in shops, I need to be able to get there fast. So that's the first thing we're going to do today. We're going to extend that monorail network over to the shopping area, and in order to do that I need to put a portal at the shopping area and figure out where where I'm going to have the station to actually park the monorail thing. So I don't know why I'm going this way. I need to go to the shopping area. Why am I going this way? It doesn't make any sense at all. So just like over at my starter base and my new main base area, I do want the Nether monorail to pop out of the Nether when it gets to the destination so that I don't have to traverse the Nether portal myself, and I can just pop out at the shopping area, which is here, and go and do my shopping or go and check on my shops. In order to do that, however, I am going to need somewhere to put this station that it can pop out to, and I don't want to take up any of the valuable real estate for all of the people that have been building over here. And I think there's a perfect place for this to pop out, and that would be underground. Probably directly underneath my gondola station, because this is already a transport hub for the shopping area, and it makes sense to dig down underneath this thing and actually have my monorail popping out below it so I can use the existing infrastructure to get around. And so just a few minutes later, I've added in a simple little dip in the floor with the monorail here, a portal shape at each end, and that means that the subway can run through into here, drop me off, and then go back through into the Nether and do a loop. At least that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. And whilst this station doesn't look particularly interesting, now it's time to work on my brand new subway over at my brand new base. And I'm doing Cyberpunk. With the time attack. Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Ah! Uh-oh. Miss Beardstone!
Oh, I hear a Foxy.
Miss Beardstone! Oh, Miss Beardstone!
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Wow, this looks nice.
Basically, I was trying to build like a secret base somewhere on the server, but I've realised your face always shows up on the map, so nothing can be secret, ever.
You need invisibility potions, sir.
I can't literally always be invisible, because then I can't record. When I do the whole F5 thing, there'll be nothing there.
Well, maybe stop trying to do secret things.
Yes.
It's very nice secret.
I mean, on the plus side, though, it's only you that seems to do that. So, you know, you're just going to have to become a pirate with me.
I can do that. Oh, speaking of pirates, Mr. Beardstone, that's just not a very good segue because it's nothing to do with pirates, but I would like you to come see my subway station.
Your what?
My subway station.
I thought you said Segway station.
Yeah,
I was like, what have you built now? You added Segways to the server.
That'd be amazing.
Oh, jeez. Subway station.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Show me. Is this it here?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks amazing, Foxy.
Yeah.
Clearly a monorail.
Yeah. Well, I run out of monorail blocks, so I just put some blackstone down. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some more downstairs. It's not as good as this bit, though.
Okay, good. Yeah. I was kind of hoping there would be.
It's a bit rubbish, this bit, to be honest with you.
Ooh, nice grates.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
Yep. Oh, jeez. Whoa! Whoa! How's it so glowy?
Oh, it's just a glowing immersive painting, Mr. Beardstone, that I did with Photoshop.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, I like that. Oh, very nice.
I don't have enough glow squid to make all of the lights glow, so only some of them are. But
I was going to say, it looks like there's the glowing things here. I did look after our interaction earlier. I was like, what else has Foxy added? So I went in JEI and did like @Foxy. And I saw that you had glowing glass and stuff, and I assume that's what this is.
Yeah. So the lit up ones are glowing, and the one in the middle is just stained glass. But you can see, like, because of the way I've done the texture, you've got that like bar in the middle, so it almost looks like a neon tube.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
So this is where my storage is going to be accessible from, and my food. So when I pop along, I can grab that, and then
yeah.
But yeah, shaders, Mr. Beardstone. Hangs for a minute.
Oh, okay, right. Let's do it. That's cool as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's my shaders, but I think it actually looks better without them.
Yeah, do you think so? I don't know. You get the more darkness with the shaders on. You get the dark and the light, which I kind of like.
It is very cool. I like it. So you're building like your whole city with all this glowing stuff everywhere.
Yep.
Very cool, Foxy. It's dark, like Foxy.
Yeah, it's dark, Miss Beardstone. I've been underground. I have not been sleeping.
To be fair, I've been underground and not sleeping as well. So yeah, it's fine. In my definitely not secret cave.
Well, I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. You're all good, Mr. B. Just let me be a pirate with you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You can be like the cabin boy or something.
What? Well, there we go. We got the tick of approval from Mr. Beardstone, and I think this place looks absolutely fantastic. I really love the detail we've got in here. These new grate blocks and the crate blocks doing some work for me, allowing me to create these bundles of containers and things that look awesome. We've got steam coming up from grates. We've got pipe work. We've got the neon signage. Oh, it all looks amazing. But it doesn't go any further than this. We've still, obviously, got to go through the Nether to meet up with the shopping district. And that's exactly what I'm going to do now. And immediately I've run into a problem. You see, digging in this direction, I'm going to go through a big old lava lake, which is fine for my tunnel making machine, but it's not ever so fine for me. And whilst I have got netherite armor with fire protection 5 on them, it still singes a bit when I go through it. So the first thing I'm going to do actually is go and make myself some netherite diving gear, and that will allow me to go through the lava without any issues at all. There's a couple of ways to make netherite diving helmets. You can either combine an existing netherite helmet with a copper diving helmet, or you can just craft a copper diving helmet and just add netherite to it on the smithing table. And I have a netherite helmet, and I don't see why I can't put that on a copper diving helmet and save myself a little bit of netherite. So we're going to need to craft ourselves a copper diving helmet. I'm also going to need some netherite diving boots, which is the same thing going on there, so let's just craft ourselves some of those. Let's take off my helmet and my boots, come to this, and let's see if the enchantments will go across. So helmet and copper, and yes, they will. That's wonderful. And whilst the boots will carry the enchantments across, I don't actually want to do it that way because diving boots make you sink in water and lava, and I don't want to always be sinking. So I used one of my remaining pieces of netherite, and we'll just do that instead, and they don't need to be enchanted. So now when I put these on, I should be pretty well protected from the lava. And here we are back at the lava, and look at that. I can go straight in it, no problems at all. not taking any damage. This is wonderful. And there we go. The monorail is now connected all the way to the shopping area part. We've got a curve coming along here, then we go on a diagonal pretty much most of the way. Jeez, this is hard to see. Then we go back on a diagonal again for quite a long time until we get to another corner, where we then straighten out to come over to the nether portals that I've just about put in place. I just haven't lit the portals yet, which is exactly what I'm going to do now. So let's light that one. Let's break that and pop that back down so it connects. Oh, it's blocked on the other side. Oh. And that's because I've come out in the honey shop and not in the monorail station. Well, that's a bit weird. Was there even supposed to be a portal here? That just comes through. Yeah, it comes through to there. Huh. Maybe I've done my maths wrong. Let's just hop back through and go over to my monorail station and figure out what the coordinates should have been. This is 1,400 by 14, which works out at 175 by 2 in the nether. So let's just light that and go through, and that's brought me to the nether roof, which just happens to be almost in the exact location. Oh, I guess this is the one for the honey farm. Oh, I don't know how we're going to deal with this then. I can't really have my subway up here either if there's going to be other portals nearby. So the only other thing I could think to do is, instead of using portals and going through the nether, would actually be to dig the entire tunnel underground and have this thing go down into the caves and all the way over to my base area, which I don't really want to do. Now, the reason we're connecting to the wrong one is not because the coordinates are wrong, it's actually due to Y levels. You see, this is currently on Y level 75, which is closer to the nether roof than it is the bottom of the nether where I've built the other portals, which is why we're popping out on the nether roof, because it's the closest portal, vertically and horizontally, than my other one. And that's a bit of a problem. The only other thing I could do would be to actually move this entire station over at the monorail station further down in the world, and then there's more chance of it actually linking up properly. If I was to smash this to break that portal, dig down a decent distance until we're actually on the same Y level as the nether, which is Y level 10, and then rebuild that portal down here, will you stop? I'm trying to place... Look, I did try and warn you. Now, if I light it, it should link up, in theory. And yes, it's linked up with this bit here. That's good. And going back through, is it going to come out at the monorail station or the honey shop? It's come back here. This is good. That means I can build my underground station down here at the monorail and just have an elevator that takes me to the surface. I think that's the way we're going to have to deal with this. And that should mean that if I grab a little bit of stone like this and throw down some monorail, it attaches. That's amazing. Yes, there we are. Wonderful. Right, let's get this tunnel built. And there we go. That didn't take too long. This tunnel is now complete and it joins all the way up at both ends. It's all nice and dry. There's no lava in it and all of the blocks are placed properly, which is excellent. I do need to relight the portal at this end, but at the other side of that portal I have put a little garagey area to put my tunnel maker in so that it's not going to get in the way of the actual monorail we're going to be driving through here. So let's just light that portal again. I think we're going to have to replace that one again, ideally facing into the portal. That would be nice. There we go, and let's go through. And yes, we have arrived in the right place, and that means we only have one more station to do again. But fortunately for me, this one doesn't need to be a steampunky aesthetic. It could be exactly the same of what we've got in our monorail station upstairs, just down here with an elevator. So I'm going to worry about that later, because right now I want to work on that glow squid farm. And then I want to build my actual monorail. And I also, at some point, want to address the issue with our jetpack fuel since we updated. Our tanks don't work anymore. Well, they do, but it's all changed. Partially for the better, partially for the worse. So a glow squid farm then. Well, I've already put in a little bit of the work, basically just building a staircase that goes down a reasonable distance, but not quite as far down enough as I actually need because it stops right here. However, I've also added in an elevator shaft for an elevator that I don't have, and a big old hole that goes all the way down to where I've actually been getting a few glow squid near this mine shaft, that I needed for building the subway. So I know they will spawn nearby, and I'm going to have to do an awful lot of work to make sure they only spawn where I want them to. And that means we're going to need a big old mining machine to drill down into the world, and then I'm going to have to go around all of the caves, lighting up all of the areas where there's water, because glow squids only spawn in complete darkness. No more than 5 blocks away from some kind of stone, and of course in water and flowing water. So we just need a little bit of water that we can control with a relatively simple contraption in it to kill them and collect all of their goodies. So drills. I'm going to need a lot of drills. I've got 5. I'm going to need more than that. Okay, right, back to my other base. I wish I'd moved my storage already. I'm kind of doing this video all a little bit backwards. It would have made much more sense to have already made my subway train and moved my storage so I don't have to keep hopping through the Nether to go get my stuff so that I can build the things I need to build in my new area. But I haven't done that. Not yet. And this is the order that I'm doing things in. So that's just the way it'll have to be. And speaking of drills, well, we've got a lot of drills in here and we no longer need this room for killing throw life, so I might as well just take all of these. And since I'm here, I might as well craft a bunch more as well. And for that, I'm going to need industrial iron, andesite alloy, and iron. I'm going to need a whole bunch more andesite alloy. That means I need to go shopping. Why don't you just buy the drills from Chosen's Mall? I could do that, but I can buy andesite alloy really cheap over at Imagineer Dave's place, I think, possibly. 64 blocks of it for 4 diamonds. I'll have 8 of them. I bought zinc. What? But I clicked this one. Are they both zinc? I'm so dumb. Okay, fine. Well, zinc's always useful. In that case, I'm going to have to go to the shopping area and get more diamonds out so that I can buy them from Stam. Mr. Beardstone winning? What? How has he got so many? Well, that just won't do. But unfortunately, I don't have time to go into competition with Mr. Beardstone right now. I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do to get this video done. But just rest assured, I'm not going to let it slide. I will be the richest member on this server. There's no andesite alloy here. Oh, I know where it lives. Pretty sure one of these shops sells this stuff. Yes, and it's reasonably cheap. We'll buy 640 of them. Thank you. That means I can now craft a whole bunch of drills. And I probably don't need this many, but they always come in useful. So let's go and make ourselves a glow squid farm. And so a few minutes later, I now have a whole bunch of drills with a whole bunch of deployers and a whole bunch of chests next to a whole bunch of water wheels next to a speed controller with a rope pulley above it, because this chunk is what we're going to be digging out all the way down to bedrock. The chests are to collect the items as well as feed the deployers, because as we dig this hole, we're going to decorate it. But in order to decorate it, I need schematics. Or more accurately, I need pattern schematics. And jumping over to my test world, this is the pattern that we're going to be printing all the way down the walls. We've got our magenta stained glass at the top, which we will have to then manually go and put frog lights behind to add light into this thing. And we've got a shuffled arrangement of blocks going down there. So all I'm going to do is take a pattern schematic of this entire thing, save that as glow squid farm walls, hop back into the server, and I did have a pattern schematic thing in my backpack at one point, but I guess I must have moved it to my storage system. But I might be able to make one. Pink dye, paper and iron sheet. Well, I've got pink dye, I've got iron sheet, but I haven't got any paper. Can I make paper with what I've got? No, but I can craft myself a cutting board, pop that on my crafting table, grab myself some logs, put my axe in my offhand, and then... No, can you not do that anymore? Oh, there we go. You can put a whole stack on a cutting board now, apparently. Well, that's good. That's way faster than it used to be. But now I can make a whole bunch of tree bark. Then I can craft that into paper. Then I can make myself a pattern schematic. Then we just use the same old schematic table that we do for a schematic cannon, throw that in there, add the schematic to the pattern, and then all we need to do is position it. We need it to be in exactly the right place. Yep, that's absolutely perfect. Let's just bring it down one level so that we've got the top aligned with the roof of this room. Yep, that works. But I think I might need to clone it, but I don't know if I do. I'm pretty sure I can just give that to these deployers and they will just continue repeating that pattern as they go down, I think. I guess we'll find out in a minute. And there we go. Every single one of the deployers now has the pattern inside of it. So now I need to put a whole bunch of the items we're going to need for this in these chests. And so after just one trip back to my base, we now have everything we need. We've got all of that, all of that, all of that, and all of that. So I think we're good to go. First things first, I actually want to wind this thing up to the ceiling before we wind it down. So first of all, I'm going to slow the speed right down, and that should bring this down, and that will attach to this contraption, or it will at least turn it into a contraption, just like that. And now I need it to go up the other way first so that we can get the walls in above us, and just make sure that it is actually doing what it's supposed to be doing, apart from when my torches are, of course. So let's just remove all of those, and now we should be able to just send this thing down into the world. So let's spin it back in the other direction, and we'll maybe go at 32 this time, turn it off, and that should start drilling down through what it's just placed, but at least it's going to start at the top. And I guess we can probably go full speed now that we know it's going to do it correctly, and now we just have to watch. And the good news is it is repeating the pattern as it goes down without me having to do the clone thing, so that's wonderful. Now at this point here, you can see it has made its way down into the deep slate layers, and if we go too far down, we're going to be in the deep dark, and that means that glow squid won't spawn. And there we go. We have a big old hole that I now need to light up properly, put in frog lights behind these, but I'm going to do that later. Now it should be nice and easy for us to build a glow squid farm. No thank you. Moving on a little bit, we now have a deep slate floor, and we have 5 layers of water, and that should be deep enough for glow squids to spawn, and that should mean we get a few of them spawning in here. We've got the entire chunk space for them to do so, and up here I have a little platform where we can go AFK, and if I use the Bok HUD mod, which is a fork of the mini HUD mod, you'll see that we have a couple of spawning spheres below me. The red one is where mobs can despawn, and the green one is where mobs can spawn. And these are measured from the middle of our tank, and you can see from the spawn spheres that the water is well within the green bit, and it is not in the red bit, which means glow squids can spawn in there. It also allows me to see exactly what area I need to sort out around here in order to prevent glow squids from spawning elsewhere, like in this little tunnel here, but as you can see, we've already got glow squid in my little tank there, so it works. All I've got to do now is find a way to kill them and collect their items. And what I actually need to do to make this work is actually dig out one of these walls, a few blocks. Then I'm going to run a line of saws across here, and I want those to be all the way down, excuse me, glow squid, to the bottom of this tank. Now that we've got all of those drills in, what I'm going to do is stick a windmill bearing down on top of those drills like that, and then on the backs of those drills I'm just going to add in a whole bunch of wool. Now I don't need too much, but I do want this thing to go relatively quickly, so I'm going to add a whole bunch. Then I just need to glue it all together, not forgetting the drills that are in this little hole here. And now if I hop up here and click on that windmill bearing, the drills are going to spin round. Hopefully they're going to reach into the corners, which they just about do, and that is going to kill all of the glow squid. But of course we get some glow squid stuck on top of it like this, and of course this isn't going to collect any items because, well, those drills don't collect items. So now we need a top layer. And that's where the hoppers are going to come in, because in order to collect the items, we actually need to not die as this thing comes past us. First of all, that could be quite painful. Right, what we need to do is the line below the surface of the water, we're going to add a hopper line coming across the very center of this without getting hit by that, all the way to the middle. And that means as this thing spins round, because it's a contraption, it's not going to interfere with the hoppers, but it is going to push any glow ink sacks or items past them, and they're going to go in the hoppers and down that hopper line. But in order to stop them floating too high up, because items float in water, I also need to cover the entire top layer of this with blocks, and I would like to use glass, but I haven't got enough of it on me, so we're going to start with glass and then just do something else around the outside. And that something else is going to be these great blocks, because they're semi-transparent, which means I can see through them a little bit, and that's why I've gone for glass, in order to make this thing see-through, so I can see what's going on from above, so that I can make sure it's working. And there we go, that's all of those in. Now we need to block off this hole which I've just made for all of those hoppers, so let's just do that to stop the water flowing out of here. Let's put some great blocks on the floor down here to stop it being spawnable, and for now, instead of having that hopper at the end, I'm just going to throw in a temporary barrel, and that'll catch any of the glow ink sacks that we get. Now with this design, there is a chance that we could end up with items stuck right in the corners, and if that's the case, then so be it. It doesn't need to be 100% efficient, it just needs to work. So let's check if it does work. Let's go up to our AFK spot and hide myself in this little room, and let's see what happens. We have had glow squid spawning. It's working. They are dying. But where are their items going to go? That's the question. They are getting pushed across the top. I can actually see them at the very top layer of this thing going round, and I believe they've now gone. So I'm assuming they've gone into the hoppers. There's none stuck in the corner over here, or over here, or over here. So that's good. So I guess I should probably go down and check the barrel. Do we have items in the barrel? We do. 9 glow ink sacks. It works. Right. I think it might be time for a little bit of AFK and see what we end up with. Although I can see on the map that we have glow squid elsewhere as well. So I'm going to have to deal with those as well. And so without spending any time lighting up the caves, I decided to let this thing run for an hour and a half. And I can already see that we've got problems. And those problems are that some of the glow squid ink sacks are just sticking to the saws for some reason, which is not an issue I've ever faced before. But for some reason, these ones just want to stick to the front and not go anywhere where they should be floating up. And it might be because my saws are just going a little bit fast. But as you can see, it is working. We are killing the glow squid. But how many ink sacks did we get in an hour and a half? Not a bad amount. Ow. That'll do. What won't do is my collection system. Going down there and actually getting stabbed by the saws is not ideal. I need a way to get this to the surface. I need a way to get my elevator to bring me down to the AFK spot. And I need this to just work a whole bunch better. So I've got a lot of work to do. But unfortunately, that work is not going to happen today because I've got other things to do. Starting with explaining what the monkeys is going on with our jetpack fuel, and then actually building my subway car that's going to be running from my starter base all the way through to the shopping area and back. And hopefully getting it set up with the schedule. That'll be nice. This way. If you've not watched my previous videos, or perhaps you've missed a couple of them, you might not know that I have the Obsidian Mall, which is a shop that sells obsidian and sturdy sheet. And it also offers a free service to swap your empty lava and water tanks for your jetpack for full ones. And it was working perfectly until we decided to update the mod pack, and the people that made that mod completely changed how it works. And that means that my system no longer works at all. It means that empty fuel tanks no longer mixed with empty fuel tanks. And it means that the way I actually fill them up and empty them out is completely broken. Let's go and have a look in my building where I was doing all of that. Underneath this building, down in the basement, we had 2 setups. One with a little pool of lava with a deployer that took my empty tanks and filled them up with the lava, and the other one doing exactly the same thing, but for water. And these no longer work. That's because the mod developers have changed it to use a spout instead now, which is actually really convenient because rather than having to just keep stabbing lava with a deployer, you can just pop your fuel tank down and these spouts will fill them up. It takes a little while to actually fill it up all the way, but it does work. And you might be thinking, well, that's great. All you need to do is swap out your system to have a couple of spouts instead of the deployers, and then all of a sudden my lava swap shop is open again and everything's good. But you're wrong! It's not going to work because they've broken something else. And because of that, it means that the filtering system to be able to detect when a tank is full is also broken. If you remember all of the hoo-ha we had with using the respect data on these list filters in order to be able to detect when a tank was full, it doesn't work anymore. Because sometimes it will detect a tank is full and sometimes it won't. Which means if we want to use a system like this, we're still going to need to have a system to be able to get the full tanks off. And whilst we could put a full tank on there and fill that up, that doesn't work. And if I put my large full tank in a list filter, make sure I've got respect data turned on and put that on there, that does seem to work. So we can do this, which is good. But it does mean I've got to then rebuild all of this stuff to add the little spouting devices in, which shouldn't take too long and is yet another thing I'm going to do off camera. Hello.
Hi. So where's Mr. Redstone's base?
Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that.
Why not?
Oh, because he made me a cabin boy today. I am an honorary pirate.
Ah.
So I don't know.
Well, yeah, I want to become an honorary pirate too. I just need to know where the base is so I can go sign up.
I'm concerned that you're going to go and do bad things to him because he stole your... because somebody that looked like Mr. Beardstone, I've heard on the grapevine, may have stolen your diamond beacons.
What? I haven't heard about this. Anyway, I know. I just wanted to say hi. I haven't seen him. He was online. I wanted to go say hi. I'll give you 1 potato if you tell me where he lives.
Deal. Is this way.
Okay, great. Great. Thank you. I just need a general direction to go fly in.
Look over the mountain
My issue is that I have a 5 chunk render distance.
Ah, well, that's probably why you can't see. Here, come with me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Do I have to buy a ticket for this?
Yeah, it's another potato, please.
Oh, okay. I can afford that. Ah, okay. Well, this is quite obvious now that you mention it.
I can show you to his boat, and that's all I can do.
Okay. Well, he's not online yet, so you still have a chance to run away. But here's a couple potatoes for your trouble. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm slightly concerned about his boat. Have you noticed have you got your mini-map open?
I don't. What's wrong with it?
It's
oh my!
covered in purple.
Yeah, it's covered in purple. He might need to get that checked out.
I'm going to assume that's glue. It could be glue.
I think it's warts.
It's warts.
Are you sure you want to associate with this guy?
I'm having second thoughts right about now. I've got to be honest.
It's a lot of warts. I mean,
It
come on.
has got a lot of warts on his boat. Jeez. Maybe we should de-glue his boat for him.
I think he'd appreciate that.
Yeah, because he loves re-gluing it, doesn't it? Yeah, it's glue. Look at this thing. Look at all the glue on it.
That's gross and sticky. Ew.
Yeah, I think you should spend a good amount of time and I think he'll definitely appreciate it.
I would get rid of one and just see how long it takes him to notice.
Yeah, pick a good one.
Yeah. Somewhere in the depths of the machinery.
Yeah, like leave half of his storage system behind or something every time he travels. Yeah, good idea.
You have great ideas, Foxy. This is why you get potatoes.
Oh, thank you. Moving along a little bit, I've now completely fixed my lava and water filling system. We now have spouts above them instead of deployers punching the lava, and they both work. To an extent. If I put a partially full large water tank inside of there, it'll go underneath that, it'll get filled up, and once it's absolutely full, it will pass through this brass funnel and go into the storage system above. However, we still do have a little bit of a problem, and that is that some of these tanks are storing old data inside of them, which means they're not passing through my filters. And in order to get around that, what I've actually had to do is add multiple of these to these filters so that all of them will pass through, which does work, but that only works down here. It's not working over at my shop. And a very similar situation has occurred for the large filling tanks as well. I've had to do exactly the same thing, adding multiple different variations of it to the list filter in order to get them to come through properly, which is also causing problems at my shop. Coming back up here, we can see that inside this system we actually have 7 large filling tanks which are absolutely full. One of them has just gone over to my shop because that does match the data of what the shop is looking for, but for some reason these 6 don't, and neither do these water tanks. They don't match what the shop is asking for, even though the shop is asking for full ones. And that's become a bit of a problem, because what it means is I can't reliably get the full ones down to my shop and the empty ones back, because the data being stored in those items is getting all kinds of broken. So realistically, the only way that I can resolve this lava swap shop service is to actually have the filling systems down here, i.e. the spouts that spout onto the tanks in order to fill them up. Then people could come along, bring their empty tank, put it underneath the spout, wait a couple of minutes for them to fill up, and then be on their merry way. Which won't be as fast or as fun, and it still won't make me any money, but I think realistically that's the only way we're going to get around this, because as you can see we do have tanks in here, but it's not calling for the rest of them because they don't match. Anyway, that's enough head scratching with tanks and filling systems. It's time for me to finally go and design my monorail carriage car train thing, whatever you want to, whatever you want to call it. And here it is. And whilst it might look a little bit of a mess, my idea is this is a broken down, dystopian, somewhat burnt train that's been running through the Nether for a long time, dropping people off at Cyber City. And it works. It actually drives as a train, although we have no driver. But if I sit here and get the controls, we can go backwards and forwards. And I haven't driven it through the Nether tunnels yet because I want to get a driver. But if we just look at this thing, we've got pipes on it. We've got all sorts of strange little bits and bobs. We've got shafts. And if we go inside the carriages, we've got room for 6 people and a little bit of storage space at the back. I haven't been able to squeeze many vaults in here, but we've got enough to start moving stuff from my main base. But the one thing it doesn't have, these little things. And the reason I haven't added those is because I'm not 100% sure how it's all going to line up with the storage system at my starter base, as well as the storage system that we're going to have to implement over here. So I'm going to be fiddling with that. But before I fiddle with that, I really need a driver. Now, have I got any hats left in my pocket? Could have sworn I had an extra hat, but I guess not. So I guess we're going to have to go and make one, which gives us a good opportunity to actually drive this thing backwards through the Nether using the reverse controls and see if it actually works. So here we go. We're going to go through the portal. It's a bit of a scrape going around the corner there, and apparently that glass from the portal has attached itself to the vehicle, which is a bit odd. But if we go through here, we should hopefully arrive in the laggiest place in the world. But we have arrived, and we fit just about. The station is literally just long enough. Amazing. Oh my goodness, what has happened here? I think Foxy might be having a few issues. We're just going to ignore that for a moment. I need string and a precision mechanism and a saw. I've got string. I've got precision mechanisms. Pretty sure I could. There's a saw over here. That's ideal. We'll just throw a little bit of wool in there. Wonderful. We'll put some string in there. We'll put a precision mechanism in there, and there we go. We've now got half a hat. I guess maybe it needs to go through a couple more times. There we go. Wonderful. Now all we need to do is pop that down there, click it with the hat, grab our driver, shove him onto that seat, and yes, he does fit just. We can close his little trapdoor. And now we need to give him a schedule and figure out how we're going to control this train, because I don't want him just running backwards and forwards and me having to wait ages for it. I want him to only go when I want him to, and I also want him to go to the right station as well. So first things first, we have a station here, and we can call this station NS for Nether Subway, not North South, Foxy Starter Base. And now I'm going to need post boxes, which I make with dye, barrels, and andesite alloy. Oh no, back over here again. But there we go. We now got 3 grey post boxes, and I can link these to the station, and I'm just going to put it up there. We'll call it the same name, like so. And now I just need to set those up at the other 2 stations. At my subway, we're going to call the station Foxy Base. We're going to throw a post box in down here as well, and we'll call that the same thing. And then I just need one over at the shopping area. Of course, where we don't actually have any form of decorated station yet, but that doesn't stop me from putting a station down, even if it's temporary. We'll call that one Foxy Shopping, link another post box to it, and try not to get shot by this skeleton. Call that the same name. And there is one more station that I actually need, because if my train's going to be going in 2 directions on this same track, it actually needs a station pointing in that direction and one pointing in that direction. And thinking about it, the one I've done at my starter base is also pointing in the wrong direction. So, yeah, I need another station. I also need another post box, and we'll stick this station over here facing in that direction. We'll just hide this station behind these barrels here, and we're just going to change the name of this original station to East, because that's on the east side of the subway, which means that this new one can be West. And then we just need a post box on here with the same name, and I think that's the station sorted. Maybe, possibly, if I've done this right. Oh, no. I need to go back. There was a Kev. Hello?
What is... Oh, scaring me. I thought I scared you for a second.
You did.
You're scaring me. What is this beautiful place, sir?
It's my subway, sir.
Foxy.
Yes.
I came here in quite an urgent errand. You are part of the bread board of bread bringing, right? You know
yes,
that, right?
yes. I subscribe to the things that I subscribe to, if I remember correctly.
Yes, correctly. You subscribe to the premium membership. Now, you have a bread delivery of 2,000 individual bread heading your way, but your base over in Spawn simply could not handle that without having the server go down in a massive crash.
No, that's correct.
Yes. And so I thought, just for this one time, out of leniency and out of love for everybody else, and of course you, and also the server and my own time here,
Yeah.
I thought maybe just better if I give you the 2,000 bread in your face.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Because we don't want anything crazy to happen, right?
Oh, well, I'm kind of disappointed now. I saw Chosen's mountain of cardboard boxes, and I thought I would quite like that over it. I was going to give you a really good location to put it in.
Oh, well, I mean, you can always hand them back. I'll do it for you.
Yeah. Can I show you where I want it? It's in a part of my base that I've been working on that's slightly separate from this. Can I show you it now?
Yeah, by all means.
It's the perfect place for where I would love to store loads and loads of cardboard boxes, and it won't cause any problems for anyone. Just follow me, sir.
All right.
We just have to go down this valley a little bit. This is definitely still part of my base and not someone else's.
Oh, I mean, sure. Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
I 100% trust this.
Because obviously Mr. Beardstone's on top of this mountain, but there's somewhere around here I've got a hole leading down to a secret area I've been working on. Here it is, look, here's this hole. Yeah, so if you just come down here, yeah.
Okay. I'm making my way down the bread.
You need to go past the creepers and the zombies. Okay. Sometimes you can just let them blow up and it gets them out of the way.
Yeah. Clearly, that seems
and then
extremely
you go down
safe,
this
dude.
hole here. Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
I've put moss at the bottom. I wasn't expecting that. I forgot I put moss here. Hang on a second. Let me just move this moss. There we go. And just here, look.
I still try to make my way down. There's so many things killing me up in this chamber. Are you certain this is a safe place for the bread to be stacked?
When you get down to the area that I've been working hard on,
which is a further down hole.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Keep going down.
Okay.
Yeah.
I found a hole.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to eat my own bread to get down here.
Yeah. Well, this is where I've been working, and this is a perfect place for a big mountain of bread.
God.
I then explained to Kev that I wanted the mountain of cardboard boxes placing directly on top of the pile of diamonds in this cave, to which Kev agreed, but before doing that, he wanted to show me something new he'd added to the game.
Right here is a cutting board. Right there is a stack of bread. If I cut the bread, which you can do now, we get bread slices.
Bread slices. Amazing. Yeah. This is the best thing since unsliced bread.
Pretty much that. And fun fact, if I can just chunk that in there, you now get a full 4 stacks from 1 stack of bread.
Whoa. Incredible. And I can eat them even when I'm full.
Yeah, so that's the little quirk about them is, I mean, technically, there's always room for toast, like toast, you can eat that literally whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we didn't want it to be a piece of bread that, you wouldn't want to saturate yourself with, so now you can just eat it,
yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, see, yeah. 14 pieces. I'm quite full now, Kev.
Now, Foxy, if you take the bread with you over to this little campfire of yours here.
Yeah.
If you click it on the side, those little, I think they can be clicked on the side. Can they not?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Have we forgotten that? Did I?
The Chosen messed it up.
Maybe he did.
And with the incredible toast demonstration aside, Kev then set his contraption to work, delivering all of the cardboard boxes exactly where I wanted them. Jeez, Mr. Beardstone getting me all sorts of trouble in here.
What did you say?
What? Nothing. Don't worry about it.
It's not really in the bread baron's interest to think about things logically. We're thinking about things breadily.
No, well, that takes time and effort, doesn't it? So you've got to concentrate on making as much bread as possible. You haven't got time.
Yes, absolutely. We're always at the bready.
Bready, steady, go. That's what I always said.
That's pretty much it. That's the mantra that we run by.
And so things were going well. The cardboard boxes were piling up and they were going exactly where I wanted them. However, all of a sudden, we had a visit from Mr. Beardstone. I tried to stop him, Mr. Beardstone. He was having none of it. Apparently, you've taken out some sort of bread thing that allows you to get lots of bread. Look, he was scattering this sliced bread all around your base. I collected it for you, Mr. B.
I was literally just over at Beardstone's place telling that there was no part of the delivery scene for this particular delivery.
I already know this is your delivery, Foxy. What are you telling him? Why are you getting him to deliver it in my base?
I've got to go. See you later, guys. Have a lovely time. Where's my hole?
What?
Foxy, you're the worst pirate ever. This is the secret loot cave.
That's what you get for giving me cabin boy job. I want a better job.
I need to have another word with you as well. Have you noticed how silence beacons have disappeared?
That wasn't me.
No, it wasn't. He came over to me and said, Foxy bribed him with 5 potatoes and he told me where my secret base was.
No, I didn't show him in here. I just showed him where your boat was.
He told me that after we got here. After we got here, he went, he didn't show me this bit.
Oh, Beardy, you fell for that? The oldest trick in the book? Unbelievable.
Look, it was very well done, and it was much more believable that instead of Silent being clever, you just told him where my base was. Like this, like you've done with Kev.
I didn't tell Kev where
Is
this
this
was.
your
This is
base?
my base.
This is not your base.
Could be. I'm a pirate. I'm a good pirate.
Well, I suppose then, Mr. Beardstone, he told me to cover the diamonds, and I think I've done it.
I think I got away with that. Ah, baby zombie, go.
To be fair, Kev,
No,
you're not
no.
the one in the wrong here. I think that's safe to assume.
No, I don't. I tried to do what I was supposed to do. I delivered, and here we are. I haven't even done you justice. You're not even part of the delivery scheme. Now you have the opportunity to make amends for this issue that you've caused me morally and mentally. You can always sign up for the free delivery of premium bread, you know.
No, look,
Mr.
I've already got a
Beardstone.
delivery.
You know what? I'll cut you short. I'll just add you to the list for the sake of it. Now you're written off. Perfect. I'm just going to have to send another 2,000 to Foxy then. Do you know where he
Yes.
actually lives?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can show you right away if you like.
Well, I've managed to escape through the Nether back over here from Mr. Beardstone and Kev, and I think the only way to deal with this is to test if this system works. So first of all, we're going to need a schedule, and on this schedule, we're going to add one simple instruction. Deliver package. We're going to give this schedule to our driver, and now if I have a package addressed to the right destination, the driver should go to it. So I'm just going to need a package to the address to the right destination. And now if I come in here and I put the package for Foxy's shop in there, we should, yes, here we go straight over to the shopping area. It's working. I kind of fell out a bit, but it's working. We are going. And we're about to go through the portal. And there we are. We've arrived at the shopping area. Now, that package will have actually gone inside the mailbox. So what I need to remember to do is make sure that I take them out of the barrel once we've started moving so that I don't have to keep fishing them out of the mailboxes. Now, I've got this one for Foxy's base. Is it going to take me back? There's only one way to find out. Let's pop that into the barrel and have a seat. And yes, we are going back. It's working. It's invisible, but also it's working invisibly. It's a bit janky. Well, I quite like the view like this, though. Hopefully, oh, and now it's all back together again. And look, we've arrived at Foxy's base. It worked. Coming up, that didn't go quite how I expected. I have a good idea, and I don't know if this is possible, but this is my plan. I remove bedrock. Yeah, we got rid of a whole bunch of bedrock already. And hopefully it's just a glitch. Hopefully that's just a glitch. Let's create. In the last episode, I built this amazing cyberpunk subway. It's an interdimensional subway system that basically runs this amazing train all the way from my starter base to this base area and over to the shopping area. But that's all I've got at this main base area, and today I want to change that. I want to start building above ground, doing some terraforming, adding in buildings, and even adding in my storage system and some power. But before we can do that, there is a big old problem. A massive problem that I didn't explain at the end of the last video. And that is that this Nether subway system doesn't actually work. I mean, it does. It does the exact job I want it to do, but it doesn't take me with it. Let me demonstrate. In my hand, I have 3 packages. Each one is addressed to the different areas that this subway can take me to. We're currently at Foxy's base, and if I want to go to Foxy's starter base, I pick that package, pop it into that letterbox, take a seat, pick it back out again, and we start moving. We start moving through the Nether portal, just like so. And once we get to the other side, I just sit here in this block, stuck inside the portal. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it. And then when I hop back through the portal, I do appear on the train in the right place. But if I don't move, I'm just stuck there forever. Similarly, if I then put the package to actually go back to my base into there and take it out again, you'll see exactly the same thing happens. As we go through the first portal, oh, this time I actually stayed in the train, although the train has now collected some magenta glass from the portal, which it shouldn't have done. For some reason, the train is also going incredibly slowly, much more slowly than it normally does. And this time, yes, I actually made it to the subway. Well, that's an improvement. Let's try going over to the shopping area by putting this one in and then taking it back out again, and let's see what happens this time as we go through the portal. Am I going to stay in it? No, I'm just here in front of the portal again, and I'm just going to stand here and stand here and stand here, and I'm not going to actually end up going through the portal. See, nothing happens. Oh, until eventually, when the train goes through the other portal, I do eventually pop back in again. So it does work, but it also doesn't. And I don't like it. I really don't like how that works. The other problem with this system is the fact that my portals link up with other people's. Not these ones, but these ones, which I originally planned to use. And whilst these are now disconnected, unfortunately it does mean that the portal over at the honey shop does still connect to the wrong one. If we hop through this portal here, we end up back at my subway train, which is not ideal, because whoever owns the honey shop, I think it's Azu, is not going to be happy when they're popping in and out of the Nether in the wrong place. They're going to get all sorts of confused. So realistically, I think the only thing I can do is transform this from an interdimensional subway system to a singular dimensional subway system. Basically, remove the Nether portals, have it go through the Overworld. And that's fine in theory. Oh my goodness me, what's happened to this? Is that, hopefully that's just a glitch. Yeah, see, there are other problems with this system as well. For some reason, it affects contraptions that are near the Nether portals that I'm going through, because that's the front of my train, which has taken over some... What? Oh. Phew, that's better. After a quick relog, that's gone back to normal, but it does appear there are some bugs with Create 6, or more importantly, Create 6.10. Anyway, as I was saying, adding in an underground monorail rather than an interdimensional one is fine in theory, but in reality it could cause a massive problem, because not only is it a huge distance that I've got to travel, you see, it'd have to go underground all the way under the area near the shopping area, past these mountains, down this valley, underneath here, under this mountain, all the way to where it would join my existing subway here. And then it would have to come out the other side and go underneath this mountain range all the way past here, all the way past Chosen's base, and all the way to my starter area, which might not seem far, but it's a very long way. And whilst that's possible to do, there are potentially a lot of things already underground that I'd have to contend with and avoid and go round, and it's just going to be a headache. And speaking of headaches, that's not my only problem, because you see today the server is overloaded. It's running behind, it is lagging out, and that is because, if the chunks can load, come on, I know you're struggling this morning, it is kind of my fault, but also not. It is because Kev came by to get his retaliation on me while I wasn't online, and he has been spawning many cardboard packages. Yeah, the server isn't very happy at all. So before I do anything at all, I've got to clean up this mess. Unfortunately for me, rather than just having to punch them all individually and get all of the bread out, there is an easier way to deal with this. And to do that, I'm going to need a whole bunch of blocks in order to pile up as high as these towers of packages. Just like that. Then I can come over here, just angle my blocks right above them. And if I create a bit of a spread around here like this, directly above them, put a block there and put some water on it, hopefully that will flow down and pretty much get all of the packages, and it should, yes, it will destroy them. Wonderful. It's not quite got them all. I do need it to come over into these corners as well. So let's just enhance the spread. There we go. Lovely job. Bit more this way, ideally, please, if you wouldn't mind. Yep, that's going to get those ones. A little bit more over here. That should get both of those ones. And then we need a little bit more this way as well. Lovely, that's getting all of those. And now that's getting all of those. And you can already see the water is flowing a whole bunch faster than it was as these all disappear. And I can see on my other screen that the server is no longer complaining at me that it can't keep up. Now I just got to pick up the water, destroy all of this mess that I've made, which is why I use the industrial iron, because it's easy to pick up, destroy my tower, and then just go round with a bucket of water, trying my best to get rid of as many of these packages as possible. Oh, that was quite satisfying. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's a good one, that one. And there we go. All of the packages are now gone. The server's behaving nicely again, and the water is nearly finished going away. Well, at least that's one of my problems solved. The next problem I'm going to solve has got absolutely nothing to do with the problems that I'm facing today, i.e. my monorail. It has to do with where I left off in my last video, building my glow squid farm. You see, we built this big old tower of blocks. I've still got the drills at the very top of it. And right down at the bottom here, we have a glow squid farm, which is currently just whirring away, collecting me glow squid, and it does it even when I'm not here. And the reason it does it while I'm not here is because we have a friend of mine hiding away behind these grates. It is, of course, Chuck Loader, one of my old characters, basically an AFK account, and they're just going to stay there as long as I need them to while this thing generates glow squid. But what this thing doesn't do is do anything with those items, i.e. get them from down there up to a storage system which doesn't exist yet, and I actually have no easy way of getting down here. and I want that to change. Oh, and also, I haven't actually gone around lighting up all of the caves and things around this thing yet, so we can get glow squid spawning in other areas like this little pool of water here. So I want to fix that as well. So first things first, let's go to the top, and I'm going to extend my elevator shaft all the way down to that point there and get it linked up. But the first thing I want to do is actually finish off this shaft, put the light blocks around the side instead of just stained glass, and get rid of the contraption at the top. And so there we go. We've now got a ceiling, we've got lighting going all the way down, apart from the very last line, which if I put it in here, it would actually make this not complete darkness, and that means glow squids wouldn't spawn. But before I deal with the cave lighting, it's time I got my elevator down to where I want it. And so just a short while later, that's exactly what we've got here, and it looks a little bit odd, and that's because in order to get the deployers to deploy where they need to, they all need to stack on top of each other. So we've got this higgledy-piggledy stack of deployers. They're all glued together. We've got our drills at the bottom, and in this chest over here, we've got all the blocks we need to create this elevator. I just took a schematic of what already existed in here, and I've just copied it down. So yeah, there's no reason why we can't attach this to that rope pulley and get it going. And again, like last time, I actually want this to work from higher up so that it can repeat the pattern that's already there. So let's move the rope pulley to the top. Then we're going to stick on a gear shift so we can change its direction, a clutch so we can turn it on and off. Put those on there and turn them on. And then we can just squirrel a little bit of the power we've got from over there, bring it up here like this. Oh, it's not quite in line. That's annoying. Oh well, stick a gearbox on, and then let's test what direction that's going to go in. Oh, yeah, that is going to go down. Let's get it on and attached, and then reverse it. There we go. And then we'll go. Or not. Has it got stuck? What happened? Oh dear, what did I do? Why is it stuck? Did I manage to get it stuck to something it's not supposed to stick to? That's not impossible. I wonder if the glue's gone onto the rope pulley. No, it hasn't. So what's it stuck on? Well, that's weird. Let's just slow it down for a second and see if we can get this thing to respond. Let's just break that shaft and then replace that shaft, and nothing. The power is definitely turning. Let's put that back there. It does not want to push it down. Okay, I've got an idea. We're going to go one block further up, put that back there, move all of this a block up, gear shift, clutch, lever, gear shift down, and there we go. Now it's going to go, and it should build the walls as it goes, which it is doing. But is it going to follow the pattern? It's stopped again. Why have you stopped? Oh, is it because the chests are trying to push through the floor? Okay, right. In that case then, let's get rid of these chests. Well, this is the most higgledy-piggledy mess thing I've ever made. Oh, make an elevator maker, FoxyNoTail. Yeah, that I'm going to. Don't you worry about it, guys. Okay, the chests are somewhat organised now. This is going to mean I'm going to have to do a little bit of re-gluing. So let's just bring that glue over here. And then we just need to glue all of the chests on. That's all of those glued on there. We, of course, now need to move our rope pulley over to this corner. Just about there should do it. Spin it round. Throw on a gear shift. Throw on a clutch. Throw in a shaft. Stick on some levers. Flick that the other way round. That's going to start going down again. Is it going to work? It appears to be, but we have missed bits due to the fact that it's gone down. So let's just bring it back up so it can fill in the holes that it's missed. There we go. And then send it back down again. Now we can speed it up. And this should have my elevator drilled in no time. It appears to be working. So I guess now I'm going to need an actual elevator to run down this thing. Well, it seems to have just gone past the level where Chuck is currently AFK. It is still going down, and we do need it to be in line with at least the bottom of the glow squid tank, which is down here. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to have it go all the way down to the bottom of the world, because we are going to be doing mining over here at some point. So I think I'm just going to let it go until it completely stops. And there we go. It's reached the bottom. It's done a good job filling all the way down there. So let's wind it back up and see what goodies we got. Stop. Oh, jeez. I didn't stop it quite in time. Oh, well. We've got to replace a couple of blocks. And it doesn't look like we got any goodies. We just got a whole bunch of junk. Oh, well, not to worry. Cutting forward a little bit, I've changed my mind. I wasn't overly happy with this sort of pattern we had going down the elevator shaft. I mean, this one to the glow squid farm looks okay, but I feel like the elevator shaft should be a lot more dystopian and cyberpunky. So I've completely redesigned it, and now this is what it looks like. It's a big old mess of weathered iron crates and grates and blocks and fences, and it goes all the way down with these light bars at the front. and I've even dug out a couple of spots where we're going to be going through and meeting Chuck in our AFK spot, as well as one a little bit further down, which is going to link up with where we're collecting our items from our glow squid farm. And we have a few in here now, and I think this design is just so much better. It fits the vibe a lot more and it's a lot less square and boring, but it still doesn't have an elevator. It's just an elevator shaft. So let's go and make one. Oh, and I forgot to mention I've decorated this room that's at the bottom of the big old staircase that we've got coming down. All I've done is thrown a few blocks in, made a little room here that we can use for some sort of temporary storage or crafting system, and I've just moved all of the bits and bobs that I had for making this tunnel over here to keep them out of the way. But anyway, for an elevator we're going to need redstone contacts, we're going to need contraption controls, which I can craft pretty easily, and we're going to need an elevator pulley, which I can also craft pretty easily. The elevator pulley, of course, is going to have to go right at the top of the elevator shaft where we've actually got this soul lantern, so let's just throw that on there. That is going to need power, so we're going to need power up here, but on the other side of the very top of this, next to my subway, we've actually got a couple of water wheels in the wall that are doing absolutely nothing, so perhaps we can use those to power that elevator pulley. To build the elevator at this layer here, I'm actually going to have to remove these light blocks so that I can get in, because I want to make the floor of this elevator out of copycat panels. They're going to be the grate blocks, and then to maximize space inside the elevator, we're actually going to use copycat boards for the walls. We can once again use the copycat panels for the roof of our elevator. However, we want this one on the inside, and that's so it will easily hook up to our elevator pulley. And I think for the corners, ooh, that doesn't look very good because they're 3D blocks. We'll go with the weathered iron. We'll have more grates on the ceiling, and I think we'll go for grates around the edges as well, so we can see through this thing somewhat. In fact, I think what I actually want is grates on the entire top level of this and a solid looking bottom, and that way we'll be able to see through this nicely as it's going up and down. I'm going to place some temporary blocks just at the sides here so that I can throw more copycat boards up on the inside of those. Then we can get rid of these blocks, we no longer need them, and now we've just got to attach redstone contacts. So we're going to come underneath these controls, break that block there, break that one there, and we're going to put a redstone contact in there and one facing it that way, which does make the floor look a little bit rubbish, but it's fine. Then we can put the contraption controls back on there. Now we just need a door, and for that I'm going to make a copycat sliding door. I'm going to pop it on that block there, put the weathered iron at the bottom and the grate at the top, and now we can open and close that, and that should automatically open and close whenever we end up at the right platform. So there we go, our elevator is now in place. We just need power to it. Throw a shaft into there like that, and we'll just bring some chain drive down the back of this. Now we're going to need a speed controller. I'm going to actually move that across to there like that so we can put our speed controller there. We just need to join that to this. Let's spin that one round, bring across some chain drive like that, and you'd never know that that's been interfered with. Right, now our elevator should work now. Contraption unable to assemble. It requires a horizontal redstone contact attached to the... Oh, I haven't glued it together. Well, that would help. And speaking of redstone contacts, we're also going to need one directly opposite this. Let's just throw one in the wall there, run back down to the elevator, and get this thing glued together. So we just want to glue from there to there, and hopefully that will get everything. Yeah, there we go. It's attached. Amazing. Here it is at the very top. Let's go in. We'll select -1. Click that. The doors close, and we are going down. That's amazing. Right, I need to send it back up, put the little light blocks back on here, get rid of that excess glue, which apparently hasn't been used, and now I just need to put the redstone contacts on all of the other ones further down. That's -2, good. That's -3, and then I'm going to throw one all the way down at the bottom as well. But why not? -4. Wonderful. So now we can travel all the way down to any of the layers we want, and we can go and check on how our glow squid farm's doing on -3, and we get there in no time. And when we arrive at the bottom, the door automatically opens. We can hop out, go and see what's in our little box. Ooh, a bunch more. And so the system works. And that's good, because I've got so much more to do today than building pesky little elevators. I need to get on with the rest of the stuff. But before I do, I am going to make these elevators callable, and I'm going to do it in a really simple way, rather than using redstone links and all that sort of stuff. If I just put a button on the actual redstone contact, it's barely visible, and when I click it, the elevator will come up to the level that I want it to. So then I can go down to all of the different levels and put the buttons on those, and then I'll be able to call it from wherever I am, just in case it's not on the same level as me. And there we go. The elevator is now 100% complete, and it can go down to every different level, and we have a button on every different level so we can call it. Wonderful. Now it's time to finally get my storage moved over from my starter base and get it over here, which means that I need to... Where is my subway? I guess I leave it at the shop. I can't remember. But yeah, we need to set up a system to actually get it onto the subway car, over to here, and then unload it into a new storage system. And for that new storage system, I've had some ideas that might work, or they might not. No, it's not there. Did I leave it over at the shopping area? Ah, yes I did. Okay, well, it's time to see if this thing can actually get me back all the way to my starter base. So let's throw that in there, take it back out again, and see what happens. And it looks like, yes, we've arrived in the Nether without falling out. We've killed a pigman, which is absolutely fine. Are we going to then appear in the subway successfully and then make it back through? Yes, that worked. And oh, this bit worked. We've got the glass stuck to it again, but that worked. And what about the final one? Is this going to work? It did. Oh, well, that's good. Maybe I don't have to completely destroy the overworld in order to remove these portals and make this a singular dimensional railway instead of an interdimensional railway. Subway. What, you know what I mean? Right, anyway, we need to get all of my storage, which is up there, onto this, and then drop it off at the other end. And if we look directly above us, you'll see we're directly below my vaults. So getting the storage down here won't be a problem, but it is going to be a problem getting it onto our subway car because this currently has no way of interacting with items. Right, that means we're going to have to disassemble this train. Hopefully it won't smash all of the blocks that it's somewhat closely connected to. It didn't. Good. Now we need to figure out where we're actually going to put this interface. Potentially right at the back, just there. That should work, and then that will actually be able to connect to one directly below it there. I think that's the way we're going to do it. So now I can turn this back into an actual train. That has connected, so I just need to push all my items into it and get this thing on its way. So hopping upstairs into the storage system, it would make sense to actually grab those items from as close to this belt as possible, because then we can just let everything out and let it go straight down there. So I'm going to break this belt, dig down here at the bottom of this one, and that looks to me, yes, like it's... Oh, look at that. That is perfect. Okay, getting the items into this interface should be pretty easy. We're going to need a belt running across here like this. We need another belt going into that from... Actually, not there. We need it actually a block back there like that. In order to power both of those, we're going to need a gearbox there. And then we're going to need a whole bunch of chutes going all the way up to the top of this hole. And I'm going to use normal chutes for the most of it. And then right at the top, we're going to have a smart chute so it can force 64 items at a time down there. And then we just need to power this belt, and we do have power just there. We need to put an andesite funnel on there to accept the items, and that's it. All I've got to do now is just remove that filter, and all of my items are going to start coming out and get loaded onto our train, which, as you can see, they are doing. So that's the easy part done. Now the hard part. Not only have we got to set up a schedule for this conductor so we can actually take the items backwards and forwards to our new base, we also need to set up a storage system over there to accept the items. And that's where things are going to get complicated, because I've been having ideas. So before we do anything else... Oh, the barrel is full. I was going to say let's travel over there. I'm going to have to do that. There we go. That worked. I killed another pigman. Is it going to work? Yes-ish? Kinda. Well, it sort of worked. Yeah, anyway, I don't want the storage here. As much as I want to access my storage from here, I don't want my storage here at all. And that's because storage is quite laggy. Lots of vaults, lots of contraptions, lots of frogs and packages and package ports and things like that. And because I'm planning on having a big old cyberpunk steampunk city in this area, I want to minimize all of the things that are going to cause lag. So I've had an idea for storage to make it 100% not laggy. I just don't know if it's going to work. So in order to test that, we're going to escape from here and hop over to a single-player test world. So let's start with something easy, the fundamentals of a storage system. We need a blaze burner to act as our shopkeeper, we need a stock ticker, and we need an output chest where we'll grab our items. We also need some form of storage system with the packager on it. We need a stock link connected to our stock ticker, and this will take items out of our vault as we request them as packages, send them over to here where they'll be unpackaged and put into the chest. And if I throw a creative crate on top of this vault so that we can actually put some items in there, you'll see when I go to my stock ticker, We've got a whole bunch of cobble. If I select a stack of that and click send, everything that I said should happen. The package goes across, goes into there, and then we can access our cobblestone. Nice and easy. That's the simplest version of how these storage systems work. But of course, if I'm going to have that attached to an absolute ton of vaults and things, enough for an entire season's worth of storage, that's going to get laggy quick. So I want my storage in a place that's not going to be laggy, not going to cause me any problems at all, but still accessible quickly. And whilst I could move it off into a chunk far, far away, the further it is away, the longer it's going to take for the items to get from this storage system to my chest where I can access them, and I don't want to be waiting ages for my items. So instead of having my vaults far, far away, what if they were in a different dimension? And I don't know if this is possible, but this is my plan. So let's make ourselves a very basic nether portal, hop ourselves through, make a little bit of space, throw ourselves a storage vault down in here, throw on a belt facing into the portal, stick a packager on it, link that packager to our stock network, get some items into that vault, stick a funnel on the packager, make that motor go nice and quickly, and then just in case, let's just put some blocks on the other side of that portal, just in case the packages happen to somehow manage to fly off and go out past it. It shouldn't happen, but it might. Now let's go back through. Let's see if it connects. It can't see that there's wood in there. That could be because that's just unloaded. So if we go back through and create ourselves a little network here, we can see, yes, there are logs in there and it can see the cobblestone from the overworld as well. But it can't see it the other way round. And that could be a problem if it wasn't for the fact that we've got something called FTB chunks, which I can then force load. I can force load this chunk so it always stays loaded even when no one's here. And then when I pop myself back through into the overworld, we should be able to see on here, yes, we can see my oak logs. So we can now see those items. So if I was to call for some of those oak logs and press send, we should see those hopefully come flying out of the nether portal, which we didn't. That's quite concerning. They're not here. They're not anywhere. Let's just stop this thing going in so we can monitor the levels of this. There are currently 17,000 oak logs in there. Let's just call a bunch and click send. Well, that went through the portal. And this time they are. Okay, bit weird. Let's try that again. Let's ask for a stack, see what happens. And a package arrived, but it does stay stuck on the portal. And that's not ideal. Okay, go back through. We're going to do a bit of jiggery pokery. I'm actually going to have to make this vault a little bit smaller. And now what I've done is just moved the vault back a little bit. I've extended the belt, added an unpackaging system here so that instead of the packages coming through the portal, this time it should send the items. So let's just do a quick test from here. Let's ask for a stack. They should go in there. Yep, that went straight through. That was very fast. So let's see what happens on the other side. If I request a stack of logs from here and have a look at this, they should come flying out, but they didn't. And it appears the reason why is because I've force loaded the wrong chunk. Now it should work. Let's go back through, request some more items, and hopefully now we'll see them come through. There we go. Let's ask for a whole bunch, send them through, and there we go. Look at that. The items are coming out of the portal almost as quickly as if they were coming from that vault there. Now we've just got to catch them and bring them into our storage chest, which should be as simple as that. A couple of belts on the back of the portal, a couple of funnels and a chest there. So now when I call for, let's say, 4 stacks of oak logs, they should go in there pretty quickly. Amazing. So now we have a completely lag-free storage solution that we can implement in our base. However, where our magically no longer invisible subway train is coming to drop off the items is not in the Nether. And that means we need a system to also get items from the overworld into our storage system in the Nether so that we can then get them out of there again. So we are going to need an offloading system in here, but before we do that, we're going to need a Nether-based storage system. And that leads me to a whole bunch of other things that I need to do in the Nether. Because if things go well with these systems, my storage isn't the only thing I'm going to be keeping here. And that means I need to reserve the area in the Nether around where my base is. And that might not go down ever so well with some of the members because my base just happens to be exactly where the Nether fortress is. And I want to remove it. In fact, I want to remove all of this stuff. And I want to even remove everything on the Nether roof as well in this area, putting up a massive wall to say, don't build in here, that's Fox's. And that's going to be tricky. Because first of all, I'm going to have to work out where the bounds of my actual base are in the overworld, calculate the coordinates of what that is in the nether, and then destroy everything, and then put up a wall, and then break through the bedrock in the city. Oh my goodness, I have got so much to do. Okay, I've done a bunch of figuring out. I've even done a bunch of digging in the nether. I can say from about this corner here to right out past my render distance, beyond the cherry grove trees over here, to around about there where that hole is in the ground. That's a big area. Doesn't give us very much room at all. And just to recap on the map, pretty much from all the way over here to all the way down here, gives us this box. It's tiny. It's about 40 blocks by 40 blocks big. It's not very big at all, which is good for the fact that I need to reserve it and dig it all out to make it accessible, but it's not ideal for the fact that I have a lot of plans to put things in the nether and there's not an awful lot of room. So I think I might have to expand it a bit, at least pushing it out to all of the chunk borders. And looking at our claimed chunks, that probably means I'm going to be claiming something like that, which again is not huge, but it'll have to do. And the next thing I need to do is get on the roof and break this bedrock, the unbreakable block. It can't be broken. Or can it? It can. And according to my comments, it has something to do with breaking the piston head. So let's see if I can figure it out. If I was to put my mechanical piston there, stick a shaft coming out of it, get it to extend one block, put another shaft there and then break the head of it, now it doesn't work at all. I think I'm going to have to do some research. Hey! I know that guy. And watching this video, I was almost right. You do need pistons, and it is to do with removing the pistons' heads. But it's not mechanical pistons, it's just normal pistons. You basically power the pistons, and then using the create wrench and the little toggleable wheel thing to rotate the blocks, you just rotate the pistons facing down. Once you've done an entire line of them and then retracted them, all of a sudden the bedrock below them is gone. And that sounds pretty tedious, but also pretty easy. So, yeah, we don't need that at all. We do, however, need to get to the roof. And I'm kind of hoping the old ladder and ender pearl trick still works. I've got some copycat ladders. I have some ender pearls. Let's find out. We need to get to a point in the nether roof where it's the highest it can possibly be, which it looks like this one here. So let's chuck some ladders onto there, like that. Even though that one's invisible, we'll climb up the ladders, and then I believe you just ender pearl. There we go. And we pop out in the nether roof. Wonderful. Now we need to figure out the extent of where we're going to be demolishing this bedrock, and that is basically going to be from that corner there over to this corner here. And of course, because it's in the nether, my render distance isn't very high. Use fog off. There we go. Now we can see lots on the nether roof, and we're not that far away from other people's stuff, so we can't expand too far out, but at least we'll have a reasonable amount of room to start with. Now I'm going to need a whole bunch of pistons, and I have 48 already, which I don't think is going to be enough, but let's find out. It is not. Fortunately, I have everything on me that I'm going to need to craft some more. So I'll just craft a whole bunch more. Carry on placing them all down. Now we need to get them all powered. So I'm just going to pop down a bit of redstone behind them all, throw down a handful of levers, and there we go. That's all of the pistons powered, and now it's time for the really boring bit. You have to hold this down and click that, and hold this down and click that, and hold this down and click that, and hold this down and click that. Oh my goodness, this is going to take forever. And there we go. That's the last one. So now all I gotta do is turn all the levers off to unextend the pistons, and hopefully when I remove them, yeah, we got rid of a whole bunch of bedrock already. I've just got to do this another 64 times across the entire length of that. And then I need to repeat that entire thing again at least 5 more times in order to get down the full depth of the bedrock. And that's something that I just don't have the patience to do. At least not right now. I've got too many other things that are much more important than breaking bedrock. What I will do for now, however, is continue marking out the area that I want to remove the bedrock, just so that the other players know that they shouldn't be fiddling with this area and building things on it. And I'm pretty sure that's a good way of explaining to people that that area is reserved. And now I can get on with something a bunch more fun. And once again, I'm gonna need an awful lot of drills. But rather than crafting them this time, I'm going to cave and go shopping at Chosen's Mall. Right, Chosen, where are your drills, my friend? You're out of stock? I guess I am going to be crafting them then. In which case, I'm going to need to go and buy an awful lot of iron, as well as some more andesite alloy. So at the andesite alloy shop, I'm just going to grab an absolute bunch of these. Thank you very much. Lovely job. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have a bunch more. A double chest width should be a good start, because it's so cheap. Do you know what? I want even more than that. Let's grab another double chest worth. There we go. Now we've got plenty. Now I just need to go to the iron shop, and I believe Imagineer Dave is selling iron. I know Stam is. A diamond for 64 iron blocks. Oh, I can only have the single chest worth. Well, that's fine. More than I need. And now, once again, I can craft a whole bunch of drills. And some dark metal blocks, apparently. Can I turn those back? No. Oh well. Oh, they're quite nice though. And now that we've got all these drills, we can add them to the drills I've already been adding down here when I run out. And I'm not going to be drilling out the entire area that I've claimed. I'm actually just going to be doing a 2x2 chunk area, because first of all, if I go too big, the drills will just vanish and disappear and create all sorts of lag as I'm trying to drill them. They won't actually disappear, they'll just visibly disappear, which makes it difficult to know where they are and what they're trying to smash. And the other reason is I don't exactly know how much of this entire area we need right now, so I'm just going to get rid of the bits that I absolutely know I need. And believe it or not, that wasn't enough drills. I still need a whole bunch more. Let's say maybe another 4 stacks should do it. Yes, it did. Wow, that's a lot of drills. And so we are now ready to completely obliterate 4 chunks of the Nether. We're going to be drilling straight down through this Nether fortress, through all of this netherrack, all the way down to the bottom. Ideally, avoiding my subway, so I'm going to have to be a little bit careful. But let's do this. That is a big tower in the Nether. Jeez, it goes all the way from bedrock to bedrock. It's absolutely huge. And I've used an entire trial chamber's worth of copper in this. Not only have I used all of my oxidized copper, but I actually had to convert all of my normal copper as well to make this thing work, and it is absolutely absolutely ridiculous. All the way down to bedrock, all the way up to bedrock. You just can't fathom the scale of it from here. So back up at the top, let's go inside and see what's going on. Because there are floors in this. There is a floor every 10 blocks, which means we've got over 12 floors because there are 128 blocks from the roof to the bottom of the Nether. And at the very bottom floor, we're actually filling this thing up with lava from the lava lake to the side so that we've got an infinite lava source. Because, of course, on our first floor, we're going to need a power station. Then we're going to need some storage. Then we're going to have room for farms and stuff. Oh my goodness, this place is going to be very useful. However, speaking of storage, we need to make sure that when we link our storage up to a Nether portal like I showed you earlier, we don't accidentally link up with the subway portals that we've already got. So we're going to have to be very careful where we put them. And because I want my storage to come out over here, it makes sense to have a portal here where the items can go in and out. And that means we need to link it properly. Now, this is currently Y level 85. The portals for these in the Nether are actually Y level 10. If I was to put a portal at Y level 85 in the Nether, even if these weren't close to it horizontally, they're going to link to that instead, and that's going to confuse my monorail. So I'm going to have to be really careful here, assuming that we pick this block here, which is 739 by 1106. And in the Nether, that equates to exactly this spot that I'm standing on here, which is slap bang in between these portals. Now, these portals are currently on Y level 10, like I said. So, if I build the next one on this next layer up here, we might get away with it, but I think my subway is going to connect to the wrong ones. But there's only one way to find out. Let's just build a little Nether portal in here. Let's get it lit. Go back through one of our existing ones so that we can build another one in here, and then we can get that one lit. And now if I go through this, hopefully I'll come out at that one. I did. That was perfect. Right, let's go back in and see if we come out at the right one. I did. But now I'm pretty sure if I go through this one, I'm going to come out at the wrong one. Yep. I absolutely did. I came out at that and not the one down there. That is a problem. But it's okay, because I've got a plan. And that plan absolutely sucks, because it involves completely destroying my Nether tunnels for my monorail, getting rid of all the hard work I've done, and building a much more extensive, much longer line under the Overworld, all the way to the shopping area and my starter base as well. And that is going to take an awful long time, but it's also going to make me incredibly rich. And that's because in order to make my new tunnels, I'm going to be taking my tunnel bore down to the very bottom of the world where all of the diamonds are and taking it all the way along this route, all the way over to the shopping area. That means that by the time I've finished running my tunnel bore along the bottom of the world to get all of the way here, I should have even more diamonds than Mr. Beardstone. And once again, I will be the richest member on this server. I've just got to do it. And in order to do it, I've got to pick a route that doesn't interfere with anyone else's base areas. And that's going to be quite tricky, because there's a lot of people on this server. But there's no time like the present. Let's dig. But digging's not going to be quite as easy as you might think. And that's because my start point is actually up in this mountain. If we just look through this wall, you will see where the Nether portal is that we need to connect to. Of course, that Nether portal is going to disappear, but this is where my station is, and that's the monorail, and we've got to get from that point all the way to the bottom of the world without accidentally coming through here, without destroying Chosen's base, and without running into any of the other infrastructure that people have put down here underground that we could end up running into. And that is going to be tricky. And we're going to have to do the same thing over at my new main base area and the shopping area, because both of those are pretty much at the grass level as well, and not at the bottom of the world. So the only way I can really see of doing this, instead of just using my tunnel bore raw to dig through the bottom of the world, we're actually going to have to lay the monorail line and see where we can make it go. Now, fortunately, we don't actually need to go all the way along this bit here. We can start dipping down from as far back as here because our monorail car fits within this space. So if I was to break a whole bunch of this monorail here, I now need to figure out what the maximum vertical curve I can create is to avoid popping out the side of the mountain. I think the sensible thing to start with is to just start digging down at a 45-degree angle, rather than using maths or, you know, clever ways of dealing with this. And we need to get as low down into the world as we absolutely can. Stop it, trying to dig. Not even got down to 0 yet. And I can already see on the map at this point, I've actually gone into Chosen's area. Hey, will you stop it? But hopefully he won't mind a little dinky tunnel underneath his base. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. What could possibly go wrong? Ah! Oh. Well, no, this is my mine. That's fine. That's okay. I dug this bit out. Apparently under Chosen's base, but I need to keep going. And now that we've come down at roughly a 45-degree angle, I need to try and place my monorail, but it says I'm too far away, so I actually need to go back up this jankiest little tunnel that I've made until I can get to a point where it's not too far away. And it's all the way back up here. Jeez. Okay, so that's as far as we can get, but if I was to place it there, like that, we now have a very vertical looking monorail coming all the way down, and it will supposedly connect to our other bit, although bits of it are well, geez, that's a steep curve, but at least we know we can do it without popping out the mountain. That's good. I'm gonna have to clear a lot of blocks so we can actually, you know, make the monorail not have gaps in it, but in theory this is going to work. That didn't go quite how I expected. Oh, I'm back at spawn. Oh jeez. Oh, I don't have my jetpack. Got to be a little bit careful here. How am I oh, jeez. Well, things were going quite well. I've managed to get this monorail track actually a reasonable distance down this hole, and I just got to this point here where I'm actually extending it even further. Oh no, it's happened again. Oh, jeez, and again. There's going to be a warning in a minute. Oh, jeez. There's not a lot I can do about it. I need to just keep digging. Oh, there's the third one. I don't want there to be a warden. I just keep going. What could go wrong? Maybe they're just fake shriekers. Oh no, that's a warden. Run away! I can't run away fast enough. It's too I can't do it. The tunnel is too janky. And there we go, I've now made it down to the bottom of the world, past that smelly warden, and we now have a monorail track going all the way up to where we need it to go. So this is going to make my life a whole bunch easier, because all I've got to do is basically dig in a straight line for a while, till I get to a point where I can actually go diagonally between the two areas and then cut across. Okay, I'm now working back from the other direction. I've started over at my subway, brought the monorail down as far as I can, with the hopes to get the exact coordinate of where I hit the very bottom of the world, so that I can then create a diagonal that comes across to my existing line right up over here. However, as things don't always go as I expect, I of course have arrived at the ancient city. I've already dealt with 2 wardens today. I'm now going to be dealing with many, many more, because I need to bring this line all the way down through this ancient city, right underneath it. Not too far. But then I've got to dig underneath an ancient city for a long, long way through deepslate. This, yeah. Oh, jeez, I always get the best jobs. No, you don't? No, I don't, do I? There's a chest here that I've not got before. Ooh, free stuff. We'll take it, and we'll just keep going, staircasing down. I mean, nothing's gone off yet. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, and there's a new warden. Right, well, before you get me, warden, I want that. Oh, I can't see. And then I need to run. Where's my staircase? I can't see anything. Where's my staircase gone? Even the map's not useful. Where'd you put my staircase, warden? There it is. Run away. You know when you think you've got a nice quick job to do and it takes forever? At least I can hide in this monorail. You'll never find me now, stinky warden face. And now what I can do is actually fly around here without making any... Oh, jeez, it's happened again. Hello, sir. No, thank you. Run away. No. Where's my... Oh, I can't get away from him because I can't find my staircase. I do not want to die down here. Just go down, just fly away in a random direction, wait for my sight to come back. Ah, there we go. Right, where's my staircase? Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Go to sleep! It's a good job I've got all of the time in the world. Aha! He's going to sleep. Excellent. Good. Okay, I've made it down to the bottom, so let's throw down the monorail that has connected. And that means that this point here is where I need to start my diagonal. And there we go. That's the sharpest diagonal we can get. So we're going to be going around that corner, and then we just need to go in this direction until my line meets up with my other one. Oh dear. Who didn't see that coming? Oh no. I really need to set my spawn near my base. I was miles away. Well, I've done it. I've managed to get the monorail to connect all the way from my starter base, all the way over to my new base area. That means it's time to take my tunnel maker, which has captured a bat apparently, and turn it into a big old tunnel bore. And in order to do that, I'm going to grab it from here and throw it on over here, ride it down to the next portal without going through the portal. Then I can pick it up again, go through these and pop it down there, and then I can drive it all the way back to my starter base. However, it is going to get stuck because the starter base hasn't got any track anymore. Now, if I extend the monorail that's down here and join it back over here, I should be able to move the whole thing through, even though half of it's still stuck in the Nether portal. I can. Wonderful. Now I can get rid of this monorail track again, get rid of that one, and now we just need to decorate this once again to make it drill big old tunnels. But this time I don't actually want it to decorate the tunnels as we're drilling, and that's because we're going to need a much bigger tunnel than we had before, because if you remember from my last video, my actual subway car doesn't quite fit through these tight corners, so we're going to need to go bigger. And here it is! I've added on a whole bunch more storage to the back because we're going to be collecting a lot of blocks, and I've added a whole bunch more drills and deployers onto the front of this thing, and yes, it's going to make an absolute mess of my base before we even get anywhere, but I don't care because that's going to be easy enough to tidy up. So without further ado, let's sit in the seat, activate the drills and the deployers. Oh, make sure we're not going to destroy the stations. We're going to destroy the stations. I should move those. And let's get digging again, because I haven't done enough digging today. Well, as you can see behind me, I have run out of blocks. My tunnel decorating machine has no more blocks and can't continue this pattern. And that's a little bit annoying, because if we look at the map, I've still got a whole bunch of tunnel to do, and this is only half of it. I haven't even begun to dig out the other side of the subway yet, and unfortunately I just don't think I'm going to get round to doing that today. But as you can see, this tunnel does go on a long way. It is decorated pretty much the entire way down. There's no lighting in it yet, so things can spawn in here. Apart from right at the very end, where I have put some lights going up the stairs. Right now I've actually got my full bright mod on, so it's very bright. But if I turn that down to normal levels, this is how moody it's going to be. And I want it to be moody because I want it to be like a deep, dark subway, which is why I've gone for a different block palette from the one that we had previously. In terms of the block palette, I can buy more iron. That's really not going to be a problem, but this also uses basalt and blackstone, which I've just about completely run out of. So I've got a lot of work to do off camera between episodes, but before we go, how rich am I now? Well, let's have a look. My tunnel bore managed to dig out a stack and a half of diamonds, and I managed to grab a stack and a half of deep slate diamond ore. But how many diamonds is that? Well, let's find out. It's a pretty tall tower, and digging it down with my Fortune 4 pickaxe gives me another nearly 4 stacks of diamonds. And putting those in the bank brings me up to 3,362 diamonds, which is still over 1,000 short of Mr. Beardstone. So hopefully by the time I've dug the other tunnel out all the way over here, I should be just about equal with him, if not a little bit richer. Coming up,
We just opened this for a moment.
I discover something. These things are going to be so much better than vaults. I get confused. Oh, what? Oh dear. And I lose my grass. Look around, wall. Grass not there either. Let's create. Today, I'm going to be building a storage system like you've never seen before. I'm also going to be bringing infinite power and lava over to this new base area. And if you recall from the last episode, I was converting my interdimensional subway system into an overworld subway system to solve a lot of portal linking issues. And it's now done. I've spent a whole bunch of time off camera completing the journey from my starter base all the way over to the shopping area, and everything is decorated and done. So let's take a drive on this brand new subway. We need to go back over to my starter area first, so let me put the package in for that, and then we can watch this thing go. And if I turn my lighting down to the standard Minecraft lighting, which is just there, you'll see that these tunnels are dark and moody, just the way I wanted them to be. But they're also fully lit now, so nothing can spawn down here. We're not going to have any issues with creepers or zombies or skeletons, and they go a long, long way, which means it does take a little bit longer to get from base to base rather than going through the Nether. But it works, there's no glitches, it doesn't get stuck, I don't get lost, and it looks nice. That said, a bunch of the comments from my last video questioned why I bothered bringing this monorail all the way up from the bottom of the world to stations that are higher up. Wouldn't it have just been better to make all of the stations down at the bottom of the world and then just use elevators at the places I wanted to go to get to? Well, yes, but also no, because this is a fast travel system. I want to get to where I'm going as quickly as possible. And whilst this is a little bit slower than it was, i.e. going all the way from my starter base all the way through to my base and then the shopping area, it would actually be a lot slower for me if I built all the stations down at the bottom of the world and then had to build elevators to take me up to the top of the world, and it would also make my journeys more complex. At which point I'd probably just end up using my elytra to fly around rather than actually using this thing. There we go, we've now just going past my new base, and now we're going to go all the way down to the shopping area, and once again you can see that the lighting down here is very moody, very subway-like, and I absolutely love it. And here we are, just about arriving at the shopping area. All we gotta do is go up the hill, and rather than arriving down at the bottom of the world and having to take an elevator, I arrive exactly where I want to, and now I can just go out and do all of the shopping I need to do. It's amazing. I absolutely love it. And the other good thing about this is if I put coal in one of the chests, or this barrel in front of me, this thing goes a whole bunch faster, meaning I can get exactly where I need to go very, very quickly. Right, okay, storage system then. If you haven't watched my last episode, you won't know that I'm planning on actually having interdimensional storage. And in order to demonstrate that, let's pop over to my test world. As you can see, I've got two systems set up here. This is your normal sort of storage system where you'd have a whole bunch of vaults connected together with belts and frogs and chain conveyor and all that sort of stuff. And then at the front, you'd have your system where you could request your items. You click send and they get sent out and put in the chest. And it's relatively simple. The items come out of here, they get packaged, they go across here, they get unpackaged, and they go into the chest. But vaults and frogs and chain conveyors and all that sort of stuff cause a bunch of lag. They make your frames per second drop down. They're not ever so great for the server because the storage systems are always trying to locate where the blocks are in the world and put them in the right places. So I came up with a system to make my frames per second a whole bunch better at my base, and that is by using the Nether to send the items. So basically going through the Nether portal, you'll see I have the same setup we had in the Overworld, but this time the items are stored in the Nether. They then get packaged, unpackaged, put into here and spat through the portal, caught by these conveyors, put into this chest, and it happens just as quick as if it was in the Overworld. We'll go over to this, we'll request a few stacks of logs, and then we'll come to this chest, and you can see they're already coming in. That's very fast. However, I've got another trick up my sleeve with this storage system to make it even better. So back on the server and over at my starter base, as you can see, we've already got 6 full-size vaults here, which are all absolutely full, even though we've actually got another 3 vaults here which are just designed to get rid of items we've got too many of, like netherrack and cobbled deepslate and cobblestone. And with this being my starter base, i.e. the start of the game, not my main base, not my massive storage system that we're going to need for the entire season's worth of storage, I'm going to need a lot more than 6 full-size vaults. And whilst that's how you're intended to play the game, and that's what Create is made for, and whilst we are going to be putting them in the Nether to make them less laggy for my base in the Overworld, it still is going to have an impact on the server. And that's why I built this ginormous tower in the Nether to keep things away from my main base, so that my base area doesn't get laggy. And I just want to explain laggy, because there are some subtle differences. There is visual lag, which I can simulate by just dropping my frame rate, where the world just goes all sorts of jittery. That's the sort of lag that I'm trying to avoid at my main base by putting everything into the Nether. And the other type of lag is server lag, where the server just can't keep up and items move more slowly than they would, and you get all sort of rubber bandy, often pinging back to where you were a few seconds ago, or when you're mining blocks they break and then go back to where they were. And when you've got that sort of lag, your server's pretty much dead. Once you've got enough players on your world that have created enough contraptions that are always loaded, that are just slowing the server down, there's not a lot you can do about it other than destroying everything. So whilst this Nether tower is going to keep my frames per second nice and smooth when I'm over at my base area, because we're going to have it force loaded, always running, and a whole bunch of storage and machines in here, it is going to have a detrimental effect on the server, and I want to help reduce that. That means I'm not going to be filling this place up with tons and tons of vaults. I'm going to be avoiding using packages and frog ports and chain conveyors and stock links. I'm going to do something else. But before I can get to that something else, I've got to get rid of the elephant in the room, or more accurately, this subway system that is no longer required, because these portals are going to cause problems with all of the things I'm planning to do, and I kind of want a whole bunch of my copper back. So I think before I do anything else, I should do that. And of course, the easiest way to do that is going to be utilizing one of my tunnel bores, and you might notice I've only got 3 of them here. I did have 4, and I can't find one of them. I've no idea what I've done with it, but we only need 1, so that's absolutely fine. So let's just grab this and go and do some smashing. Well, I may have got a little bit sidetracked while disappearing those nether tunnels, to the point where we now have an even bigger nether tower that not only stretches all the way out of the top of the bedrock on the nether roof up to Y level 200, it also has an elevator and power. If we hop in this elevator, you can see I've put in a level every 10 blocks, and if we go down to 120, which is where the bedrock layer is, you can see I've had a good fun time actually disappearing a bit of this bedrock so we could squeeze our elevator in and actually route our power through. Going down either further to level 80, this is where we're going to be having our storage, and that's because that's pretty much the level in the overworld where my portal is, and I want my portals to link up properly. Going even further down, we've actually got 2 levels dedicated to producing power, although one of them has nothing in it yet, and that's because this is going to be filled with steam engines and turbines. And yes, it is possible to have steam engines in the nether. It's just a little bit more tricky because water can't exist in the nether, so that's going to be a fun challenge. But below this floor, we actually have what's currently generating our power, which is an absolute ton of water wheels all behind these grates. And that is currently producing us a whopping 104,000 stress units, which isn't actually that bad considering it's just a bunch of water wheels. And why have I put them all in these cages? Well, you see, I've got to be very careful in here because I've made a lot of effort to make this entire structure non-spawnable, as in things can't spawn in here. And that's also why I spent a bunch of time outside of the tower. You might be wondering why I bothered to dig out an entire chunk space around the entire sides of this thing, filling in the bottom with grates where there's no bedrock. And that's because as I was tunnel boring the first part of my tunnel away, I actually disappeared a whole bunch of the side of this because I drove it into it. And that's because I couldn't see it. It was underneath the lava and the netherrack and all of the other blocks. And I thought, well, if I can have an accident and accidentally bump into my tower and destroy a bunch of it, so can the other players. So I thought, why not make it clearly visible to everyone with a good one chunk space all the way around it so that they can easily see if they're about to drive into it. So that's what I did. And now, because bedrock is not a spawnable block and we've covered this with grates, absolutely nothing can spawn in this entire area that I've carved out, including in my tower. And that means we're not going to have loads of mobs and entities just kicking around, causing even more lag. And it also means at some point I can actually use levels in here, potentially as a mob farm. But let's not get carried away with things that we're not even close to be doing yet. Let's go back to the overworld and talk about how I'm going to make lag-free storage. In fact, we don't need to go to the... We might as well just go to the storage level, and in order to do that, let's just get rid of this portal because we don't need that here anymore. And let's head up to our storage level and pop our portal in here instead. I can't remember the exact location it needs to be, so for now, I guess let's just throw it in over here and then we'll link it up properly later on. And there we go. We've lit the portal. So, vaults then. A single vault block can hold 20 stacks of items, which is actually 7 stacks less than a barrel. You also can't access them by clicking on them, and it's quite difficult to see what's in them without some sort of stock interface or something like that, whereas a barrel can hold quite a lot of items and can be easily accessed. The problem with barrels, however, is you can't join them together to make a big barrel, whereas with a vault, you can join them together and create an absolutely massive multi-block storage system, and at their full size, which is 3x3 by 9 long, got a little bit long there, these can hold a whopping 1,620 stacks. That's over 100,000 items, so they're pretty good for storing a lot of things. But because they are a multi-block structure, and each one of these blocks is constantly looking to see if it's connected to another block to see whether or not it should talk to it, and the textures should line up and all that sort of stuff, they are inherently a little bit laggy. Not massively, but when you've got them en masse, that lag starts to add up. So I'm not going to be using vaults or barrels or chests. I'm going to be using something that we've got on this season of Create that we didn't have last time, that can hold even more items, doesn't have multi-block trying to connect to each other stuff lag problem thingies. That was a mouthful. And they can hold even more items, like millions more. And these, of course, are backpacks. A backpack is a single block, yet when you upgrade it to netherite tier and add 3 diamond stack upgrades to it, they can hold nearly 4 million items. 61,440 stacks, and that's because each of the 120 slots in here can hold 32,768 items. And what's more, you can click on it to access the inventory. You can interact with them with hoppers and chutes and things like that to automate them. They take up hardly any room at all, and you can even just pick them up and move them around without all the items falling out. These things are going to be so much better than vaults. But can we actually interact with them with a storage system? There's only one way to find out. For that, we're going to need a packager, a stock link, a blaze burner, and a stock ticker. And all I'm going to do is stick the packager on front of that backpack, put down my blaze burner, put down my stock ticker, click on my stock ticker with that and click it on there. And hopefully that should mean when I look at this, yes, I can see the entire contents of my backpack. And if I want to select some items and send them, they get packaged out of the backpack and go in there. Oh my goodness, we are going to have the biggest bested storage system that's going to be able to hold over 30 million items. That said, I haven't actually explained the downside yet. You see, barrels, well, they're just made of wood. Wood's easy to get and I've got lots of it. And vaults, well, these are just made of barrels and iron. And iron's easy to get. And I've got lots of it. Whereas backpacks, however, are made of all of the things that I don't have lots of. The string and the leather isn't too difficult because I can buy that from Silent Whisper, and the chests are not going to be difficult because they're made of wood. But in order to get one to a netherite tier, so it's got the full storage capacity, I'm going to have to spend a bunch of iron ingots, then a bunch of gold ingots, then a bunch of diamonds, and of course a netherite. And that's the cheap bit. In order to get these diamond stack upgrades, that's gonna cost a lot of money. Again, we need string and iron and leather, then we need a lot more iron, then we need a lot of gold, and then we need a lot of diamonds. And if I'm gonna be having 10 of these backpacks dedicated for my storage system, we're gonna need a minimum of 800 diamonds, and 800 gold, and 800 iron, as well as a bunch of string and leather and chests. Oh my goodness. But yes, that's my plan. All I've got to do now is craft those backpacks and get them set up. And that brings me back to my storage system. As we've said, we're going to have the storage popping out of this and being available from this little kiosk here. But I'm also going to need a temporary storage solution set up in here to actually get items back through the nether from my train, which is currently full of items and waiting to deliver all of the items from my starter base. And that's why I've spent a little bit of time off camera digging out a little hole underneath my subway, ready to start putting all of that in. And that's exactly what I'm going to do first. No, I'm not. I'm going to craft those backpacks first. I'm going to spend all my diamonds. Oh my goodness, this is... Oh jeez, I better get crafting. And while I'm crafting all of these backpacks, why don't you check out this clip that was taken a few days ago when Dave came over to talk to me about his railway plans.
So today I have something to, well, discuss with you, ask you, show you. So if you just follow me through this nice little forest here.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if you've seen this building yet, but
I have not.
This is the house of the board of transport. Yes. I want to set up a board of transport, right?
Yeah.
Right? To speak about things relating to transport. There are some office spaces, so if you want an office as well, you're free to have one. And they're on 45-degree angle, so...
I don't think I can, Dave. It's just the angles. It messes with my brain. As much as there is a gorgeous building, but I think if I lived here, I'd go stir crazy.
There's like also an attic, and the attic is...
Is it on 45-degree angle by any chance?
Yes. Sorry.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
That's not what we're here for. If you want one, you can have one. You're sort of a member of it by having a mode of transport. So
okay. Well, I claim one. That sounds good, but I don't expect me to figure out how to use it.
No. But well, we're here for the meeting room. So you see all of these lines on this map. There are some parts that have already been built, so it's kind of hard to read. Let's just say this little green area. You see that? You see that?
Yeah.
It matches with I think your area.
It does. It just happens to go right through my base, Dave.
No, it's like, well, I don't know what your base is. Is it the mountain? Is it like the side of the mountain, or?
Majority of it's going to be towards sort of this side. You can't really see where I'm looking. My crosshairs. No. Should we go over there and I'll show you?
Yeah, one sec, because I do. Wait, let me just open this for a moment. I do have an offer for you if need may be. Yes.
Right. Okay. Speaking of diamonds, Dave.
Yes, speaking of diamonds.
You know how we had a joint venture of this monorail because you helped me with my angles?
Yes.
Well, I have a special chest with all of the diamonds that this has made so far in profit, ready to be shared.
Have you actually made profit?
Yeah,
Where's that profit located?
it's in the secret chest.
Where's the secret chest located?
We're in a safe place where
In a
no one can
secret
get their
place.
hands on it.
So it's basically gone forever and yours now.
No, it's not mine. It's ours, Dave.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is my base area. All
beautiful.
the light touches one day shall be... No, the green bit. The green bit is all mine.
The green bit is all yours. So where does it say it's yours?
Well, there was a sign, but someone pinched it. But it said it on the Discord, which apparently is law. Think you're safe running your line as close as possible to the edge of that mountain.
Yes. So the railway should come out of that gorge and go past this mountain. Maybe chop away a bit. Maybe add like a tunnel here and there. And
Yeah,
then...
that would be good. I like tunnels.
Anyway.
So those diamonds then that you were going to give me to talk me into it?
No.
Yay! Free money!
Okay, like that should be fine. Honestly, I got all of these 32 diamonds from my shop that you spend on there. So have fun with your own money. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for 12 of them.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, half of them. That's fine.
That seems
That's
more
fine.
reasonable, yes. Okay, I've crafted up a whole bunch of backpacks. We've got 10 brand new ones, but I haven't upgraded any of them yet, and I haven't made any of my stack upgrades. We've just got blank ones. And that's because I thought it might be a good idea to show you exactly how many resources we've been getting from all of my mining, digging out the tunnels for our subway, as well as the mining in the Nether, including my recent trip to another trial chamber to mine that out so that I could get enough copper to finish my big old tower in the Nether. And I can show you that I've got a whole bunch of iron. But better than that, I've got a bunch of diamonds here, a bunch more deep slate diamond ore, and a whole bunch of ancient debris and gold as well. So I'm going to go and get all of these broken down and crafted up, and we'll see exactly what we've got and how many diamonds I'll still need to withdraw from my bank. And doing that's given me that many diamonds. That's 634 of them, which means combined with what I've got in my backpack already, I shouldn't have to go and withdraw any of my diamonds from the bank. Next, we can throw the crushed raw gold into my washing machine, and now I have over 15,000 gold nuggets. I should really craft those into ingots. Oh, geez, that's so boring though. Although what I could do is just throw them through my iron press machine and get them turned into nuggets that way. That's a good idea. And if I was really smart, I'd grab myself a smart chute, stick that on top of that chest, filter that for gold nuggets, and then just throw my backpack on top, and they can all just drain out of there into there and then get pressed into the ingots. Now we've done that, we can craft our ancient debris into netherite ingots, turn all of our diamonds apart from a few into diamond blocks, throw my existing backpacks down out of the way, and get these backpacks upgraded. With that done, we can use a bunch more diamonds to make these netherite smithing upgrade templates, and then we can head over to the smithing table, pop those on there and that on there, and then one at a time turn these all into netherite backpacks. And there we go, that's all of my backpacks now netherite. Now we've just got to do the upgrades. Now before I do that, you guys might be wondering why I'm not using netherite upgrades in my backpacks. Well, and that's simply because we've modified the sophisticated backpacks mod to disable a whole bunch of the features, including the netherite stack upgrades, just to make things slightly less OP than they could be. I don't understand it myself, but that's what we decided as a server, because this server's run by So here goes, let's see what we can do. Yes, we can just craft 16 of those straight off the bat, no problem, and now I need another 14 of those. Wonderful. Now we can upgrade those to gold. We can do 18 before we run out, but we have got more gold coming in a moment from this machine. In fact, we've got loads of it here already. Let's just get that crafted into blocks and see if we can get all of those done almost. A little bit more, please. There we go. That's all of the gold ones done. So now we just need 30 diamond ones and we can make 10. Guess I drastically miscalculated how many diamonds I'm going to need. I would like to withdraw 800 diamonds-ish, please. And that's still not enough. My math sucks. We'll just withdraw them all. There we go. That's enough. And after depositing them all back in, we have 1,941 diamonds, which means we're definitely not the richest player anymore. but we are maintaining second place, so it could be worse. Anyway, now that we've got all of the diamond upgrades that we need, I am just gonna grab a handful more for my backpack, and that's because I need to go shopping at a shop that's not quite ready yet. And speaking of shops that are not quite ready yet, if you remember back a few episodes ago, I made the Pop Daycare Introduction Center. And hopefully in this episode, if not the next one, the pups will be here. We're doing the introductions later today, but if you would like a sneak peek, shh, don't tell any of the other members. If I grab myself a set of shears and come into the daycare center and find myself a pop, we've got a Deersil pop here, I can get him out of his box, and off he goes. He is now alive, but we'll save that for later. Ow, jeez. Let's put him back in his box, put him back up there. You didn't see anything. Anyway, now we've got all of our backpacks and our upgrades, it's time to build a big old storage system, or more likely a quite small storage system, back in our giant nether tower. Before I start throwing these down, however, and making a storage system, I'm not sure that you 100% appreciate what these are worth. And the best way I can show you that is in this empty creative superflat world. And you can see at the top left of my screen, it's currently showing my frames per second, which sometimes is hitting above 2,000, which is pretty good. And if I grab myself a backpack and plonk 10 of them down, you'll see that hasn't really massively affected my frames per second. It is dancing between around about 800 and 1,500 now, but it's not a huge problem, and my gameplay is still very smooth. And these 10 backpacks, fully upgraded, although these are diamond, not netherite, but it doesn't make any difference, these 10 backpacks are equivalent to 380 full-size vaults. Not 380 of these, I mean 380 of these. So let's add 380 of those into the world and see how it affects my game. There they are, 380 full-size vaults. And if I get rid of these backpacks, so there's nothing else in the world but those, you'll see again they're not massively affecting my frames per second. It is a bit lower than the backpacks, but it is affecting how the game's running. Opening up the profiler at the bottom of my game, you can see there is a 13 millisecond max. That's how many milliseconds it takes the game to run each tick. And because there's very little in the world, it sort of hovers around 11 or 13, which is pretty low. Maybe vaults are not that bad after all. But if we get rid of all of these vaults, so we've got a truly empty world, that drops down to 2. So that is quite a big difference. And throwing my backpacks down again and doing exactly the same thing also shows 2. Oh, it's gone up to 3. And that might not seem like a big deal in this empty world with nothing going on in it, but imagine a server with 16 players on it, each of them having 100 vaults somewhere force loaded so they can always access their storage. That 14 milliseconds per tick is gonna be 140, which means the game can't actually run at the speed it needs to, because once it goes over 50, the game slows down. So, yeah. Backpacks to the future. And there we go. Just like that, we have a storage system capable of holding almost 40 million items. Assuming it works, of course. And all it is my 10 backpacks all in a row. The items will hopefully come out of the nether portal here, hit these grates, land on that belt, go up this slope here and into the first backpack where they'll pass through and they'll pass through and they'll pass through. They'll go down these chutes, come along here and pass through, and they should start filling up this backpack here. On the back of each backpack there is a packager with a stock link on so that we can call for items, and when the items are called, the package will drop down through the chutes onto these belts which feed towards the middle. The top row has those as well with angled chutes so they can all end up in the same place. Those will then end up on the other side, go through this funnel, get unpackaged into this barrel, and then we've got 3 funnels coming out of that barrel, allowing all of the items to come through the portal as quickly as possible, assuming it works. We have an interface to allow us to actually see what's in there, and of course there's nothing at the moment because I put nothing in it. And above that we've got a big old display board talking to threshold switches on top of the backpacks, which allow us to see how full they are. And of course there's nothing in them at the moment, so they're not going to register as full, but all this is a display link here attached to a threshold switch, which I haven't done anything with the redstone, I've just left it as it is, because the threshold switches don't really understand the backpacks. But if I was to throw some items in here, let's say, you know, a few thousand cobblestone, we should see those going round, going through the entire thing, coming down and parking in this one here. And yes, they're going in, but are our display links going to be able to see that? It would appear not, but I don't know how much needs to be in there to actually register as one of these locks. It might not be possible due to the fact that the threshold switches don't really know how to deal with backpacks, but I'm going to keep pouring a whole bunch of items in and see what happens, because I am overflowing with netherrack at the moment. It's working! It does work, even though the threshold switches have got no idea what's going on. The display links are able to tell how much is in there, and that means we can get at a glance an idea of how full our system is just by popping into the nether and checking it out. There we go, we can access all of our netherrack and cobblestone from here now, and if I was to pull some cobblestone from there, we should see that come out. There we go, and it's gone. Amazing! But does it work? What happens in the overworld? Let's go and find out. Well, I've got the cobblestone, I just picked it up, so that proves that that worked. And if I throw those back in again, in fact, let's throw something we know that's not in the system. Let's throw some dirt in and see what happens with that. Has it gone into the system? It has. The dirt is in there. It worked! Amazing. So now I just need to set up a system in here to get the items out of the nether and to get the items into the nether from my subway train. And I'd also like a handy box somewhere around here that I can just fill full of items and they'll go in there as well. So first thing I'm going to do is put my little stock ticker down here, throw a blaze burner next to that, and we can see, yes, we've got access to our nether stuff. If I click on that dirt and stand here, is it going to come flying out? There it is. It went the other side, but that's fine. We can deal with that. It works. Oh, I can't believe it. It works. I'm so excited. Now, the first thing I actually want to do down here is once again move the portal. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, but that's because I want that down in the space that we've made underneath this thing, just down here. And we're going to keep the X and Z coordinates exactly the same. Now we can get that lit again. And now that we've got it floating in the middle of the room, we can see which side the items are going to pop out when we throw them through. And that way we know which side we need our belts to catch them. So back in here then, if I was to throw a bit of dirt in that barrel, that's going to go whizzing through, and if we go through, we should see what side that landed on. And it landed, I'm assuming, yep, on that side over there. So we need our catching system over here. For that, we're going to need some shafts, and we're going to bring these up like this. And then I want to bring them up into our shop so that we can take them over there. We need to sort of get them across and then back up that way again. I was to just put a belt across that way, something like that. And then if I was to dig out a little bit of this wall here and dig up so we're back in our little room, we can put in a little bit of shaft there and a little bit there. We can add our belt there and just send that up into this room like that, and then we can just bring that all the way across here, where we can throw down a double chest with a funnel on the back. We can make it a little bit snazzy, and then we just need power to all of these belts. I haven't really thought about power over here. Other than the water wheels we've got in the wall which are driving my elevator, we've got absolutely nothing. And I would like to put power in the nether and bring it over here, but unfortunately you can't really transfer power through a nether portal. So we are going to have some form of steam engine or something down here. But steam engines require infinite lava, and I don't have that over here yet. So that's going to have to wait. So for now, we'll just put in some water wheels, because they're easy, and then we'll worry about steam engines and things later. And just like that, we've got 4 water wheels giving us full power to our belts, and that means that those are running. We just need to get these ones running. To do that, I need to extend that one by a block and throw that in there, and then to get this one running is going to be slightly more tricky. I think we're going to have to smash that block, smash a couple of these, put a bit of chain drive behind there, and then I think if I can throw a gearbox in there, there we go, that's sorted that out. They should all be going into the chest at the top. Oh no, wait, we need to throw a little bit of chain drive there, and there we go. We've now got everything whizzing into our storage. Wonderful. So ignoring the things that are already in there, if I click on this and ask for some netherrack, that should come through pretty quickly. It didn't come through. Where's my netherrack at? Oh, wow, okay, it jumped all the way over there. In that case, we just build a wall here. Let's order a few stacks of it, and now we should see that whizzing through any second now. There we go. Lovely job. Very fast. Nice. Right, now we need a system to get items that I want to deposit into the system. And that should be really easy as well. What we can do here is have another little chest, maybe just about there, dig a hole underneath it, ideally down into our little room. We'll throw a smart chute directly underneath that, and then we can bring that down into the room onto a couple of belts that'll just send that through into the portal. Just snazzify these belts a little bit, get a little bit of power to those, get these chutes attached all the way up, just like that. And now if I hop back up to the top and throw something we definitely know we haven't got any of in our storage system into this chest here, that will go from there and that should appear in our stock keeper relatively quickly. Oh no, I picked it up. It didn't make it through. Let's try that again. Throw it in there. Look at this. Nothing. Okay, why? Where's it going? It's not here. Is it in a queue? No, all of my netherrack has gone in. So what happened to my grass block? Let's try again. Throw that into there. Jump downstairs. It's not in the portal. It hasn't come back round and gone into there. And it's not in the storage system. That is confusing. I wonder if it's gone through a different portal. It's over there. Oh, perhaps then it can end up coming through these grates. I think I need a second character on here to see exactly what's going on. Or alternatively, get rid of these panels and just throw some blocks there instead and test it again. Oh, what? How have I come? Oh dear, that's not ideal. Where am I? I'm miles away. How have I ended up in a portal over there? What? Minecraft, it just works. You've done your maths wrong. I haven't done my maths wrong. It's sometimes it's a bit stupid. Right, we'll put that back in there. We're going to look at this. It's going to go in. Didn't go in. We're going to go back in the nether. I'm going to find out where they went. They're over. How did they get over there? They can't be coming through that portal, surely. I'm going to dismantle this one. There's no way. How could they be going through blocks? Okay, let's try again. Grass in. Check this. Nothing there. Go through. Look over wall. Grass there. What? Could it have flown over the top? Is it somehow managing to get through these? Something strange going on here for sure. Go back through. Put grass in box. Look at this. Nothing there. Go back through. Look around wall. Grass not there either. What? Where is it now then? Did it go in? Did it? Oh, it's in there now. Oh, maybe I just looked too quickly. All right, let's send that back out again so we know it's not in there. Yeah, it went into there, so we know that bit works. Let's put it in again, and then I just look at this a bit longer this time. There it is! It did work! Just turns out grass blocks can jump. Oh, wonderful. And retrieve it. How long does it take? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 4 seconds. Incredible. Okay, now we know that works. All we've got to do is get the items off the train and get the train going backwards and forwards to my starter base to pick up the rest of the items. And again, that should be easy because I've already lined up a portable storage interface below the train, which is just here. So I've just got to get the items from there onto that belt. There we go. Now the items should start coming off. Here we go, and they should start going in the nether. First of all, we can go and check on our little thingy here. And yes, look, items are going in. That's wonderful. It's working. And I'm also going to hop through the portal and just make sure items are going where they're supposed to be. And ideally not all over the floor. No, nothing going all over the floor. And wow, is the train empty already? Things have stopped coming. Oh, it's probably because I've unloaded the overworld. But there we go. A whole bunch of items has already been sent through. Now I just need to set up that train schedule. Give me your train schedule. You need to go to Foxy's starter base until you've had 5 seconds of cargo inactivity. Then you need to go to Foxy base east until you've had 5 seconds of cargo inactivity. Are you ready? Go. It's going. I wanted to go with it. Oh, well, that should work. Can't see why it wouldn't. Well, he's back at the right station. Items are being loaded on. So as soon as he's full, he should go back again. So I'm going to go for a ride. And here we go. We're going. We've got all sorts of goodies in here. And we're just about to arrive back at the subway. There we go. And if we hop down, we should see that items are unloading. They're going through. This is working. So now all I've got to do is wait a whole bunch of time for all of this to happen. Okay, a little while later, the items are still coming in thick and fast, and we're getting a whole bunch of stuff in here. But there are a couple of problems. The first problem is that this board doesn't work at all. The reason it doesn't work is because the threshold switch can't actually understand the capacity of the backpack, This does its best guess. It assumes it's just a chest or a barrel with 27 stacks worth of items, and once the storage inside goes beyond that, it just gets confused and resets back to 0. So this board is a complete waste of time. The other problem is a little bit more significant, and that is that we're wasting a bunch of storage. As much as these backpacks can hold almost 4 million items in each of them, because we're sending things through in a linear fashion, once every single slot fills up, if the next item to come along isn't something that can stack, all of a sudden we start going into the next backpack. Which should be fine because we've got an awful lot of space, but it's not very efficient. We're hardly using any of the storage space in here at all. Like, we've got just one melon here. And there will be things in the other backpacks that can stack with things in this one, but they can't because they can't get to it. The way that you deal with this in vanilla Minecraft is relatively simple. It can get a little bit complicated, and this demonstration isn't right at all, but it sort of gives you an idea. The idea is if you put items into your input system, using a little bit of redstone trickery, we could make the items follow the hoppers in sequential order. You basically tell this hopper to load this chest first, and if it can't go in there, the next hopper will suck the item out of that one and then attempt to put it in there, and if it can't put it in there, and so on and so forth. Which means that if you've got items that can be stacked with inside of this one, then they will be able to stack because they're going to try and go in there first. But hoppers are really slow and not good for Create, because in Create you're dealing with thousands of items at a time, not just tens or hundreds. With Create, I think the most similar example to the hoppers behind the chest is something like this, where you would have your input system drop down, the items would come across this belt, try and go in that chest, and if they can't, they get taken out by this chute here and then put into that chest. But unfortunately with this, as you'll see, the items will never make it to this funnel because they're going to be sucked up by that first. That said, we do have smart observers in the game that can see things, and smart observers can detect items on belt. For example, this stone block here, if I throw that on there, the smart observer is going to see it. So if we set up something a little bit like this, we could throw our stone on there now, the observer will see it, unlock the smart chute and allow it through. And that means if we put this back to how it was, with the funnel going into that chest and we throw our stone on there now, it is going to go in that chute. But if we have our belts going nice and quickly, we should be able to get it to skip straight past and go in this chest. So if I put a whole stack of stone in there, the majority of it will go through into here, but some will go through into there because of the time delay on here. So something like this could work, but realistically we only want to be detecting the item if it's stuck, which means we'd need some sort of delay on here. Fortunately for us, we do have access to a bunch of blocks that might help us with that, but I'm going to have to do some fiddling before I try and talk my way through that one. Well, as it turns out, it's pretty simple. We've got a system here where the observer is looking at this depot for an item. If an item goes on there, a redstone signal will be output. That turns off this redstone torch. That then goes through this pulse extender, and if that signal is turned off for more than 20 ticks, i.e. 1 second, the smart chute will open. However, if it doesn't last that long, the smart chute doesn't open. It has to be on there for at least a second for the smart chute to open, and then it'll work. So I've set that up on here, and we're going to grab our 64 stone back again, throw it back in there, and hopefully this time we should get all of it in there. Yes, we did. So let's just fill this chest up apart from the last slot there. Grab ourselves a couple of stacks of netherrack, throw those into there, and we should see 1 stack exactly go in there, and the rest should hopefully end up getting picked up by this smart chute. But because of where they landed on the belt, it can't actually see them. So let's just move that forward one. Now it can see them. Now that should open up. There we go. And everything else will go into the bottom one. But that does leave us with 16 items here that are just going to be forever on our belt until we take something out of there. And this is what I've come up with. Now, there are only 4 backpacks in this, and of course we're going to be working with 10, but the system should do what I need it to do. And if I throw a whole bunch of items into this input chest here, they should all hopefully end up in this top backpack, and none in the ones below. None in there, none in there, and none in there. That's good. But if all of these slots in this backpack were full, and I decided to throw a whole bunch of stuff I know's not in there into the system, then yes, it's all going into the next backpack. So that works. But it also doesn't. because we've got this glass here blocking up that slot. So even if we sent through something else that fits in there, like these andesite funnels, they're not actually going to get in because that's in the way. So we need to be able to clear that one, which we can't do. And here we have a staggered system. So it's exactly the same as that, but the backpacks are now in a diagonal, and hopefully this will work. Let's grab a load of stuff to throw in, chuck it all into this chest and see where it ends up. And it should all go just like before into the very top backpack, which it seems to be doing. Nothing is going in any of the other backpacks. But now when this backpack gets absolutely full and we try to send in something that doesn't fit, it should, there we go, it doesn't block it anymore. We can do it. So I just need this to work with 10 backpacks. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Well, here we go. The system I've got in place seems to work. It starts filling from the very top, brings its way down to the bottom, and the input and output system works as well. It's a little bit slower getting my packages out now because they all have to go down quite a lot of chutes to get to the exit point, but it does work. And you might have just noticed, yes, there's a barrel in here instead of a backpack, and that's because I've decided to run everything back through, sorting it all out. So I've basically been taking any of the backpacks that have had content in, bringing them to the top here like this one, putting them back into the system so that they can all join together. And that means obviously that I need something to take the backpack space. And I'm nearly there. This is the last one that I need to do. And once that's done, everything should be well sorted and we should be well on our way for a good storage system. That said, there is another problem. And this problem's not ever so big, but it does mean I'm going to have to rebuild this all over again. Not instead of this one, but another one. And that's because we've got quite a lot of things that are just one item here and there, and non-stackable items which take up a lot of inventory slots, which is wasting the space in our backpacks. As a result of that, rather than us storing 4 million items per backpack, we've got one thing here and one thing there, and it's not ideal. So I need to set up a system that when the items come in through the portal, they split off in two directions. Anything that can stack in bulk quantities can go in here, and anything that's non-stackable, like shulker boxes and cardboard swords and tools and items, can all be stored in a little bulk storage system over there, and that probably will be in vaults. That way we'll be able to maximize what we're actually getting out of these backpacks rather than this system already being, well, relatively full. Because we've got this backpack here, that one's full, that's got some bits going in, but this one's full, this one's full, this one's getting bits in, which means we've actually already half filled it. Like I say, they're not full, they're just full of rubbish. Okay, quite a lot of time has passed and I've made some significant changes to my storage system. And whilst it might look like a big old spaghetti mess of belts, it should work, although I haven't tested it yet. So let me talk you through what I've done. I wasn't happy that the storage system went through so many layers vertically, so I decided to come up with a way to split it into smaller chunks. And by doing that, I actually now have 16 backpacks rather than 10, and because I had to make so many more, I'm completely out of gold. As a result of that, the very last two backpacks in the system don't actually have diamond upgrades, they only have iron, and I'm hoping that we can get some more gold soon so that I can finish those off. But because these are at the very end of the system, hopefully we won't be getting to them anytime soon. So how does this system differ from the last one? Well, it's a cyclic system. It starts in this backpack here. If things can't fit in there, they try that one. If they can't fit in there, they try that one. And if they can't fit in there, they try that one. If they can't fit in there, they'll drop through this chute and they're going to go all the way around the back of this system, and they're going to start all over again in this backpack, and then they're going to work their way down to this one, and if they can't get in that one, they're going to go along here, all the way along this belt, all the way almost back to the beginning, but instead of going right, they're going to go left, and they're going to repeat that through this system here, going down that side first. If they can't get in, going up round the back, coming down this side, and if they can't get in there, they're going to go all the way around here into this overflow vault. So that should take care of the majority of the items. Now, to get the items out of this buffer vault we've got in the middle, which is where all the items coming out of the Nether go into, we've actually got 3 brass funnels, each with filters on. This filter basically says non-stackable items go that way, and they're going to go directly into this little vault. The non-stackable items are going to go into our overflow vault, and the other items that come out of this filter, which is basically things I get in bulk like netherrack, cobblestone, deep slate, tuff, gravel and sand, they're all going to come through here as well, and they're going to come out the other one, and they're going to go into this vault where we've actually got some threshold switches down at the bottom bottom to throw out anything we have too much of, and I just need to put fire down here to burn it, but I want to test it works before we start burning all of my items. And the filters I've got in my hand basically go on these funnels, and one of them says cannot stack, and the other one says can be stacked. So the cannot stack one goes on here, and the can stack one goes on there, which means we'll get the right items going into the right vaults. Now these vaults have also got packages on, so we can call items out of them, and of course so have all of the other systems as well. The packages that come out of these vaults will come along these conveyors, go onto this one and go into this funnel, drop down those chutes, come out through here, get unpackaged, and the items will go into the overworld. Likewise, this side of the system, all of the packages will go through those chutes and through that same system, and even the ones over this side will do the same. All of the packages will come down through these chutes, come up this belt, come across here, go down through those chutes, and then go through the system. And I don't see any reason why it won't work. Now, I've actually got all of these backpacks here, which are the ones we've already been throwing items into, and the reason I haven't put them back in the system yet is because I actually want to force all of those items back through once again so that they can actually get sorted properly. For that, I'm going to need a couple of smart chutes, going to need to destroy a couple of those and put those on there, and then I'm going to need an awful lot of patience as I basically go through one by one, allowing all of the items to come through and go wherever they need to go. That's good. That's working. And that backpack's already done, so we can go and throw this into the system wherever I'm missing one, and I'm missing a whole bunch over here. That means I can throw the next one on. And hopefully now when I come and look in here, we're only getting stackable items, which is right. There are, however, things going into the next one, which could be going into this one, which is not right. That's a bit weird. This is flashing. That shouldn't be able to... What have I done differently this time? It's weird. This one sort of holds on and doesn't keep going off, whereas this one keeps going off. The redstone torch is off a lot longer on this one, which is not how I've experienced this before. What would be better would be to invert this and have that signal coming down in a different way, but I don't know if I can do that. I think target blocks are going to be my friend here. Basically, all I need to do is replace that redstone dust with a target block, replace this redstone torch with a piece of redstone dust, and then invert that, and then I don't think we'll have a problem, maybe. And after having let this run for a while now, it seems to be working. It's not 100% perfect, but it's good enough. The non-stackable items are going into this vault here. All of the rubbish that I don't want to keep is going into this one here, although I've locked all of these for now because I don't want them all coming out until I've dealt with how much we want to keep of each one. And only a few things are skipping backpacks, and that's just because if this sees a regular stream of items and unlocks itself, it takes a second before it locks back on again, allowing some items to just skip past where they could stack with another one. So yeah, it's not perfect, but it's way better than having a billion vaults. And considering this system can now hold 62.9 million items, and that's not including what's in the full-size vaults, that's actually now equivalent to 606 full-size vaults. So we do have plenty of capacity, although my netherrack's filled up. So let's come to my netherrack, set it on fire, and we'll say we want to keep 200 stacks of netherrack in there. So now all I need to do is flick that, and the rest of it'll all start pouring out. And I think 200 stacks is a good number for all of the things that we need to keep. I can't imagine ever needing more than that in bulk. Coming up,
Are you sending bread through a portal?
Mr. B shows me his favourite things.
And a wandering trade ahead and some seeds.
Stam is sick on Chosen.
Oh my god!
And we question how it even got there in the first place.
Question how it even got there in the first place.
Yeah. Let's create. Today I've got a whole bunch of things to do and no time to do it. I have just one day to completely record, edit, and get this video uploaded for you guys. And I've got a lot to do, including responding to a whole bunch of your comments from my last video, building a workshop, removing my old workshop, shutting down my old base, and even bringing power over here to the overworld. So I better get started, and where better to get started than with your comments? Well, actually, maybe I should get started with adding a portal to the Nether that's not part of my storage system, because it's a bit annoying having to try and keep jumping through this one to get into my new big Nether tower. But most of your comments were about my storage system and how stupid I am. And I am. But we'll get to that in a minute. I need a better portal than this. and we don't want to have problems linking. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go up a level to, say, level 90 and add a portal in here, but then we need it to link up with one in the overworld as well. So let's go find somewhere in the overworld to put one, then we can put one here. Stop it. Stupid. No, I just want to go in the portal again. I need to get out. Okay, so level 90 should be at the top of our subway, around about here-ish. If I throw on my mini-map, this is level 85, so we actually need to go up 5 blocks to this level. This is not really ideal for me. What about up here? I mean, we could put a portal on the actual surface. That would make sense. And if we went up to level 100, that would give us even more gap between... Oh, no, he's here. What do you... Hey, get out of my subway. It's not for public use. It's my personal subway. Get out of my elevator. You've got nothing I need. So yeah, level 100 is probably a good spot to put this new portal. And by adding it up here, we can put buildings around it and make it part of my plan. So once again, we'll just throw in a temporary portal, because we will move it at some point to make it fit with whatever I build here. And we'll like that. We won't go through that one because that could make one anywhere in the Nether, and we don't want that. We'll go back through the one in our storage system. Oh, I didn't get the coordinates. No, wait. 6981094. That's 87 by 137 in the Nether. Now we can hop through our storage portal, use our elevator to go up to level 100, and find 87 by 137, which is it's over this way, and this way a bit. It's here. Okay, this is where we'll have our portal then. And to make sure things don't spawn on it, we'll throw a couple of copycat boards up there with some of those great blocks on, get it lit, and it should come out exactly where I've just put that other one. It did! Oh, look at that, wonderful. Right, now we actually have a way to get in and out of the Nether without getting stuck inside of my storage system. And speaking of storage system, like I said, that's where the majority of my comments in my last video came from, because I'm dumb. So in the last episode, what I wanted to do was create a zero lag, or at least very, very reduced lag storage system, which I have done by using backpacks instead of vaults for my main bulk storage. We've saved ourselves a whole bunch of not just frames per second issues, but server ticks per second issues as well. However, in my desperation to come up with a cunning plan and an interesting way of dealing with it, I have absolutely massively over-engineered this thing, and it's way more complicated than it needs to be, spanning both sides of the room with 16 fully upgraded netherite backpacks and a whole bunch of squiggly mess of conveyors. And while I was doing it, I was sure there was a simpler way. And back over at my test world, there absolutely is, which a whole bunch of you pointed out to me. Rather than using this system, which takes the items to our first backpack, if they can't fit in there, the observer will unlock this chute and let them try and go in the next backpack, and so on and so forth, which has a whole bunch of complicated redstone and lots more belts than are necessary. I completely skipped over the simplest solution, which I've used hundreds of times before. And I'm going to demonstrate that using vaults, using a system that I've done many times before. You have your items coming in over here, you send them into the first vault, and if they don't fit in there, you send them into the next vault, and if they don't fit in there, you send them into the next vault, and then if they don't fit in there, well, your storage system is full. And it didn't occur to me that I could do this. I mean, sometimes what we do is we actually send everything in there, then we all send it back out again, and send everything in there and send it back out again so that they actually pass through each vault. But we don't need to do that, because we can just switch those vaults out for the backpacks. We can put funnels facing into every single one of them. And as we send our items along this belt, if they can go in that backpack and stack with other things, they will, and if they can't, they'll go past and go into that one and go into that one. And look how simple this is. It's the simplest little storage system I've ever seen. So of course, back on the server, I am going to be ripping out all of the hard work I did in the last video in order to replace it with a much simpler system. But before we do that, I actually need to go back to the overworld to talk about some more comments that I've been getting on my last couple of videos. These are all to do with my subway train and the tunnels that I've made. These tunnels, which took me hours and hours and hours to build, that I had to take an entire weekend off from being with my family and spend it just digging tunnels and placing blocks, because this rail system stretches all the way from my starter base all the way down here to my new base and all the way back up again to the shopping area. And for some reason, it really seems to bother people that this goes up up and downhill. Basically, people seem to think that it coming up to my station and then going back down again as it travels from my starter base to the shopping area is a bit of a waste of time, and adding in a bypass track section that cuts this out would be a little bit faster. And you're right, it would be marginally faster for this train to not have to come uphill, go past this station and go back down again. It would also take me a whole bunch of time to dig out more tunnels and decorate them and gather the blocks needed for that, and realistically after today we're not going to need to go back to my starter base. After today, that starter base is going to be dead, so I really don't need to spend all of that time doing that. But thank you for your suggestions, and if you've got any comments in this video, don't forget to leave them below because I really do enjoy reading them and I respond to as many as I can. Right, anyway, let's demolish that storage system and add in a much simpler one. And there we go. That didn't take long at all. And we've got a much nicer system now with the items that will come along here and go into the backs of the backpacks if they can fit in them. And then the packages, when we call for them, will come out the front, go along here, get unpackaged and sent through to the overworld. And it's a lot less of a spaghetti mess. We've still got a whole bunch of belts and things. Oh, I've missed a block. I've missed a block. It's emergency. Time lapse ruined. There we go. We've still got a little bit of spaghetti mess in order to get things where they need to go and out where they need to come out of. But overall, it's much better, so thank you for those comments. Right, we are 1.5 hours into this video. Everything I've done so far is edited, including the time-lapse. That means it's 8:30 a.m. in the morning, so I've still got a whole bunch of time to do everything else I need to do. But before we do all of those things, there's another Hey! There's another comment I want to address, and that is, why am I so obsessed with lag? I'm not really obsessed with lag, but I am making an effort to make my builds and my factories as lag-free as possible for both my enjoyment and the server as a whole. There are 16 members on this server now. We're all content creators, which means everyone tends to build big, and that's great. It's perfect in a single-player world, but at a certain point, once you've built too many laggy things and they're in your way, it does lead to a detrimental experience, as we'll see as we start to arrive at my starter base. My starter base is a whole bunch of jitteriness, and that's mainly because it's right in the middle of spawn where we've got loads of things going on, including Chosen's massive mall, a load of my workshop stuff up here, and all of the other things that people have built and designed, all very close to each other. We've got so much going on here, and unfortunately there's nothing I can do about the choppiness on my PC. And bear in mind I'm running a 9950 X3D processor with a 5090 GPU, 96 gigabytes of DDR5 memory. Basically my PC is pretty top. Oh, I've got some stuff here. My PC is pretty top tier. You can't really get much better. So once it starts struggling like it is doing in this starter area, that's it. There's no more performance mods or tweaks that I can make to make it better. So I don't want that for my Let's Plays. I don't want a big choppy mess in my videos that's difficult to watch and difficult for me to play with as well. But that's just my frames per second. That has nothing to do with the actual server struggling. And one of my comments said, well, if your server's struggling, just get a better server. We're all content creators here. A lot of us are full-time earning money from our Minecraft videos, so why not just pull together and throw a bunch of money at an even better server? Well, fortunately, thanks to the guys over at Nodecraft, we don't have to. We're already on their highest tier, fastest, bestest server system for free. because they love us, and we love them as well. So if you want a server that doesn't struggle, like ours is not struggling with 16 players playing Create, then check out my link in the description for some money off your first purchase at Nodecraft. They really are good servers and their customer service is wonderful. This video's not sponsored, but they really do help us out. But anyway, should this server ever get to the point where it is struggling, because it's the top tier one, yet again, there's nowhere you can go. You can't go beyond the top tier. You can't get a better one. You can't just throw more hardware in it and more money and hope it works. And that's because of how Minecraft is coded. Once it reaches those limits, it doesn't matter what your hardware's like, how much money you spend, it's game over. Unless you're prepared to go around destroying all of the things that are creating problems in your world, which is exactly why I'm back at my starter base, because that's exactly what I want to do. I want to completely destroy this workshop here, hopefully making my frames per second a little bit more bearable over here, and rebuild it all over in our Nether tower. So yet again, thank you for those comments. Don't think I don't like them. I actually really do enjoy the opportunity to explain why we make decisions and why apparently I'm so obsessed with lag. I'm not obsessed, I just want this server to last a long time because I really enjoy playing on it and I'm really enjoying making content for you guys. Anyway, destroying a workshop. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Well, doesn't this place look bare now? This workshop, once a thriving place for making all sorts of mechanical things, has now got hardly anything in it at all. No machines, no power. Yep, that's right, I've even completely demolished my power station, my iron farm, and I've even completely demolished my storage system from down below. I've also completely demolished my lava and water filling systems for the jetpack fuel system, but I haven't yet completely demolished the sturdy sheet, obsidian, and crying obsidian machine, but I probably should because this thing's got no power. But I don't want to because this does supply my shop with those things. I just need to give it some power, which I'll sort out a little bit later on. One thing I do need to do while I'm over here is to turn this farm off, which has got nowhere to offload its items to anymore, so let's just disable that. And while I'm here, I'm also going to add some snow layers to these trees for comments I got ages ago, which is a really good idea. But before I do that, I want to see what the bread baron's been bringing me this time. More junk for me to unload, probably. All sliced bread and some toast. Wonderful. Well, that didn't take too long. And I think you guys are right again. It looks a whole bunch nicer with all of the snow on the trees. And good news, it is just 10:30 a.m. and I've already ticked off 3 things off my list. And I've still got a bunch of the day left to do the rest of the stuff. And just to remind ourselves what the other things I've got to do are, we've still got to build a new workshop in our Nether tower, and as part of that I want an iron farm and a gold farm. I'd also really like to get started with building some buildings at my new base, not just in my Nether tower, but we'll have to see how the day goes because these 3 things are going to take some time, and I've got a whole bunch of footage to show you of when I got together with a few of the other server members to introduce them to our new pop figures. And spoilers ahead, Stam died. Rip baby Stam. He didn't last long at all. Now, I didn't just come to the shopping area to tease you about the pop figures. I also need to do a little bit of shopping at this brand new shop that Mr. Beardstone has built because I need rockets. I'm completely out of them, and that means I've been jetpacking around extra. And with my jetpack refueling system out of commission, I'm going to need some way of getting around once my jetpack fuel runs out. So, how much are we selling them for? 192 for a diamond? That's incredible. Oh, look. It's a Mr. Beardstone riding a rocket on the wall. That's amazing. I really like that. Oh, and he's selling TNT as well. Oh, and he's got a beardy pop actually running his store. Amazing. Right, okay, let's buy some of these then. Let's just grab a whole bunch, because why not? Let's spend 10 diamonds. There you go, Mr. Beardstone. I would like those, please. There we go. Wow, we got a... Oh, geez, I may have over-purchased rockets a bit. I didn't realise I was buying nearly 2,000 of them. Anyway, lovely shop, Mr. Beardstone. Oh, you're also selling paper? Seems like a bit of a waste of time, but I'll buy it. Never got any paper. Let's buy a load of paper, buy some more gunpowder. Well, we might as well while we're here. I don't need TNT. Take my money. Thank you, Beardy Pop. Beardy Pop's got a very angry face on. I wonder what Mr. Beardstone did to him to make him so angry. I guess I'll have to watch his video. Anyway, more stuff. Remind myself of what to do next. Build new workshop. How hard could that be? Before I build that new workshop, however, there is actually a little problem with my storage system that I discovered a few minutes ago when I was coming here to grab that snow. Getting things out of the storage system works fine. Let's request a little bit of redstone and we'll check the belt. That will appear here any moment. There it is, and it's gone in the chest. But if I put something into the system that doesn't exist in it already and then stand here and wait for it to come through, we've got bread, we've got toast, but those bread slices never make it in. So for some reason, they're getting stuck. And if we hop down into the system so that we can have a look around, we might be able to determine why and where those bread slices are. Yes. I thought that might be the case. See, the items actually come out of this top row of portal blocks here, and they come out with such velocity and at such a high angle that they actually want to jump over this thing. So I need a way to force them to stay there and go into these funnels. And I think the simplest way we could do that would be to just put a load of blocks across the top here like this, and hopefully that will force them to go down into the system properly. But there's only one way to find out, and it would be much easier to find out if I had some help. Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone!
Oh, Foxy?
Miss Beardstone. Where are you? There you are.
Hello.
Miss Beardstone,
Yes.
I need you to deposit some bread into my portal.
What? I mean, shouldn't that... This sounds like a job for the bread baron.
Yeah,
Sorry, the bread baron!
It's not online.
Oh, okay.
And also, he tends to deposit a little bit too much bread.
He does this. Yes, he does. Do you have bread on you for me to deposit?
Yeah.
Sliced bread. I like it. Why do you need me to deposit bread into a portal?
Because I need to see what happens at the other side of the portal and why it's flying all over the place.
Why are you sending bread through a portal?
Mr. Beardstone, you haven't seen my lag-free zero-lag storage system, have you? That's going to be the perfect solution for all of us players on the server that encounter all of these laggy frames per second problem things.
Why have you made that sound like you're about to show me something incredibly laggy?
I have, honestly, it's perfect. Come see.
Oh, I love this place. Oh, where's your portal gone?
Yeah, well, the thing is, Miss Beardstone, there was some problems.
Really laggy, isn't it?
No, it wasn't that. It was the fact that it made linking up my storage network impossible. So now I've just got big long tunnels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is my storage system, which is actually connected to the Nether. If you request something from it, it will appear relatively quickly, just like that.
Ooh. And that's come through from the Nether?
Yeah. Now, the problem is putting things back in, Miss Beardstone, which should work now, but I want to test it. And I know there's no sliced bread in my system. So what I'm going to need you to do in a minute when I go to the other side, but I'll show you the other side before we do it. But you're going to put some bread in there, and then you'll be able to see whether it goes in by looking at that chat. Okay, don't eat it all.
Is it lag-free because the lag is in the Nether instead of the Overworld?
No, it's lag. That's one part of the lag-freeness, but I can store 60 million items without any lag.
That's a lot of items. So have you just got massively upgraded backpacks?
Maybe. I'm very poor at the moment.
I thought you had 100 floors for a second there.
Yeah, there's it goes like 200 blocks above the Nether roof, this tower. So yeah, this is my storage system. So the items come in here, Miss Beardstone. They go through into these backpacks here, and they get stored in those. And then when I request them, the packages come out and they get sent through this Nether portal here. The problem is when the packages come in, they come in with such high velocity that I've had to put these grates here because they keep popping up and going over this. So I haven't tested it since I put these grates in, so I want to see if the bread will bounce off these grates and go into the funnels like they're supposed to, or if I'm going to have something a little bit more substantial.
Right, okay. So you need me to go through and throw some bread?
Please.
I like it.
That would be very useful, yeah. Let me know when you're about to throw the bread. I'm watching.
Well, I'm putting it in the bottom chest, yeah?
Yeah, bottom chest, yeah.
It's coming.
It's coming. Oh, yeah, it worked. It bounced off the grates and it went in the funnel. Yay!
Hey!
Wonderful.
So,
okay. My storage system works.
What if I was just to send this and a wandering trade ahead and some seeds? So hopefully there'll be like 4 different packages just to make sure. Give it a bit of spam.
Yeah, no, it all worked perfectly.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Nice. Good job, Mr. Beardstone.
Glad I could help, yeah.
Thank you very much for helping me solve my storage system problems, Mr. Beardstone.
You're welcome. Oh, also, I've got a job for you.
As cabin
you said
boy.
No, well, you said you didn't want to be a cabin boy, and your way of asking not to be a cabin boy was to show the bread button into my cave and spam it with bread. That is not the way to advance in the pirate
Right. I was being pirated.
clan. Yeah, but you're not supposed to be piratey against your crew. That was the mistake, Foxy. But you can make it up to me. Or to the crew, I should say, which is currently still just me and you, and potentially Silent. I'm not sure. I feel a little bit bad that everything we've stolen pretty much has been from Chosen, right?
Yes. So should we steal more of his things?
Yes, but also one of the things we stole was his prismarine shop, and I brought lots of prismarine from it, and I need more. Yeah. So I need to kind of give him his shop back
so he
can restock it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is we'll just bury it somewhere because we're pirates, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And give him a map for where to find it.
Okay.
Yes. Now with me with many far away.
Right.
Where I should see up if where it's actually buried.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. And you're the interdimensional traveler. So
I am.
I was wondering if I was to drop off a map to you, could you go and and make a map of where it is?
Yes.
And then bring me that map back.
Not a problem at all, Miss Beerstone. I consider it done.
Fantastic. Right. Well, later on, I'm going to go and I will map up and I will drop that off to you, cabin boy Foxy. And when you come back, you may no longer be a cabin boy.
Oh, what would I be? Cabin man?
little steps. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Accidental. It'd be baby steps, Foxy. Yeah, you can be cabin man. And then
Cabin man.
No. I actually paused because other than first mate.
Don't know any of the names, do you?
No. I'm a good pirate.
Well, that's good then. Now that the storage system is working, we can focus on creating that workshop, which I'm going to do on a lower level. Because I'm not going to need this to link up with the overworld in any way, it makes sense to do this lower down and reserve the higher floors of this tower for potentially linking up to buildings later on in this series. So yeah, down here at level 40, because P2 is reserved for even more power, I think this is a good spot to start my workshop. And here it is. We've now got almost everything we need, including a 4-way press. We've got a precision mechanism making machine. We've got 8 saws so that I can craft all of the blocks I use nice and quickly. We've got a mechanical crafter. We've got our smelter, smoker, and haunter, which we'll come to a little bit later. We've got a set of crushing wheels, a millstone. We've got a double slicer. We've even got a double grindstone setup to make making rose quartz a bunch easier. And over this side, we've also got 2 hot mixers, which are pulling up lava from my infinite lava source right down at the bottom of this tower, which means we can make our andesite alloy and our brass nice and easily. And we've even got a lava squirting machine, so I can easily fill up my fuel tanks slowly. However, what we don't have, because this is the Nether, is water, which we need in order to fill up my water tanks for my jetpack. We also need it for our washer over here, and we also need it for one of the mixers so that we can mix things that require water, like pulp into cardboard. And that's going to be tricky, because of course you can't have water in the Nether. Now you might think, oh, it's okay, we can just waterlog a leaf block. But you cannot. And you also can't pump water through Nether portals, because no matter how hard you try, pipes don't connect. But there is one way to get water here, and that's going to be Tricky. And Tricky's my middle name. It's one of my many middle names. One thing I would like to try, though, before trying my Tricky thing, would be to waterlog this leaf block block here, and then use carry on to... I can't carry on pick it up. Oh, well, that sucks. And I can't make it part of the contraption because it's waterlogged, so I can't do that. And I don't think it's possible to pick up copper grates either. No, it's not, because we can waterlog those too. So I am going to have to do it the tricky way. And the tricky way is going to involve nether portals, which means we are going to have to link another one up, and it's going to involve a whole lot of buckets. The problem is right now, though, because I haven't actually started working on the landscape and the city that we're going to be having right here at my base, I don't exactly know where I'm going to be putting the portal that I want my water to come through. Because my plan is for each of the portals I have connecting to the Nether Tower, it will live inside of a building, and the building on the outside here in the Overworld will be decorated to look like that sort of thing. So I want a waterworks with streams and water wheels going past down here somewhere, and then a portal inside the building which sends the water through into the Nether. But because I don't know where exactly that's going to be, that's going to be hard. And this sort of planning is going to take time because, of course, I don't want my portals accidentally linking to other ones, making a mess of my storage system or my entrance to the Nether. And because I'm so short on time today, it's actually nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I haven't got time to start building a big old city in here in order to just pass water through. So once again, we're going to have to do it temporarily. Now I'm going to assume my waterworks is going to be somewhere around this hill, and that way we can have a stream running down here and perhaps running down there, at which point we'll be able to have water wheels running down that and a little building here to do that. So coming to Y level 110, I'm going to make a brand new portal. This time I'll remember to get the coordinates first, and now I can go and build the corresponding portal in the Nether. And it's going to be on level 110. This is where we're going to be bringing our water in, and I need to go to 89 by 143, which is here. So let's throw another portal in here, get it lit, go back through our properly linked one, get this one lit, and go through and make sure it links up properly. It does. We've come through exactly the right one. Wonderful. So now back on this side, we can set up a very temporary little water system to fill up buckets and send them through. Just like that, all we've got is a few water wheels for some power, a speed controller, a pump pumping into a spout, a barrel to hold the empty buckets. They'll get filled and then sent through into the Nether. Then, of course, we need to catch those in the Nether with a system something like this, which will take the buckets as they're coming through. They will pass over these item drains, deposit their water in there, which will then get pumped into this tank, and the empty buckets will then come back through and go back through the portal where we need to catch them on the other side. But before I build that on the other side, I do want to make sure this still works. I'm pretty sure it used to work in Create. So let's throw a bucket of water onto there. It poured out, and now we've got water in the Nether. It worked. We've just got to get the bucket to go back through. And that should be just as easy as bringing a couple of belts up here, bringing that belt around the portal, just like this, and then just having that go back into the side of our barrel, depositing the empty ones into there, just like that. So now if I put a whole bunch of empty buckets into this barrel, we should see them fill up, go in, and then come back out again. Let's see if it works. In you go, buckets. They're going through. They're not immediately coming around, and there we go. We're now seeing empty ones coming back out. This is working. We've now got an infinite supply of water in the Nether. Anyway, let's go back in and see how much water we've got. I can see one slight issue, and that is that we're getting a pile of buckets on the belts there because they're coming through faster than they're emptying. But we should be able to help that by putting a couple of those on there, and now that will split so they can empty twice as fast as they're coming in. Lovely. We've got a whole bunch. So now all we need to do is connect this tank to our workshop a few floors down, and we'll have water for days. And while I'm doing all of that, I think it's finally time for me to show you those clips of when I introduced the Pops to the other members. Hello and welcome to the Pop Introduction Facility. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Pops that Azu brought to the server. The cutest, most beautiful things that have ever existed. They're wonderful. You're not familiar with them? Have you not been to a trial chamber?
No.
Right, okay, so this is, Azu brought these to the server. There's one for every member. They're absolutely beautiful collectible things. But because I like to take things out of their boxes rather than keeping them pristine and trying to sell them at a profit for a later date, I thought, wouldn't it be nice if you could just open them up and have a living creature live in your world? Where you go, Silence, come back!
So chunky.
He's just running up.
So
I trained him so well.
Now you can do that. You can take your Pops. Come back. Where's he gone? Come here. And then you can put them back in their boxes again if they're naughty, and they will just be back in their box. But they will remember their details. For demonstration purposes, we should probably take these inside. So if you'd like to follow me into the introduction facility, where
I
I
feel like
say
this is a trap.
Chosen has already been scrawling all over my walls on my information posters.
That sounds. Oh yeah. I like fell off once. That sounds about right.
Yeah. So this facility aims to basically just give you a little bit of a heads up of what your alive pops can do, what they can feel, and what sort of things they interact with. If we come into the playroom, you'll see here that these aren't all of the items that they consider playful on the wall, but they are some of them, because I don't have the other ones that I need. So the ones in the item frames. So if you give those items to your pops, they might play with them and they might make them happy. There's certain actions that you can do that will make your pops happy, certain actions that you can do that will make them upset. Like abandoning them for a long time, not interacting with them, or, well, not doing very nice things. There's certain things that they will do with each other and interact with each other, and they'll interact with other players. But each pop has its own dedicated disposition towards people called a social bias and a trait. And once you unbox your pop, it will be given a trait and a social bias, and that can never change. Good news is, though, doesn't matter how badly you treat your pops, they can never die. But in order to revive one that is sort of dead, you need a Nether star. And if they take too much damage, their legs and arms may end up falling off, to which you'll have to craft new ones to put them back on.
Oh man,
Perfectly normal.
Yeah, perfectly normal pop behavior. This is my storeroom of spare pops. If everyone would like to take a pop, there's a silent one here that I've just thrown on the floor.
I want mine.
we're taking a stand pop to torture this guy.
Okay, so if you would like to place your pops, when you unlock them, undo them with the shears, they become yours. You will be their owner. You're all wearing goggles. You'll need goggles to get a little overview of them when you look at them. And also, written books are also useful for getting a full breakdown of all of their information. I assume you brought all of those things with you, did you?
A written book.
You have gone to a school. Scissors.
What do you mean by a written book?
Not a written one.
Well, a book that you with a feather on it.
Oh, book and quill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have shears or a book and quill.
Right. Okay. Let me give everybody some shears. Jeez.
Well, it's okay.
And I've got some squid ink, and I've got some feathers.
I
Do
got
your
some
best,
leather
guys.
as well.
Do your
Here's
best.
some leather.
You would think somebody who owns a library would have books, but I don't have any on me.
Oh my goodness me! You're so unprepared. You've come to school. You've not got your textbooks. You've not got your pencil cases.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know it was a school. I thought it was a daycare.
Well, no, it's
I threw
definitely
away all
not
the
a
books.
daycare. Do not drop your misbehaving pops off here and expect them to be looked after. This is an introduction facility. Right.
So it's a daycare.
Take care to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Beerstone, he wants uppies. You better
His
pick him up with
personality
carry
is
on.
miserable.
Oh dear, you've gone. And he's a nervous
That sounds
social
about
bias,
right.
which means he'll run away from people. It's going to be naturally cautious of people, that one.
He's nervous and miserable.
Yeah, pick him up. He wants uppies.
He doesn't like meeting new players. Bro.
There you go. That's
He's
better.
giving me a hug.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and if the longer you hold him, the more favour you'll get towards him, and he'll be happier.
Oh, that's adorable.
So if you, there you go. A little heart came up then.
Like, seeing this in first person is amazing.
Oh my god, bro. He's just in your
How
face.
cool is that?
He still wants uppies.
Oh, he wants uppies.
Yeah, he's because
what's he got in
miserable
his
and
hand?
nervous. Right. Would anyone else like to? Oh, there we go. The silent one also wants uppies.
Oh no, mine is cursed. No, someone else can hold that one.
Why is that?
It's pretty cursed. Foxy, have you seen this? Pick it up. Pick it up. It's not
dear.
right.
He's got his eyes closed. That's all.
Mm.
Oh, little
Yeah,
Stan
no,
pop.
it's pretty
This is
to
Little
me.
Stan's
adorable.
playful and friendly.
Mine
Oh, he's gone.
He just left.
He's gone straight out.
It's like, I'm
Where'd he go?
gone.
Did we shut the gates? I did put
don't
gates on
know.
here.
Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding. He's
Oh,
hiding.
that's all right then. He might
Over
be
here.
trying to run away from someone if he doesn't
Personality,
like them.
playful.
Perhaps if you was to make him a bit happier, Mr. Beerstone, perhaps you could pet him, give him something, like maybe a toy or some food.
All right.
do I
I
pet
hope
him?
you can swim.
Just stand back a bit and then try and do carry on.
Mine should sink in water.
Back in the pool. Back in the pool.
I've got how to pet
Them?
him.
Can we close off the side of the pool and they'll
Like
you
it Sims.
yeah, like
They'll,
Sims?
they'll choose to go for a swim sometimes. Oh, Mr. Beerstone, yours just wants to be picked up constantly. That must be really
Why was he
irritating.
punching?
I don't know.
Oh,
I think this one's broken. See, Sam keeps putting his face on the wall. Just over and over again.
That's okay.
Stealing items.
You're just, don't tell me he's taking my thing to pieces. The last one took my wall to pieces.
Oh, wow.
They will take things out
Typical.
of barrels and chests. They'll take things off armor stands. They'll take items from item frames.
Mine
They
just
can
shot a
feed
rocket.
themselves. If you put food in a chest, they will go to it and they'll get the food out and feed themselves. But don't forget, they have got hunger and energy.
Did you steal the copper golem mechanics for these?
No. These are all home handcrafted from scratch, Mr. Whisperer.
Of course.
Everything here shows you what they can do. So we've got a swimming pool. They will gather sand, or they'll play in the sand. They will gather and plant crops now, which I've added recently. And they'll also gather snowballs and flowers, and they can even throw snowballs if they feel like it, and offer flowers. And they will sometimes interact with each other. And the longer they're close to each other or the pops, they will develop friendships and they will end up with a best friend. And you can find out all about their
That's
friends
amazing.
and who they like by clicking them with a book.
Oh, you get diary.
Yeah.
Trait. I am usually miserable. Excellent. I'm nervous and I don't like meeting new players.
Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, yours wants uppies because he's scared of the people around him. But once people are nice to him and we've all got favour, he won't want uppies constantly.
Oh,
Okay.
Did mine run away again?
Oh,
no.
and there's a few other things you can do. Miss Beardstone, may I borrow your pop?
Yeah, he just constantly wants uppies.
Yeah.
Keep him.
Let's put this little fellow on the train. You'll see now on his little screen it says inanimate, yes. So he's no longer going to get tired or hungry. He's just going to be a train driver. And you can do that as a shopkeeper as well.
okay.
But if it's not a train or a shop, then you can put them on a seat and force them to stay sitting in a seat, but they will get tired and hungry because he's just trying to run away from people.
No, he just puts his face in walls over and over again.
Okay, fair enough.
I am
You know, like father, like son, I guess, chosen.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Now he's gone.
Constant uppies.
Yeah. Well, when you take him home and get him out the box, he won't want
I
constant
came here for
uppies anymore, Beardy.
hamburgers.
You'll be fine.
What's with the daycare?
Okay, good to know.
Depending on what is available for your pop to sleep on will depend on how they will sleep and how quick their energy will come back. So a bed is very good for them. They can sleep on Create Mod seats. They can also sleep on these canvas rugs, and they will sleep on the floor. If they fall asleep or pass out on the floor or a rug, their energy won't come back quite as quickly. But if they're on a bed or a seat, their energy will come back a little bit faster. If your pop's really, really not doing very well, is really hungry or starving or just having a bad time, a golden carrot or a golden apple or something like that, click on them, one of them, and it'll bring their energy and hunger back up to 9. 9 is where you want them, although it's out of 10. If you give them too much energy, they'll go wild. If you give them sugary things, they will eat it regardless of whether they're hungry. And if you give them too much food and their hunger goes to 10, they will throw up everywhere, which we can demonstrate.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that.
Has anyone got any,
do that.
like,
Yeah, do that to this one.
in the
Do that to this
toilet.
one.
chocolate? I haven't got.
that to this one.
There might be some on the. Let me go see if I put any
Oh my
on the
god, it's
wall.
a baby cat.
Stam, you've took all the. Stop it! Stam!
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Oh, you found Stam. You found Stam.
Yeah, he's nicked all the stuff off the wall. He's stolen the food and he just set off
You
a
are.
firework rocket.
That's
Stam! Unbelievable. There you go. Stam, have some chocolate. There we go.
yeah.
There we go.
Oh my
Lovely
god.
job.
Not on me.
Yeah.
This guy.
Whoa.
Chosen.
Oh my god.
So now you're going to need a nether
me.
star.
Oh, wow.
You're supposed to be the adult in this situation.
Unbelievable.
Why am
Oh,
I getting fishing
my
rods?
bad.
Yeah, they're
target
stealing them
lock
from my
on.
item frames.
Oh,
No, he's just dead now.
Yeah,
Can I put him
that's
in a
it now.
box?
You
Oh,
can.
I can put him back in a box?
You can.
Yeah.
Put the box down and look at it.
I'll never have to.
His eyes are closed, look.
I
in
put
the box.
I put the box down and oh, that's perfect.
And he's
Still dead.
He's still dead.
Oh, well, you know what? It was never my problem to begin with.
Wow,
Sounds
unbelievable.
like a Stam problem.
Now I have to
Yeah.
farm a pop because I don't have any pops.
You do
what?
have one. It's dead.
I can give you
well, I mean,
chosen.
You see this. This is not really my pop. This was.
There you go. I just gave you a Foxy pop.
Oh, that one will probably also end up dead.
Unbelievable. Well, thanks for all popping along,
Amazing.
peeps. If you've got any questions or you need any help, then yeah, feel free to just, ask. But remember, this is not a daycare. It's not a facility for me to look after your pops for you. It is
Okay.
just for information. Please don't.
Well, we
give
can
your
tell
pops
because
to
you've
me.
got dead pop outside the door. Doesn't really set a good example.
Thought it was a daycare.
Yeah, true.
So I
You can
can't
pick him up
leave
when he's
the block
dead.
down pop here.
It's adorable.
Say again?
So I can't leave my block down pop here.
You can leave him here, but by the time you come back, he'll probably be dead as well. He doesn't like really staring at
you,
me,
Foxy. Staring at you, and then he's like, as soon as you come near, he's like, "What's up, Ian?" Look, yeah, look at that. Look, every time Foxy comes near me, look, no, pick me up, pick me up, pick me up. It's coming. Pick me up, pick me up. I don't think he likes you.
I don't think he
Foxy.
likes me very much at all, Miss Beardstone. There you go. Make it a little bit more friendly.
Foxy, where are you?
I'm just pumping water into the Nether at the moment, sir.
Perfectly normal thing to do.
Yeah.
Surely that's not going to go well.
It's gone well.
Oh, who knew? That is
Okay.
That is what I would like you to take many far away,
Yeah.
make a map,
Yeah.
and then deliver the map back to me. And then you will be promoted to the cabin man.
Cabin man. I can't wait. Look, come see Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, what have you been up to?
I'll show you. Look.
Oh, this is you sending water to the Nether.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, come with me, Miss Beardstone. Water
Oh,
in
I
the Nether.
see. So water in the Nether because it's in a tank. I see. And then
Yeah.
you're going to use that for crafting and farms and stuff?
Yeah, come with me, Miss Beardstone.
Oh, where are we going now?
We're going to workshop. So I
Right,
need,
okay, I see.
spout filling, mixing. The only thing I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to achieve is a washer, because of course you need to have water for the fan to blow through. So I don't know how that's going to happen. But
Oh, yeah, because you can't put water in the leaf block because it will evaporate.
yeah, so that's a bridge I've got to cross. But
Maybe you can
otherwise,
just
I've-
never wash, Foxy.
just never
wash
Just
again.
don't- Never make gold and soul sand and all that sort of stuff ever again. Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't need to make gold. I'll make gold. It's
I
fine.
have no gold, Mr. Beardstone, because I spent it all on my backpack upgrades.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably something I'm going to be adding to the Black Powder Bay Emporium. Gold and copper.
Ooh.
Which means that's what I'll be doing for the rest of most of this episode.
Ditto. I'm also going to be making a gold farm this episode, but come with me, Miss Beardstone.
As an honorary pirate, I guess that's acceptable.
If we go to the top, well, I'm just thinking we could potentially tie together and do it the good old-fashioned way, because don't forget, Mr. Beardstone, we're in the Nether, and I just happen to have a spot perfect for making many gold.
Oh, you're thinking like literally make an old school
Just
piglin
like your
farm
creeper
thing.
farm, but for pigments.
Wow. Yeah, we could do.
Yeah, and then we'd be rich beyond our wildest dreams, Mr. Beardstone. We can go and
With
bury
all
all that
the
gold in
gold.
places, and people can one day
Yep.
find it in the future, and think of it.
And question how it even got there in the first place.
Yeah. Spoilers ahead, I die. But this is actually the future, beyond the clips that you're about to see, and I just wanted to pop in while I'm editing this video to say that Mr. Beardstone and I continued our conversation, and we agreed to join forces. I'm going to create a pigment-based gold farm on the Nether roof, and Mr. Beardstone's going to create a create-based gold farm in the Overworld. Then we're both going to be collecting a whole bunch of gold, we're going to join forces on a shop to sell gold, and we're both going to be rich. And of course, realistically, looking at the length of this video, it's very much unlikely that that gold farm is going to happen today. So that's enough of me spoiling this video. Let's get back to what I was doing. And so, just a couple of minutes later, we now have a very long pipe going all the way up to our water tank coming down here. And that means I can now fill up my water filling tanks. I can mix with water, but at the moment I still can't wash. Smelly cabin man. Oh, now we're talking. But I haven't actually tested trying to pump water into those leaves or even just onto that spot. So I'm going to need a lot more pipe to bring it around here and give it a whirl. So we'll just continue it on the wall around here. Bring it all the way over this back wall. You're a bit of pigment in my barrels. They're supposed to be unspawnable. It's redstone. You naughty pigman. I worked so hard trying to stop everything from spawning. My goodness me, you can't have anything without pigment being on it. Anyway, yes, pipe. bring it over in this direction, up the wall there. And for now, I'm just going to break that and stick the pipe straight into it and then go and connect it. I don't think there's going to be enough pressure to get it all the way round there. No, there isn't. So we're going to need a pump on this direction as well. So let's just break that block there. Let's not do... Oh, it's okay because it's in the nether. Not going to spill. We'll stick a pump on there. Stick a cog on there. Put a bit of shaft on it. Bring that shaft across in this direction. Put a cog on there. Connect it to that shaft. There we go. That'll have the water traveling around there. And let's see what happens. No, that doesn't work. Oh, that sucks. Okay, no problem. Let's just bend the pipe around there. Get rid of these leaves for a second. And what if we filled up an item drain with water? Will that work? Doesn't appear that water can be pumped into the item drain. There is water in the pipe, but no, that doesn't work. Okay, what if we put a tank there and then filled that tank up with water? Unfortunately, the fan can't blow through it. I can't believe that the Create developers haven't put a system in to allow us to wash stuff in the nether. I'm sure they must have. I'm probably just either overcomplicating it again or I'm a bit dumb and haven't really thought of another way of doing it. Either way, it's time to go and bury that treasure map, the lodestone thing Mr. Beardstone gave me. My plan is to travel as far as I can in the nether on a few stacks of rockets to get as far out in the overworld as absolutely possible. And the way I'm going to achieve that, I've upped my render distance, I've turned off the nether fog, and I'm just going to fly through all of these gullies and hills, hopefully not hitting big walls, and I'm going to attempt to get as far as I can. And, oh, no, there's a... Whoa, that was tight. Oh, there's a big wall. Can we get through? No, we're going to have to take a diversion. Oh, a bastion. Don't have time for sightseeing, mate. Come on, Chunks, you can render faster than this. Got another big wall to go around. Oh, my goodness, this is a really big wall. We can go under it. Can we get through? No. Whoa. This is spicy. I see why Mr. Beardstone give me this job now. Through here. Well, I'm going to take a lot of damage if I do that. I'm going to go through this basalt delta into another wall. Oh my goodness me. Oh, there is potentially a gap down here. No, it is not a gap. Here we go. We've got a big space now. We're going to make some ground here. And don't forget, for every block I travel in the nether, that's 8 blocks in the overworld, and Chosen doesn't know and won't know on the map how far away it is. Don't be a wall. Don't be a wall. Don't be a wall. It's not a wall. It's a bastion. It's a dead end. Come on, give me a hole to go through. There we go. Okay, we're about 6,000 blocks out, and that's 1 stack of rockets gone. Through the gap, past the gas, and just scoot over the top of this lava lake. Oh no. Over up this way. Yep. We can get through here. No, it's a dead end. Whoa, look out. A dead end. More dead ends. Can we get through under here? Nope. Oh, come on. Give me an opening. There we go. We've got an opening. Oh, it's a big opening. Through the gap. Through this gap. Whoa, to a dead end. Reverse. Over the hill. Whee. Past another bastion. Past a strider. Scooting along the top of the lava. Trying to get under all the gaps. There we go. Whoa. Lots of walls. Big wall. Ow. Ow. Another fortress. Whoa. Is this a dead end? No. There's a gap. Wow, look at that length of this fortress. This would be a good with the farm fortress. Can we get through it? No. Okay, we're over 10,000 blocks out now. That's 80,000 blocks in the overworld. Still on my second stack of rockets, and my elytra are looking pretty good. Let's go. Hello, striders. Tiny gap. Lots of trees. And a wall. Dead end again. Uh-oh. Ow. Gotta be a way through. There we go. Wow, look at these pillars. Millions of basalt pillars over here. And the gas. Hello. No, thank you. Uh-oh. Run out of rockets at a very inopportune time. Oh, my goodness me. Jeez. Oh, another big walls. Huge walls. Is there a way through? Oh, jeez. Yes, there is. Let's go to another fortress. There's so many fortresses. Through the tiny gap. Actually ducked in my chair on that one to go under that. Not that it would help. Oh, come on. Walls. Why is there so many walls in this place? Another one. It's a dead end. There we go. There's a gap. Another bastion. Don't be a wall. Don't be a wall. Don't be a wall. Ow. It's a floor. It's a wall. Ow. It's a floor. Sandwich. Fly. Dead end. Come on in. Can we get under here? Surely we can get through here. Oh, I'm skirted on the top of the lava. I'm in the lava. It's stinging. Oh. Shouldn't be stinging. I've got my netherite diving helmet. Shouldn't be stinging at all. It is. Very stingy. They're not wearing it. I am. I see a way. Here we go. We are back in the open. And it has just occurred to me, while doing this, that I have a hole in the nether roof. And I can easily make another one at the other end, or a portal. It would have been a whole bunch easier for me to do this if I'd have flown the nether roof. Oh, I'm such a moron. Oh well, this has been a fun journey, and I'm sure the clips must have come out nicely right. Made me feel sick. Oh, shut up. Nearly there. 15,000 blocks. Another wall. Oh, there's a gap through the trees. There's a gap over here, just under there. Here we go. This has actually worked out quite well for Mr. Beardstone, because not only has he not had to travel thousands of blocks through the nether, wasting a whole bunch of rockets, but he's also profiting from me when I have to pay for more rockets to replenish the ones I've got for doing his job. And here we are, where I'm now going to build myself yet another portal. Hop through. Oh, geez, a deepslate cave. Oh, I've completed the challenge. Space bubble, travel. Use the Nether to travel 7 kilometers in the Overworld. Smashed it, mate. Anyway, I need to bury this lodestone. That means I need to get to the surface so that I could dig down and bury it. You what? It makes sense to me. Pirates bury things under sand, don't they? I need some sand. You don't have to. You could bury anywhere. No, sand, mate. It's got to be sand. Oh, and speaking of sand, here we are. We've arrived in a warm ocean right near sand. And now I just need a spot to bury this. And I'm thinking a good spot might be like a village well. We could find a village well. Oh, well, there's one over there. That would be the perfect structure to plant our treasure thing. Okay, we just need to get down below it. Is that suspicious sand? Yes, it was. It's broken suspicious sand now. That's fine. We'll just dig a couple blocks down, put the banner down there. We'll use this empty map to click it on that banner. Just there we go, secret treasure. Then we can pop a barrel in, throw that lodestone compass into the barrel, and then we're just going to cover that back up again as if nobody was there. Now all I've got to do is get home. And I'm not going to go and dig myself back down through the overworld to find that portal and then fly all the way back across the nether. I'm going to get home much more quickly. To be fair, it only took me... Uh-oh. No, there's one in the wild? No, thank you. Absolutely not. How did... Of all the places you could spawn... I don't have any seats on. I do. I've got a seat on me. I've got an idea, peeps. I just got to sneak up on it. But before I do, I want to put everything of value into my ender chest, including all of my armor, because, of course, the way I'm going to get home quickly is being eaten by that baby chicken. Okay, I've definitely got nothing on me. Everything's in my ender chest. We're all good. Baby chicken. Baby chicken. There he is. Would you like to eat me? Well, there we go. Lovely job. Excellent. Now, that was fast. And so I'm back. I've got all my stuff back out of my ender chest. I lost nothing other than my levels. And to give you an update on the time, it is 3 minutes to 4 p.m. I've edited everything. My time lapses are done. I think I just about nailed it. Coming up, enhance, zoom, I get a promotion. Cabin Lord, wow. A baby chicken licks a husk, which I thought was wonderful. And that's the kind of thing a Cabin Lord would do.
And that's the kind of thing a Cabin Lord would do.
Let's create. Today, I'm going to be building one of the most OP gold farms you can imagine. And yes, it is going to be using Create mod stuff, but it's also going to be using vanilla mechanics too. And that's because it's going to be based in the Nether, at the very top of the Nether tower that I've been building for the last few episodes. But before we get in there, let's have a look at what else I want to do. I want to fix the elevator in my Nether tower. I want to build an iron farm as well. I want to get rich, and I want to start my main base. That's right. I want to start building some actual buildings and landscape around where we're going to be having my cyberpunk steampunk city, because currently all I've got is a subway. And you might notice I've got 109 levels, and that's because I already got rich, but we'll get to that a little bit later. First of all, let me explain what I want to do with my Nether elevator. You see, this elevator goes all the way up my huge Nether tower to Y level 200, which is right here on top of the Nether, and it also goes all the way down to the very bottom of the world, right down at the bottom of my tower. but unfortunately, due to the position of it, as much as it is a very long elevator, it's also right in the way. It's slap bang in the middle of my tower, often where I want to put things. So I want to move the elevator from being slap bang in the middle of my tower to actually being on the outside of my tower so that I can go all the way down from bedrock and all the way up through the bedrock without interfering with things on the inside. So that's what I'm going to do first. Then we're going to go up to my workshop level, and we're going to be building an iron farm as part of my workshop in here. Or we might not be, because that could be tricky. You see, the easiest way to get iron is to wash gravel. And that's going to be very tricky, because as much as I have brought an infinite supply of water into the Nether using buckets being pushed through a portal, I can't actually place that water, so we can't wash things in the Nether. But hopefully today that's going to change, because I got a lot of comments about how I could do that in my last video, and we're going to try a whole bunch right now. So over on my creative test world, I've set up every single recommendation I got from my comments for how I might get water to place in the Nether so that we can wash things, and I'm going to go through them testing them. And you might notice we're not in the Nether, but this should give you an example of what we're trying to achieve. One of the first comments I got was to put a slowly dripping pipe in front of a fan in the Nether, and that will wash things, but as you can see from the particles, that does not. These are just normal fan particles. These are washing fan particles. This is what we want. And I thought, well, if that doesn't work, I might try a sprinkler on top of a fan, but that didn't work, so then I thought I'll try a sprinkler in front of the fan. The next suggestion was to try waterlogging mangrove roots, but as you'll see in a little while, you just can't waterlog anything in the Nether because your bucket of water disappears as soon as you try. I was also suggested to try ice and packed ice, and those comments probably were suggesting that I actually try and break them to release the water in the Nether, and we'll try that as well. And on that theme, I thought, well, maybe a wet sponge, but that doesn't work because the fans can't blow through full blocks. Then I was asked to try snow and snow layers, and those don't work, so I tried powdered snow. And powdered snow does work, but not for washing. This is actually for freezing, which basically allows you to turn things like ice into packed ice. So while we could set that up in the Nether, it's not particularly useful for what we need it for. Then I was asked to try fertilizer, which as you can see doesn't work, and then I was asked to try waterlogging scaffolding. So here we've got some vanilla scaffolding and andesite scaffolding, and yes, you can waterlog both, as well as kelp and sea pickles, which I was also advised for, but you'll see when we get to the Nether, the water just disappears. Then I was asked to try spouts to spout water into the space where the fan is blowing, but you cannot just get these to activate onto an empty block. They activate when they detect items that can be spouted on underneath them. So I thought I'd just push the whole spout in front of the fan, but that didn't work either. Waterlogged stairs and waterlogged trapdoors are basically the same result of what we've got with the scaffolding, and then we get to cauldrons and basins full of water, which, because they're not a full block, may have worked, but as you can see they don't. Then it was suggested to try and dispense water into the Nether, but that doesn't work either, nor does dispensing water onto leaf blocks in the Nether. Then someone suggested I might try and waterlog a empty blaze burner, but that doesn't work. And there's also these things in our game called vent blocks from Steam and Rails, but you can't waterlog those either. You can colour them in though. Didn't mean to do that. Oh jeez, no, it doesn't matter, it doesn't work. But we do have a few things on here that do work. Clearly all of the waterlogged blocks work, and once the dripping pipe has fully created a block, then that also works, but that's about it. So if we hop into the Nether to see if any of those work in there, you'll see I have exactly the same system set up here, and as much as the pipe drips, it does not create a washing system, it doesn't create water. You cannot waterlog the mangrove roots. If you break the ice, it just breaks, and the same with the packed ice. You can't waterlog a sponge in the Nether because it dries out. The snow layers do nothing. The powdered snow still works for freezing, but we can't waterlog kelp or sea pickles. The spouts do nothing. The stairs do nothing. The trapdoors do nothing. The cauldrons and the basins do nothing. Dispensing water does nothing. Dispensing water onto leaf blocks does nothing. You still can't waterlog a blaze thing, and you can't waterlog those. So nothing works. Now, of course, I got a whole bunch of messages saying you can just add the mod, create connected, and use the catalysts. I actually have that in my single-player series, but I can't just go adding on mods willy-nilly onto the server. It's not just my server. And adding a whole mod just to solve the problem of not being able to place water in one block seems a little bit overkill to me. I'd much rather ask my server members if they allow me to actually place water in the Nether, like this. Oh, apparently my leaves decayed and died. Well, one of these was a waterlogged leaf block, but you'll see we have water in the nether and a fan washing system, and this isn't really doable in survival. Yes, I've got water in the floor down there because I was testing. All you need to do is just run a single command, and that water will never disappear, it will never vanish, it will even flow if you want it to. And similarly, you can use a command to place a waterlogged leaf block, although as we saw, that leaf block actually did disappear and turn into sticks, so that's probably not ideal. So if I was going to ask my server mates anything, it would be simply, can I just run one command on the server to place a block of water in front of my fan? Which I might do, but I'm sure some of you clever boffins out there will have even more suggestions for me by the next episode, so I'm going to wait for those first. Oh, and while you're commenting your suggestions, why don't you hit that like button and consider subscribing for more FoxyNoTail content? Anyway, that basically means that we can't wash in the nether right now, and it also means that I can't put an iron farm in the nether right now. So those two things are going to happen in the overworld, so while I'm here in the nether, I might as well get on with moving this elevator so that I can build a big old zombie pigman farm on the nether roof and have incredible amounts of gold. And while I'm moving this elevator, why don't you guys watch this clip of when I return to Mr. Beardstone after delivering what he asked me to deliver in the last episode. Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone! Ow! Miss Beardstone! Miss Beardstone!
Oh, Foxy, what's up?
Oh, yeah, I've got your maps, but it does occur to me that as much as one of them's got the secret treasure location on it, there's not a locator map, so it doesn't show you where you are.
Yeah, something to do with compasses, isn't it?
Pretty sure. Hopefully you don't have to do that at the location where you made the map.
Well, hopefully so, because I didn't make the map. How's your gold farm going?
Well, I've just been this morning gathering a whole bunch of magma blocks because I believe that's what I need to make a vanilla gold farm.
Yeah, that sounds about right. They usually glow in the thumbnails.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's as far as I've got.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's further than me.
Oh, really? You know?
Yeah, I've made my yard look nicer.
Yeah, it does look nice. Yeah.
So I did that, and then I added a bridge.
Yeah. And I see you've got a little building at the end of the bridge. I just flew into that.
Because it wasn't there before.
Yeah. Wasn't expecting
Yeah.
it, Miss Beardstone.
I mean, I feel like, how fast were you flying not to be able to adjust?
Well, I got really good at flying when I was doing my bit through the nether in the last episode, so really fast.
I see. Incredibly fast Foxy.
Yeah.
A flying fox, some might say.
Quite.
But yeah, no, that's where I'm going to be building the start of my my gold factory, and it's going to spread out on and down the side of that hill as
nice.
required.
Good.
Is my plan.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm just winging it, Foxy. I'm just making it up as I go along.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, also, I've been thinking about the shop.
Right.
I've got an idea.
I need to reverse your text again, your audio in my video.
No. I'm not going to reveal the idea this time.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know I've got an idea. So when you're ready to build the shop, let me know.
Okay.
Let me know. But we're going to need lots of glowing glass. So make sure you've got lots of glow ink.
I have
Because I have
currently
none.
3,000 of them. I can get
Okay,
more.
yeah, that should be good. Yes. All the glow ink.
Yeah. Excellent. Well,
Awesome.
I'll go get on with my. We're going the same way.
Yeah. A little bit awkward. Yeah, it's fine.
Go get on with my my nether project then again.
Sounds good. Go live in the nether.
Yeah,
Foxy.
well,
I'm going to
stay
here.
I'm going to make this amazing cyberpunk steampunk city in my base, and all I've done is been in the nether, Mr. Beardstone. I really need to start my base. And there we go. The elevator has been moved. It's no longer in the middle of my platform. It is now over to one side, and it goes down to all the levels it did before. And each of the levels now has internal doors as well as external doors, so that when the elevator's not there, A, I can't fall out, and B, things on the other side can't see me and shoot at me. I've also added buttons on the side with a little bit of redstone underneath so that I can call it if it's not at the level that I'm on. And there's only one more thing I need to do, and that is just to clear a little bit of bedrock from the side of the building so that, that doesn't happen. For that, I'm just going to need some pistons and some redstone blocks, and if I throw those onto there like that, hold my button down to open the rotation menu, make sure they all face down, and then remove the redstone blocks, the pistons suck back in, deleting the bedrock behind them. Although you've got to be careful when doing this that you don't click on the piston head instead, because that just deletes the piston. So only click on the back of the piston, and you can easily clear the bedrock relatively relatively quickly, although it is a little bit tedious. And there we go. The bedrock is now clear, which means I can go up and down my elevator without hitting it on the way down. Now, there is one thing I need to do while I'm on the bedrock layer, and that is to get rid of all of this netherrack, because these are actually spawnable blocks, and by having these here, it actually means we can get gas and pigment on the roof of the nether, which isn't ideal, and that's going to be even more of a problem when we actually start building our zombie pigment farm. So I'm going to mark out the corners with these great blocks, which are not spawnable, get rid of all of the netherrack, and then just replace them with the great blocks so that I know the extent of where I can build up to on the nether roof. So there we go, all of the netherrack's gone, nothing around here is spawnable anymore, but I'm not finished with this tower yet, because I've had a comment that I really like, and in order to deal with this comment, I need to find out how big the maximum size of graffiti is that I can put on something. So let's just stick that there, click on that. If I go to new, well, let's just load any of these screenshots up that I've got. How big can I go? I can go 16 by 16. In that case, I need to design an image. And there it is, stuck on the side of the tower. It's as big as it could possibly be. Wait a minute, what is that? Let me check my file. Zoom, enhance, zoom, enhance, zoom, enhance, zoom, enhance. Looks all right to me. Let's carry on with the video as if I never made a mistake with my Photoshop and everything's absolutely fine. And I've added it to 3 of the sides of this building. Of course, I haven't added it to the 4th side because that's where my elevator goes and it will block the doors between my floors. But I don't just want it up here above the nether roof, of course. I want it further down as well so people can see it from all over. So let's hop down to the lower floors and pick an area where people are most likely to see it. And I think around about this level here should be just about good. So let's chuck a little platform down here. Click that, click yours, throw that on there. Jeez, it's big up close. I'm pretty sure people will notice that as they're wandering by, or at least I hope they do. So thank you very much, Michael Moser133. I really like the idea. Right, anyway, enough of that. It's not quite time to talk about how incredibly rich I am and way richer than anyone else will probably ever be. We'll get to that in a little while. Right now, it's time for me to talk you through the planning process that I've been through to build this gold farm. You see, I've already built it in creative, and it works. And this is what I've come up with. It's basically a big old set of platforms made out of magma blocks with a sweeping device going around. At the very top there is an AFK spot, which I'll talk about in a second. Below that there's a windmill with a whole bunch of wall blocks, and connected to that are a whole bunch of fence posts, which we'll look at in a moment. Below that we actually have the layers of magma blocks where the piglins will spawn. Zombified piglins, sorry. And each layer has a hole in the middle, which the fences will push the zombified piglins down, and as they get to the very bottom, they'll land on these conveyor belts, come to the center here, and then there's just a deployer, which then kills the piglins. The items that are dropped then come through these chutes. There's a filter on this one to say don't allow the netherite sword through, and once they get down to the belt here, there's a funnel that goes into the back of a backpack. There's a filter on that funnel to say don't let gold swords through, because I don't want those going into the backpack at the moment, because each one of those will take up a different slot in the backpack because of their different durabilities. So we don't want those going in there, and for now, all I'm doing is I'm pulling any of those swords off the belts and sending them through into fire. But we can deal with those separately later on. All of this bit down here is absolutely subject to change, but the idea is the piglins come down, they get killed, they go in the backpack, and we generate, for some reason, feathers and chicken, don't ask me how, as well as a whole bunch of gold and even more experience, and we get rotten flesh too. And also we get the occasional zombified piglin head. But while I'm stood down here, this thing doesn't operate particularly quickly. So let's head into the AFK spot and talk about how this works. If I enable the Bok HUD mod, I basically set up 2 spheres. There's a green sphere which indicates where mobs will start spawning on the outside of it, which is why it just touches the very top of our platform, and the big old red sphere around the outside is where mobs will despawn from. So basically anything outside of this will despawn. That actually just touches the bottom of my nether tower, meaning that no mobs will be able to spawn further down in the nether, and any mobs that have already spawned in there while I've been down doing other things will despawn when I go to the AFK platform. That means the only mobs that'll be able to spawn in the game, assuming I'm the only player online, will have to spawn inside of here, and as you can see, this thing works pretty well. And there's two reasons this works well. One is we get an awful lot of pigmen spawning, and those that aren't attracted to the deploy with the sword downstairs will get pushed down the hole eventually. And as we go down onto the lower levels, you'll actually see that these pigmen want to chase the deployer with the sword, because the deployer with the sword is basically a fake player, and because that's doing damage to some of the pigmen, that makes the other ones angry, which means they will actually pathfind to it to try and get down there. And as you can see, we're getting a whole bunch of pigmen in this thing. It's a never-ending constant supply, and it works brilliantly. But I am going to be making a few tweaks and changes to it, and before I bring it onto the world, I just want to explain to you the different solutions I've had for this sweeping mechanism. Obviously, right now I've got fences that are 1 block high, but before that I had a whole bunch of different things that I tried, and some of them just had some really strange quirks. I originally started by using grate blocks, which are semi-transparent, and they did push the piglins around, but for some reason they also got stuck to them, particularly the ones lower down in the mob farm that were trying to run towards the deployer. They would just get stuck on the very middle block and they couldn't move, which made things a bit of a nightmare. So I decided to swap the entire thing out for fence posts, hoping that would work. But they still managed to get stuck on the very central fence post for some reason, and when there were so many of them just stuck hanging around there, it actually massively reduced the rates of this farm. So I decided to change things up, and instead of having everything connected through the middle of the farm, instead I connected it around the outside of the farm, removing that center fence post completely, and by doing that, the entire system worked. Now, there are occasionally some things that just don't get pushed. They just refuse to even move, which is a bit weird, but those guys generally tend to despawn after a while, or they'll pathfind somewhere, and it's absolutely fine. They don't cause a massive issue. But the majority of things do get pushed by it, and they do end up falling down the hole, and that means eventually they'll get minced by the deployer with the sword, and because that sword's got looting 4 on it, we get even more drops than we would do in vanilla. And rather than starting with a rate test, let's talk about how we can actually maximize the amount of gold we're getting from this. Of course, like I said, we're using a looting 4 sword. This sword also has smite 5 on it because the zombified pigmen are undead, so it kills them more quickly. And now I've added the sweeping edge 3 enchantment, which should make it even better. So would smite 6 and sweeping edge 4. So we're going to have to go and visit Silent Whisper to get some really good enchantments on it on the real world. Another way we can make our gold supply slightly better is instead of just burning all of the gold swords into the fire, we could have those dropping onto a separate belt. We could throw a fan at the very end, drop some lava in there, and providing we've got power to that fan down there, that will then just burn those swords and turn them into gold nuggets, which will then go inside the backpack. Now, the other problem with this is, of course, we're just getting gold nuggets in here, and I really want to store either gold ingots or even gold blocks. And I'm sure I'll get a bunch of comments saying add a compacting upgrade to the backpack, but as I've mentioned a couple of times now, we've got most of the upgrades disabled on this server, so I can't do that. And we can achieve that with something a little bit like this, although I'm sure I can minimize this and make it a bit tidier, but basically the swords will come down here and get turned into nuggets. Everything will go into this vault. Nuggets will be allowed to come out of there and get pressed into ingots, and everything else will be allowed to come out through there and go into the backpack. So that should do it. So let's just empty out this backpack, make sure we've got nothing in our inventories. Let's give this thing a test. Now, currently I have mob spawning turned off, so nothing's going to spawn, which means I can get to my AFK spot, enable that command, and then just set a timer for 10 minutes and see how much stuff we get. And here we go now. And looking at the system, it is working. The swords are getting smelted. Everything else is coming through here. The nuggets are getting pressed. So I guess now I've just got to wait. Okay, there are just 10 seconds to go. I'm ready to turn mob spawning back off again so that we can have a fair test. In 3, 2, 1, now. So now all I've got to do is go and see what we got. We got that, which is not quite as much as I'd hoped for, but that works out at around about 1,368 gold per hour, which is around about 21 stacks of gold per hour, which is not bad. We also got a ridiculous amount of experience, so we'll be able to go into competition with Blockdown and his experience shop, and we got a whole bunch of rotten flesh, and with the rotten flesh we could make compost or dog food, so there are uses for it, but I'm pretty sure we're just going to throw it out. Anyway, I'm interested now to run back through the replay of that and find out exactly where those chickens are coming from, because I think we're getting zombie piglin chicken jockeys, maybe? Oh jeez, cue the memes. Yep, we are, and whilst the zombie pigmen are immune to the heat of the magma blocks, unfortunately the chickens aren't, so we do get a few bits of chicken and feathers. So all I've got to do now is get this built on the server. Then like I said, I will be making a few changes to how all of this works to tidy it up a bit, and I'll be making a few minor changes to this as well, mainly to remove the holes in the side to stop the baby pigmen falling out, and hopefully to do something to stop the baby pigmen from just completely glitching through the fence. I don't understand why it can't push them at all. They just go right through it. Now in order to get it on the server, I am going to be using a schematic and the schematic cannon just so everything is in the exact right place when I blast it in, but like I said, I'm going to be making a whole bunch of changes, so I've still got my work cut out for me.
So, locator maps.
Yeah.
All maps by default on Java are locator maps.
Oh, so why didn't it show where you were on the map then?
Because they have a max range.
Oh, dear.
Oh dear, indeed. And for a level 0 map, do you want to know what that range is?
256 blocks.
It is exactly 256 blocks, yes. So, I'm going to need you to go back out there with a compass.
You what?
And a lodestone, because they don't have a max distance. He's just going to have to follow a compass.
Oh my god, I got to go back out there? You're going to have to give me a lot of rockets.
Yes, I did say if you had to go back out, I'd supply the rockets for you. You're going to need to make a lodestone, so you're probably going to want another compass.
How do we make a lodestone?
You just need to turn 8 of these into chiseled stone and then wrap them around a compass.
Oh, is it not netherite anymore?
No, it's nice and easy now. So you can use them for decoration and pretty things. So you'll need to make a lodestone, bury that next to the chest with the other compass in.
Right.
Click the lodestone with that compass, and then bring that compass back to me.
Right.
And then you'll be a cabin lord.
Cabin lord. Wow.
I think this deserves a promotion. Because I'm making you travel quite far once again.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Beardstone. Appreciate it.
Well, how's your gold farm coming along, by the way?
Well, in my creative test world, it's coming along perfectly. I'm literally just getting all the ingredients I need for my cannon.
Fancy. I've finished mine.
Well, good job.
It produces
how many an hour does it make?
Not any. It won't be making anywhere near as many as yours, Foxy.
Well, I just want to know, just
that.
for comparison's sake.
I don't know. I haven't sat there for an hour counting them.
But you do it for 10 minutes and times it by 6, Miss Beardstone.
10 minutes. 10 whole minutes.
Yes. Go and do that, and then come back and tell me, okay?
That sounds like a terrible idea.
All right, do it 5 minutes and times it by 12.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go and empty my storage, and I'll come see you in an hour. I'm gonna go and have some lunch.
Yeah. Wow. Bye. Now, what I was actually doing was I was about to go through all of my raw iron and chuck it into my crushers, as well as my raw gold and chuck that into my crushers. Not my backpack. Whoa, that was close. And of course, my raw zinc as well. Not that I need to, I just thought it might be a good idea to get some things processed while I'm in here crafting a bunch of stuff. But because I can't wash this crushed raw iron anymore, because I don't have a washer set up in the Nether, I have just set up a very, very temporary basic easy peasy one back at my subway station. And with a couple of extra chutes and chests, we've now got all of my zinc and all of my gold and all of my iron ready to go through the crushers. And because we get so much out, I've also added a whole bunch of extra chests and chutes in so that this thing can empty itself out. And the other thing I need to make while I'm here are more blocks of weathered iron. And that's why I was sorting out my iron, because the way I do that is on these saws. And the reason I need blocks of weathered iron is because I actually need to turn those into these weathered iron grates, because I need 5,000 of them. I also need 6,000 magma blocks, but as I mentioned to Mr. Beardstone earlier, I did spend this morning actually just tearing around the Nether with my pickaxe, gathering a whole bunch of those. Oh, and it looks like I'm already going to have enough without having just made all of that weathered iron, so that's good. Oh, geez, we've got more than enough, over 10,000. And now that that's done, hopefully a whole bunch of my stuff will have been crushed and I can go and take that to the Overworld to go and get washed. It has many things. Now, I actually need Mr. Beardstone wherever he's gone off to because I want to take him to the bank. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Where is he? Mr. Beardstone! I did say he was going to go off and get some lunch. Well, when he comes back, he can be at the bank. Come here, Mr. Beardstone. I know you're waiting for your mob farm to do things, but I need to show you something. And here we are, arriving at the bank, Mr. Beardstone. I know you're still not there at the moment, but that's okay. You can just be a passenger for a moment. A silent passenger, just the way I like you. Pop you down there, sir. Now, Mr. Beardstone, the reason we're at the bank, you're listening to me, not listening to his AFK. The reason that they're at the bank is because Mr. Beardstone has 4,444 diamonds in the bank, and that just won't do, which is why I spent a few hours this weekend grinding with my tunnel bores to get as many diamonds as I could. As a result, I now have many, as well as the 749 I've got in the bank. So let's make a change to this, shall we? Just take a few of these out here, like this. Go to the bank, deposit them all, get some more. Go back to this, deposit them all, get some more. Go back to this, deposit them all, get some more, deposit them all. Yeah, we'll just deposit the last ones. And there we go. 7,823 diamonds in the bank, which makes me the richest player by a country mile. Oh, Mr. Beardstone, when you get here and see this from your AFK session, you're going to be so impressed with me. You're going to be like, oh, how did he do that? Look at this, look. We're miles ahead of him. Almost 3,500 diamonds ahead of Mr. Beardstone. That's incredible. Right, anyway, Mr. Beardstone, I've got to go because someone sent me on this stupid mission to go all the way back out to the ends of the earth to plant a lodestone. Goodbye, Mr. Beardstone. It has just... Oh, I need to be down here. Anyway, it has just occurred to me that I've just left Mr. Beardstone completely unprotected at the bank. Things could spawn at night, and that could be a bit of a problem for him, so I should probably grab this as quick as I can. Oh, jeez, there's so much of it. So many XPs. Go and make sure he's safe. Oh, jeez, Mr. Beardstone, always looking after you. You do get yourself in these precarious situations. Whew. Good news, he's still exactly where I left him and he is still alive. That's good. What we're going to do is just block him in here with a little bit of gravel and then he'll be perfectly safe. I guess now it's time for me to get on with my mission. And this time, I'm going to do it the sensible way. So you're building a gold farm? Well, I know Mr. Beardstone gave me a mission. I'm going to be cabin lord. Very important to me. Lord of the cabins. What? But I leave you at the bank. How did you get there? Miss Beardstone? Well, this just won't do. Sir, you're supposed to be at the bank. Miss Beardstone. Oh, he's gone again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What's up?
Did I take you to the bank? You had a nice day out. Lovely.
Yeah, I realised why you took me there, so I know where I'm starting next episode.
Ah, yes. How do you feel now? You've got a lot of catching up to do, Miss Beardstone.
I mean, I feel like your drills are out in the open, so...
What drills? Gotta go. See you later.
Bye.
Quick, hide the drills is gone. Hide the drill. What? Where are my drills? Has he already taken them? Or did I leave them down my mine? I think I left them down my mine. Whew, I did. My goodness me, I thought you were gone, guys. Can't have Mr. Beardstone doing really good work with my nether tunnel board things, whatever they're called. Nether tunnel board? Yeah, but shut up. Leave me alone. No, I think we'll be pretty safe down here. I can't imagine we'll ever find them. Anyway, On with the mission. You've said that like 3 times. I know. Well, I can do it now. I'm gonna go back to the Nether and fly across the roof this time. Okay, for this mission then, the first thing I need to do is set up a couple of waypoints. We'll add one for my tower and one for my destination. Now I should be able to just look. There we go, and see my destination. It's 20 kilometers away in the Nether, and that means yes, that is 160,000 blocks away in the overworld. Oh, jeez. Let's go. So the trick here is to fly really high up into the sky. Around 1,000 blocks should do it, and then we can just glide to our destination. Now we probably won't make it all the way gliding, but this should save us on a whole bunch of rockets. Well, we're about halfway there now, and I'm about to hit the Nether roof, so let's fly back up again. Another 1,000 blocks should do it. There we go. And now we'll just point at that again, and we should be set for the rest of the journey. Quick elytra health check. Yep, that's doing pretty good. So let's just fly. And here we go. We're just about landed, roughly where we need to be-ish, because I've made a massive mistake. You see, when I put this waypoint in, I forgot to add a minus sign in front of that direction, which means actually I'm 40,000 blocks away from where I really need to be. What a moron. I flew north and I've been flying south all that time. Oh my goodness me, right? Please, there goes another 20 minutes. Now, you might be wondering why I'm walking along my subway tunnel, starving to death, holding an obituary with my latest death 162,000 blocks away behind me. Did I complete the challenge Mr. Beardstone set me out to complete, or did something happen? That means I've got to go back there and try again. Yes, something happened. Something rather terrible happened. I managed to get back across the Nether to the correct location, build a portal, and go through it. And it was night time and there were a few mobs about, so I popped myself a bed down, went to sleep, and then I noticed there was a baby chicken right next to the well where I needed to be. But then I noticed the baby chicken had taken interest in a husk. So I sat and watched as the baby chicken chased the husk and followed him until the point where he was even giving him a bit of a lick. But because he was clearly unable to reach, I gave the husk a little bit of a push towards the chicken, who then ate the husk, which I thought was wonderful. Until it ate me. But good news, peeps. I've just got to do the slow hop and jump up the steps to my subway, and then I should get my spare elytra out, my spare rockets, my spare food, and I shall try and do the whole thing all over again. Ooh, I've got burgers. Give me a bunch of rockets and my elytra, and why have I not got no spare elytra in my storage system? What? Where have they gone then? Let's go check in my actual storage. And they are non-stackable, so if they're going to be anywhere, they're in there. So why couldn't I see that? Have I not plugged this into the system properly? Did I forget to put a stock link on it? I did. That'll be why I can't. And I can't get a stock link now because they're in my backpack. So I have a lighter in here, but I can't get them out. Huh. Okay, I have a plan. Hop along through here. If I was to I was to break one of these. Please give me the item when you break. Pretty please, with sugar on top and a cherry. Dang it. Got anything in any of these that would help me? Did have a spare wrench. No, I don't even have anything I can make a funnel out of. I've got kelp. I just need andesite. I'm sure I had andesite in here somewhere. I do. One. One. I have brass, but I'm pretty sure I need an electron tube in order to make an andesite funnel. And a bunch of redstone just here, and I've got quartz. Now I need paper so I can make sandpaper. Well, I guess I can probably go and find some sand, he says. I live in the most luscious area imaginable. You're telling me there's absolutely no sand in here? Well, I got red sand. That's fine. I have no paper. I have 2 pieces of tree bark. I do have wood, and using this wood, I can craft some sticks, craft myself a cutting board, craft myself an axe, grab some logs, craft up my rose quartz, place my cutting board down, put my logs on, give those a strip, turn that bark into paper, turn that sand and paper into sandpaper, yes. Now I just need to rub my quartz, and now I need iron sheet, which we can do. It's not a problem. Need to go back to the Nether. Oh yes, make a split storage system, FoxyNoTail. Put it in the Nether where it's easy to access. Shut up. No, don't wait, leave me alone. Go down to my workshop, put my iron in my press, grab my pressed iron, turn that into an electron tube, craft that into some funnels, go back to my storage, and just stick a funnel on there and get everything. Hopefully I'll get my elytra before my inventory fills up. Or not. How much stuff is in here? Oh, there's so much stuff in there. Just give me a... Oh, it's out. I got it. But I can't get rid of this now. I didn't think this through at all. Oh, okay, we're going to have to smash this eventually. Shouldn't take too long at all. Any minute now. There we go. Then we can put another one on, facing inwards, and then we can click all of the things that we don't want into there, and hopefully do that quickly enough that the other stuff that we need doesn't despawn. Oh, didn't mean to do that. That makes life tricky for me now. I can't click that very easily. I can't click that. Oh, jeez. I'll tell you what, let's just put these shulker boxes down and just fill these full of rubbish. And we'll deal with it later. Okay, so we've got enough rockets, we've got enough food, but this is not going to get me enough distance in the overworld in order for me to actually fly there, because it's not enchanted. So now what I need to do is go back to the overworld yet again, go down to my subway, and do my best to convince this driver to take me where I need to go without having my packages. So we're going to have to get rid of your schedule. We're going to just have travel, an S-Foxy starter base, and then I need to give you that and get on the train very quickly. Go. No! Ah, I did it! Yes! And back here, the plan is to do some trading with my villagers in order to get an unbreaking book. However, I haven't brought anything with me to trade, and my storage system is back at my... Oh, my goodness me, I'm so dumb! I need 31 emeralds and a book. I've got books. I trade books and water bottles. Anyone want any water bottles? Of course you do. You're all librarians. You won't want any of that junk. Right, you guys, any of you want water bottles? Would you like some water bottles, sir? No? You take water bottles. There we go. We're rolling now. We've got 12 emeralds. And after one quick trip back to my base to get a whole bunch of wood in order to turn that into planks and sticks, I've now got everything I need for my unbreaking book. So I can pop that onto those elytra, and now I can actually get where I need to go. Jeez, that was fun. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't fun. Not even a bit. Probably make some basic tools while I'm here, just in case. And now I'm ready. So here we are, once again, traveling towards our destination, high above the Nether roof. And hopefully this time we'll actually make it there and not die to a baby chicken. And finally, we're getting close once again, and this time I'm actually going to record as I go through the portal, rather than just assuming that everything will be okay. And here it is, the portal that I placed previously. Please don't eat me as soon as I go through. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Right, there is no... Oh, it's still there and he's clocked me. No, this is bad. Oh, jeez. I've got to get my stuff back. Can I lure him over here? Lure him this way. This way. Baby chicken, that's it. Come see me. That's it. This way. Away from my grave. Come on. Little bit more. Little bit more. That's it. Keep coming. I'm going to look directly at you so that you get all angry at me. There we go. Lovely job. Right, now I'm going to fly away and just go around him to get back to my grave. And hopefully, apart from the spiders, everything should be all right. I've just got to break it. There we go. I've got my stuff. And I've got my jetpack. Let's go. I just need to sleep. Give me a bed and give me a place where there aren't any... Ooh, an azalea tree. Perfect place for a little nap. Nothing's going to spawn on here. Lovely job. Right. Now we're going to equip my bow as well as some arrows. Get my bed back. I should have left that there to set my spawn just in case. Right. Where is that baby chicken? I will find you and I will kill you. There he is. All right. You're directly under me. Ah! I got him! He's dead. Excellent. Right, now I'll just get that husk over there. You, sir. Don't want you wandering around near my death marker. Thank you very much. There we go. That's you taken care of. Is there anyone else that I need to take care of around here? No, it doesn't look like it. Excellent. Good. Wonderful stuff. Right, next, I need to remove this death marker while I remember. And now all I need to do is craft myself a lodestone and do something with a compass, apparently. Okay, let's craft ourselves a couple of compasses, craft ourselves some chiseled stone bricks so that we can craft a couple of lodestones. Now all I need to do is go back down in here where we left the barrel before with the thingy in it. I guess it would make sense to have that barrel above the lodestone, so let's just dig down by the side of that barrel, get underneath it where the banner is, throw the lodestone down there. Then I believe you just click it with the compass. You do. Let's just click a few just in case. Let's put the sand and sandstone back in so no one would ever know we've been here. Yes, the compass is pointing towards that lodestone. That's good, which means my work here is finally done. That means it should be just a case of hopping back through this portal, which, yes, I am going to leave here because I don't want to destroy it. And yes, that's brought us back to the nether roof, so all I got to do is just fly back to the tower again. And here it is. We have made it just in time for me to build a gold farm. Well, we're not on the server yet. We're still in my test world, but I have made some significant changes to this gold farm. The main one being that it's now inside of an extended version of my tower so that it actually fits the build and looks a lot nicer. Inside, there's a whole bunch of changes as well. The platforms are pretty much the same as they were, but we've now got a whole bunch of lava in the corners to push any of the baby piglins and piglins that weren't getting pushed by this towards the middle. I've also changed the fence design slightly to make it a bit better so it doesn't stick on the outside of the building, and now it gets every single piglin that spawns in here. Going down through the levels, I've also changed a whole bunch of what's going on down at the bottom where we're actually doing the killing. We've got the sword now sticking up through the bottom instead of coming out from the side, and that means that everyone tries to get to the very center of this rather than over to one edge, which means they fall down a whole bunch better. We do get a couple of items scattered around in here sometimes, but that's okay. That's just when they're taking fall damage from falling down too high instead of being killed by the sword. In order to collect some of those items though, we do have hoppers underneath the ends of the belts to push any of those loose items down into the chute, and we've also got another little deployer here punching because occasionally a piglin can glitch through the glass and ends up trying to get to the sword just there. It ends up standing on that block, so we've got a deployer here just to punch that to death so that it doesn't take up the spawn cap. Over here we've got our system for melting the swords down into nuggets, and it's got a few more fans on it so it happens a lot quicker, and that's because we don't want this vault backing up with broken swords, preventing the items from getting out. And speaking of items, the rest come out of this funnel here and this funnel here. This one actually allows both golden nuggets and experience nuggets to come through and get pressed, and that means that we're only getting blocks of experience in our backpack now, as well as just gold ingots, saving us a whole bunch of space. So that's that system sorted out. Eventually I do want to get this block of experience actually turned into liquid experience so that we can create a hyper enchanting system, but that'll have to wait for later. The other significant change I've made to this, that I should have made earlier on when we were doing our rate testing but completely forgot, is to add looting to the sword. The sword before for the rate test didn't have any looting on at all. Now it's got looting 3, and later on it'll have looting 4 when we go to Silence Workshop and get ourselves a special book. But that means we're getting even more drops than we were before. We're getting even more piglins than we were before, and overall it's just a whole bunch better. So there's no time like the present. We need to take a schematic of the top part of this tower and get it blasted onto the server. And back on the server, before I do that, I actually need to fix those issues inside of my storage system in case I have any more accidents. So first of all, I need to actually get some stock links configured again, and we actually need ones over here on there and over here on there as well. So we've now got access to those items. I need to tidy up this horrible mess that I've made, and I also need to break the shulker boxes and get their contents emptied into the storage system. And there we go. After shoving everything back into the storage system, we should see that we can have access to our elytra from our storage now, which means it's all gone back in and gone back in the right places. Right, now, I have quite the checklist of items to go and gather for the extension of my nether tower, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time gathering all of that, and also I need to go and see Mr. Beardstone and give him these lodestones. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! He's not AFK. Where is he? Wonder if he's back over at his starter base. Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Ah, Mr. Beardstone.
Hello?
I finally have your stupid lodestone compasses, and I need a better upgrade than Cabin Lord for those, because that was an ordeal.
Why? Surely you just had to go back to where you went before. It's fairly straightforward.
Yes, I did.
Go to the Nether.
First of all,
go to where you need to be.
I went the wrong way, so I went 20,000 blocks one way. So then I had to fly 40,000 blocks back the other way in the Nether, right? And then when I got there, a baby chicken ate me, so I had to come back here. Craft new stuff, find an elytra because my storage system was broken, get it all mended and enchanted to get back there.
Oh,
again,
amazing.
It's not amazing. So I've worked hard for those stupid compasses.
You did, and that's the kind of thing a Cabin Lord would do.
Unbelievable. Well
done, Foxy. Well done. No, that's Very impressive. So wait a minute, I thought the plan was to put them like 20,000 blocks away in the Overworld. Did you fly 20,000 blocks in the Nether?
Yeah, and then pop out in the Overworld. So it's 120,000 blocks away in the Overworld.
120,000 blocks.
Yeah, is that okay? 160 actually. Sorry. Is that okay?
Oh, he's going to have to buy so many rockets. This is amazing. Yeah. No, that sounds good because obviously this doesn't tell him how far away it is. He's just going to keep flying in that direction
for a long time.
For a very long time. Yeah. And his RV is not even 1,000 blocks away.
No. Well, I'm enjoying that side of things, Mr. Beardstone, but I don't like the missions you send me on. Can I have some more piratey ones that don't involve 20-minute flights?
Yes, you should rob the richest person at the bank.
That's me.
And then give me all their diamonds.
It's me.
Yes.
No, different job.
It's worth a try. Worth a try.
Well, I'm almost there. I've just got some waxed oxidized cooked copper to go, and I've run out of that, so I'm just turning a whole bunch of cooked copper into that, using these spouts and a deployer with a bit of honeycomb, and they're getting creative for me in there, albeit very, very slowly. And while I'm waiting for this, there is another little contraption that I'd like to set up in order to process the ridiculous amount of nuggets that we now have. There's no way I'm going to sort all that out by hand, so let's just grab that backpack, hop back down to my workshop, and let's just make a very quick and easy little base and press system, just like that. And with this filter that's on here, I can basically just throw my backpack on top of there. That's going to take all of the nuggets out, and they should start getting pressed any second now. There we go. Although it appears that these funnels are a little bit slow, so let's just swap those out for some better ones. There we go. And now we're generating ingots. And so while I'm waiting for all of that, I might as well go to Silent Shop and see if I can get my hands on some very, very good books. And here we are, arriving at Silent's base. Oh, and it's open now. Can we just go in and buy things? Pick out the book from the store. 32 diamonds a book. Jeez. Okay. We definitely want Looting 4. We do want Sweeping Edge 4, and we want Smite 6. I believe we can put Sharpness on it as well. And I think that's about it. So we'll send those. Light on means more payment needed. So I guess, do I put my payment in here? I do. Okay, that gives me 2 books, right? Okay, that's another 2 books. That's another book. And there we go. We've paid for all of the books. Wonderful. Now I need to put these on my sword, which I didn't bring with me because I'm smart. So I guess I'll go and get that and then come back to add the books to the thing. Oh, jeez, I'm a moron. Second, put books in the thing you want to enchant. Third, take item after notes play. First, put 1 item to enchant. Well, that's all backwards, isn't it? Okay, well, there's my sword. Let's start with Smite 6, so let's just throw that on there and wait a very long time, and there we go, that's that done. And that'll do. Right, now that that's done, it also looks like my press has... Oh, it's not finished, it's just full. Okay, how many nuggets have I got left? Still an awful lot. But the good news is, my copper is done. And that means I can finally get this gold farm built. Okay, let's throw these 2 backpacks back down. Throw all of this waxed copper into there. Throw the sword into there and check the checklist. Yep, everything is ticked. That means it's time to blast. No, I still don't like that cat. It's a really weird catchphrase. I don't like it. I won't use it again. It's time to blow. It's time to cannon. It's time. I'm just gonna just quick time lapse, I guess. And there we go, the cannon is done. However, I no longer have an elevator because I had to remove it so this thing could actually get built. And it hasn't placed any of the lava inside this thing either. And it seems it's going already without even having the thing spinning round in it just because one of the pigmen happened to get in the way of the sword. Now, I don't actually know if it is collecting any items yet. We've got no lava in it and we've got no backpack. But are we getting things in there? No, because, the deployer doesn't have a sword. So what we can do is hop around here and give the deployer a sword. If I can't, stop it! I can't reach it. I'm gonna have to kill all of these pigmen. This is bad design. Will you look? You are irritating. It's spin this round out the way for a moment. Get in here, give all of these pigmen a chop. There we go. Now it has a sword. Wonderful job. It means we can spin that back round and get this system finished off and all of the lava where it needs to go. And there we go. A couple of minutes later, all the lava is now in on all of the different levels. The machine has its sword, everything set up, so we should be able to just turn this thing on and start producing a whole bunch of gold. Let's go and find out. All we need to do is go up to our AFK spot, stand on the little platform that we've got here, and engage free cam and see exactly what's going to happen. Here we go. They're starting to go down. They are getting hit. Now they all want to be down there, and geez, that was a lot of pigmen all going down at once. They're going down. This is incredible, and they're all going to the end, and they just get killed so quickly. That sword is incredible. However, it kills them so quickly that they don't actually get angered by it, so we're not getting the anger mechanic. We are sometimes, but it's not as fast. So perhaps having Smite 6 and Sharpness 6 on that sword was not a good idea. I think I need to go buy a new sword. Actually, I don't need to buy a new sword because my sword doesn't have Smite on it. It does have Sharpness 6, but hopefully that's not enough to one-hit kill them. So if I swap that one out for my sword, hopefully that'll do the job, because it's still got looting 4. Let's go back to the top and find out. Pigmen are running towards the center. This is good. Yes, it seems to be doing the job it needs to do. And we've got many pigmen down at the bottom, constantly being got by that sword. It is killing them very quickly, but as long as it doesn't kill some of them instantly, it should be okay. And yeah, it's working. We're getting loads of pigmen in there. But how fast is it? We need to do a rate test for that, of course, which means I need to go back down to the collection system again, wait for all of the piglin that are currently in there to come through and for everything to empty out. There we go. They seem to have stopped coming through. Let's empty out the backpack. Run back up to the top very quickly and see what we get. Start the timer now. Well, exactly 15 minutes have gone by, and I know exactly how much is in here, but as you can see from this shipping container, there's still nearly 2,000 gold nuggets in there, so I'm going to wait for all of that to come through and get processed, and then we'll know exactly how much gold we got in 15 minutes, and then I can work out per hour. And so it's a fair test. I have spun the deploy around so it can't kill any more piglins. So we know we're only getting the stuff that happened within that 15 minutes. And there we go. The new press system is in. All of the items have gone through. But how much did we get? That much. 1,454 gold ingots and 1,090 blocks of experience and 10,000 rotten flesh. That's almost 6,000 gold ingots per hour, or just over 90 stacks. That's a lot of gold. Very, very quickly. I can't wait to tell Mr. Beardstone. But before I go and tell Mr. Beardstone, I need to change these signs. Because as much as I like the fact that it says FXNT Mega Corp, pretty sure that G must stand for something. Which of course it does, because now we have an epic gold farm up there. That G stands for gold. The FXNT Mega Corp of Golden Industry. Amazing. See, sometimes mistakes can work out quite well. Mega Corp doesn't mean anything. Well, a bit, I've fallen down. Does a bit means something. A bit. Ooh, it's so sparkly. Coming up. Stop it. Mr. Beardstone misses the train.
Almost sat in the back like a loser. No, come back.
Mr. Beardstone misses the train. Don't die, Miss Beardstone. You've got my expensive backpack. And Mr. Beardstone misses the train.
I was here, and then the door shut.
Like that.
Like that.
Let's create. Today, Mr. Beardstone and I are going to be building a big old shop. That's because in the last episodes, we've both been building gold farms, and my gold farm has been working very successfully. Realistically, it's only about an hour since I finished my last video, so not much has gone on since then, but as a result, I have amassed a whole bunch of gold as well as a whole bunch of experience, a lot of rotten flesh, and some onions and potatoes. That's because I got a zombie in here, which you'll see in a moment, because Mr. Beardstone has just popped by to talk to me about how we're going to plan and design our shop. I don't know why I'm going back up here. I actually need to go down to a spare level of my big old nether tower because I've got some farms to build. But before I start building those farms, we should probably catch up on what Mr. Beardstone and I talked about so you know what type of farms I'm going to be building. And there is a Mr. Beardstone in my tower and a zombie. How did zombie get in there? What? A normal zombie?
Oh, I can hear him.
Miss Beardstone?
Foxy!
Ah, welcome,
Hello.
sir. Look what's down there.
What is down there? What? What?
Exactly. How does a zombie
You haven't
get...
even got any portals up here.
I know.
That's not normal, Foxy.
Well, story of my life. I've noticed
Yeah.
that some pigmen are able to spawn on these, even though there's a door on there. But a zombie in the Nether?
Yeah, that. Well.
Bit odd. Wait.
It took me forever to get up to this. Is this like? Oh wow! I've just jumped into free cam.
It's as high as it goes, mate. You can't go any higher than this
Yeah.
in the Nether. Have you seen my sign on the side?
No. What side? No, not that
Come
side.
down a bit. If we go
No.
down to level 130.
Go down to level 130.
Yeah.
Where's the elevator? There it is. Yeah.
Just go past the gold farm, past all of this stuff, all these empty levels that are not doing anything just yet. And if we then just send the elevator away a minute and then hop out here.
Yeah.
If you look, not on this side because that's the elevator side, but on any of the other sides, look.
Ooh, look at that! Megacorp.
Megacorp, yes. The G
Megacorp.
stands for gold, Mr. Beardstone, I decided.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
The very intentional G in the middle of your sign.
Yeah,
Mega Gold Corp. HQ.
yeah.
I like it. It's very fancy, Foxy.
It's fancy, isn't it? Yeah, so the gold farm is done, Mr. Beardstone. I've been AFK there for a little while, not very long.
Wonderful.
And I'm pleased to announce, if you hop yourself back through here eventually. There we go, good job.
Yeah, there we go.
Pleased to announce
Easy peasy.
it generates a whopping 6,000 gold ingots per hour, which is
Right, so I'd
could
say
be
that's probably at least 6 times what mine does.
yeah, and also a lot of XP and a lot of rotten flesh, and apparently some vegetables.
Oh, I mean, a little bit of veg. Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Why is there a potato and an onion?
Well, like I say, a little bit of vegetables. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen that, and it's the first time I've seen a zombie. So
Yeah.
bit odd.
Yeah, that's weird. Right, so your gold farm's done.
Yeah,
My gold farm's done.
yeah,
We just need somewhere to sell it.
yeah.
And I do have an idea of what we can do.
Go on. Explain.
We should build a shop.
A shop. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's where you sell things
no.
normally.
It is.
Wonderful idea.
What I'm thinking is, how about an interdimensional pirate ship
Ooh.
with loads of glowy bits on it and like holographic sails made out of your new glowy glass
Okay, so
stuff.
cyberpunky pirate ship, half stuck out of a giant portal.
Yes, exactly.
That
Or
sounds amazing.
maybe having. I was thinking maybe having actually come out of the portal, and then we could have loads of gold flying out the back of it, like it's traveling really fast,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
and then have the big portal there.
I can do
Right.
it, but then if we just do half of it sticking out the portal, then we only have to build half a pirate ship, Miss Peter.
I see. But the most interesting bit of the pirate ship is the bit at the back.
Maybe it reversed out.
Just a pirate ship going backwards. Oh dear.
Okay,
Right. Well,
full pirate ship, come out of a big portal, lots
Yeah.
of gold. Yeah, I like it.
yeah, lots of gold
Shiny
everywhere,
things.
big fancy portal. But I was thinking maybe like, because I've been building lots of boats, I could do the base shape of the boat, and
That
then
makes
you could
sense.
go round and cyberpunk it up afterwards.
Yeah.
And for access, I'm thinking we'll just have like a rope hanging down, and then people can just climb up a rope.
Let's climb up the rope. Yeah, okay.
Just
yeah.
climb up the rope,
Alright.
yeah. I mean, most people are going to fly, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, apart from Kev,
Apart
who
from Kev,
I
yeah.
think still doesn't have any kind of flying apparatus. Oh yeah, you're not the richest anymore.
What? Pardon?
You heard? You're not the richest anymore.
Oh, okay. We're playing that game, are we? Right. Okay. No problem.
No, I'll be spending a whole lot of them very soon because I really like what you've done with your storage.
Ah, okay.
So
yeah.
I may well convert my boat to something similar because my vaults are getting quite full.
So we're going to need systems to create lots and lots of glowing glass, and that should be relatively easy. If we just actually pop down to my workshop, there's no reason we can't set up absolutely everything we need in order to produce that here in my nether tower. But before we can do that, there is one thing I need to check. Because we're going to be using a fan system to dye the glass different colours, I need to make sure that dye is not going to just evaporate and disappear like the water does if I put the water down in the nether. And for that, I'm going to need a bucket of dye, so let's head up to my storage system. Aha, a bucket of grey dye. Let's go back down to my workshop, head back to this machine here, and if I just pop that there, no, the dye disappears as well. Well, that sucks. What do you mean? I can't have dye in the Nether? Well, my plans have just gone completely out the window. Okay, in that case then, we can still set up something in here to generate lots and lots of glass, but then we're going to need a system to send that through to the overworld to get dyed. So let's go to the overworld and consider where that might pop out. Currently, we have this portal here, which links to my base area in the overworld, which I'm still yet to start actually decorating. And if you haven't been catching up on my videos, basically I'm going to be building a big old cyberpunk steampunk city. And at the very bottom layer is going to be like the slums area, if you like, that lives underneath a big old plate where we're going to have a sort of hierarchy of, well, capitalism. The higher up the city, the richer you are. So right down here at the bottom, it's going to be mainly dirt paths and scabby looking buildings that don't do a great deal. However, each building is going to have a function, like the building that's going to cover this nether portal is going to be a waterworks, which actually does send water into the nether, which we can use in some contraptions. We just can't place it. And each of the portals we have has to be on the right Y level. So this one is actually Y level 110, and that's because in the nether, each of my tower floors is 10 blocks tall. So if we was to have another one, we could say come down to Y level 100, but that's the level that my actual input is on. But we could have a Y level 101 over here and not interrupt that one because it's a bit further away. So there's no reason that over here, perhaps in this corner, we could have ourselves a little building that's only job was to wash glass into different colours. A little dye merchants, if you like, and I like the sound of that. So what I'm going to do is just dig some of this down a little bit so that we can get to Y level 100. Then we can pop ourselves down a portal and get this linked up with our tower in the nether. And that portal should line up with this one here. That's the one we come out to the overworld. So this one should, if I'm lucky, or if I've done it right, pop out exactly where it should. There we go. We popped out of this one. Let's go back through, make sure we come through the right one. We do. And if I go through this one, let's make sure we still come out of the right one with this one. We do. We go out of that. And if I go back into this, yeah, it all works perfectly. Excellent. Okay, let's go and create a system that's going to generate an absolute ton of glass. To make glass, we need to smelt sand. To make sand, we need to crush gravel, and to get gravel, we need to crush cobblestone. That means we're going to need a cobblestone generator, and apparently we have a system on this server as part of our mod pack that means we can do that in a relatively non-laggy way. This, a mechanical generator, which isn't too difficult to craft. So let's just drop down a crafting table and a stone cutter, grab a few ingredients, then we can craft ourselves up a drill, and now we can craft ourselves up a generator. But I've absolutely no idea how this works, so I'm going to try and figure it out as we go. We might as well do it over the back here where we've actually got power coming through. So let's throw down a grate block just there, stick that on there. I guess it needs power going at least into one side, and perhaps it needs to go up a level because I'm assuming that the cobblestone's going to come out from underneath it. So let's attach it to some power. There we go, it is powered. Now do I just put a chute underneath it? No? Click on the generator with the stone type. Ah, okay. So I've actually got to tell it what I want to generate. So there we go, generates cobblestone. And there it's already doing it very quickly. If I remove that, it goes away. Oh, wonderful. For now then, we'll just stick a funnel going into a vault there, pop that chute back under there, and we should just start generating a whole bunch of cobblestone. You guys need to stop spawning on these. It's got a door on it, so you really technically shouldn't be able to. It's quite irritating, because I don't want to have to move my entire elevator. Stop it. Next, we need to come down to my workshop, because I need to craft some crushing wheels. And to make that a little bit easier, I'm going to join all of these together at the back. Then we're going to need andesite alloy, wood, and stone. Andesite alloy there, wood around there, and stone in the middle, and off it goes, generating us crushing wheels. Wonderful, we'll have a few of those. And now we've got those, we can go set up some crushers to make our gravel and our sand. We'll start with the belt coming out of this vault here. We'll stick a shaft in there with a vertical gearbox there and a vertical gearbox there. We'll put a crushing wheel there, a crushing wheel there. We need a funnel to get the cobblestone out of there. And then once that's done, we can throw another set of crushing wheels in just after them there, and that'll turn the cobblestone into gravel and that gravel into sand, as well as a little bit of flint and clay, which I think we'll just send down to our storage system. We're going to take the items from there and throw them into another vault. Now if I run a bit of shaft here and throw in a gearbox and another gearbox. We can get that started, and that's already going to start producing us all of the things we need. Next, we need to bring the sand out of here and cook it. And for that, I'm going to grab a handful of fans and place some temporary blocks on top of this conveyor here, and then I'm just going to throw some fans on the top there. And let's have 5 of them. We'll colour those in to make them match everything else. Throw a bit of chain conveyor on top to join them all together. Snazzify the belt. And then I'm going to need some copycat boards and a copycat panel, and I need to put those back there, and then I can put some boards along the side like that. We'll put some more boards across the side like this. We're going to delete all of those blocks in the middle, pop a funnel there and extend it, set the filter to only allow sand out, and then we're going to grab ourselves a bucket of lava, and then we're going to throw that in here, just there like that. And then we're just going to put a board at the end there to stop that going anywhere else, so we don't actually need the copycat panel. And then we're just going to stick ourselves another big old vault at this very end, and this is going to have all of our glass. Okay, now that that's sorted and we've got a ridiculous amount of glass coming in through here already, we need to get it dyed. So we need to get that up to our portal level, which is up there at Y level 100, and we're on Y level 50. So we need a way to get the items out of there and up to there. And I think the simplest way would be just to use chutes with a fan at the bottom. We could use frogs and frog ports, but I don't like them because, well, let's just say I've had a lot of issues with them in the past, and I don't really want a squirrely mess of chain, conveyor, and belts. So this time what we're going to do is add another belt coming out this way. We're going to stick a fan down there, and then we need to consider where our chutes are going to come up. We don't want them interfering with anything else, and I don't think there's anything else really in our way other than the storage system on the way up. No, there isn't. So what we'll do with these chutes then is we'll come up at least to there, then we're going to go across up to this wall, and then we're going to come across up here and try and get somewhere central with the room so that we're somewhat in line with our portal when we get up here, which is pretty much not far off the centre of the room. It's a bit further beyond, around about there. And now we just need to go up a whole bunch, and there we are. We have reached the level where our portal is at. So then we can literally just put a belt along here like this, and we can just fire all of that glass straight through the portal. However, I don't want to oversend glass going through there, and I don't want to overproduce glass either, so before we do any of that, let me go back down to the glass level, and we're going to throw ourselves on a clutch just here. We're going to stick a redstone link on there in receive mode, and we're going to take our threshold switch, and we're going to just pop that there, and that's going to keep its eye on how much glass we've got in there. We're going to stick another redstone link on there, so let's just put wool on the bottom of there, and on there, and then we want a bit of glass there, and a little bit of glass there, and we want to say, once we've got more than 200 stacks, then stop, and if we've got less than 199 stacks, then start. And that should stop this. There we go, look, it's already stopped once it gets there. However, it hasn't stopped any of this from processing, it's only stopped the cobblestone. Relink that shaft across there, and then we'll put the clutch in from there, coming straight off the wall. Now we can pop the redstone link back on, put it in receive mode, give it a bit of glass and a bit of wool, and now that'll stop absolutely everything. Wonderful. Next, we need to get this belt and that fan powered, so let's do exactly what we did before. We're just going to bring some more of this chain drive along here. We'll pop that up onto that, and then we need to dogleg it round underneath there to connect to the fan, but that might be going in the wrong direction. We need to check, and in order to check, we need to actually just invert that to allow the system to turn back on again, and that is moving things downward, so that's no good. Let's get rid of that. Pop a gearbox on there, put that there, and now that's still going downwards. Okay, that's no good. Why is these things always so tricky? Okay, we'll come out this way instead then, and then we'll join that to that instead. That's still back. How is it going down? Okay, we'll do that. They're both going in opposite directions, so now one of these should work. There we go. Now it's pushing the glass upwards. That's wonderful. Now if we go back up to our portals above, we should see that there is glass coming out of the top of the fan. Wonderful. That worked. Oh, I've got my magnet on. That's annoying. Oh, well, I needed some glass. Right, we need that to come up one more block. We need something on top of it to stop the glass from spitting out. And then we just need a funnel on there to allow the glass to go onto this belt here. But before it gets to the end, I actually want to put a funnel on here and another one on there so that we can control whether or not it's actually letting glass through. And of course, this belt's going to need power. So let's stick a bit of chain drive there, run some power down into the corner of the room, or some shaft, should I say. Put a gearbox there, a little bit more shaft going across here like this until we get to there. And I just need to throw on another gearbox, make it the right color. And I mustn't forget to spawn proof any of these blocks to stop things from spawning on them. And there we go. The glass is now going through the portal, which I should probably stop. So let's just throw a lever on there and lock those things to going through, and go and pick up the big old pile of glass that we've got on the other side of this. Which side? It's all there. We've got loads of it, look. Tons of glass. So this is going to be the side we need to do the dyeing, and that means we just need a couple of belts coming out of the portal at an angle so that we can catch the items as they come through, and then we just need to push those into some sort of dye system, which we'll worry about in a minute, because right now we needed a way to on and off that funnel, and I don't think redstone links are going to work between the Nether and the Overworld. So we're going to test. We're going to put some wool on there and a bit of string. We're going to give that power. Then we're going to go into the Nether, stick a redstone link on there and invert it, put some wool and some string on there, and no, that's not lit. So that doesn't work. However, what if I force load the chunk that we're in? We'll just do a couple of these for now. Will that work, or is it just a dimensional thing? It will not. Okay, so we can't send redstone systems through the portal. That's a bit annoying, that is. So we are going to need a way to control this glass being turned on and off from the other side, because once we've got a certain amount of each one, we don't want more being sent through. The other way we could do this is actually to basically make a train and have that come in and out of the Nether, and then obviously it wouldn't carry items if it couldn't drop them off at this side. But I don't really like the idea of having trains going in and out of these portals, because that creates a whole bunch of other kinds of lag. So we're gonna have to figure this out. For now, however, I've done a little bit in terms of setting up some power to this and just routing some belts round, and I was hoping that I could actually blow the fans through these downward facing belts from underneath. Oh, go away as soon as I start recording. But unfortunately, it doesn't appear to allow them to go through, even if I get rid of that on the belt, so that's not going to work. So instead, we're going to have a system like this, which is going to have the dyes on top of those belts there, and then we're just going to add filters onto these funnels here to prevent the normal glass from going through unless it's dyed, and then it'll come through here and go back through the portal. I just need some dyes, or more. And that brings me back to my storage system, because I have dyes in my storage system, but the only way I can get them out is to go to the Overworld and call them from there, because as soon as I call them from any of these packages, they're going to get unpackaged and sent through into the Overworld. And what I'd really like here is a system where I can actually say, no, I'm calling it from here, so I want them deposited here, not in the Overworld. And I think the only way I can really do that is potentially with frog ports, which I don't want, but I'm also thinking I could use addresses. Maybe. You can route packages based on their address with a funnel. Okay, in that case then, if I had a funnel on here and then a belt coming out to the side to meet up over there, I can say, actually, I want the packages addressed to that address to come out this side of the funnel, otherwise go that way. I think that's what that means, and it would probably make more sense, actually, to just move that a block down, grab myself a bit of shaft and make a belt coming along this way to around about here, and then stick another belt this way, coming across to around about there, which of course is going to need power and colouring in. Snazifying? Yep, snazifying. And now I just need a package filter, which is a bit of wool and a little bit of zinc. And with this, I can just set an address. Okay, in that case, let's chuck a chest here, stick a packager on the back with a funnel going in, and we need to give that an address, and I can't remember how you do it. Let's just call it FXNT Nether Storage. We'll throw that on the package filter. Stop it. If I throw that on there and then request an item to go to that address, such as a stack of red dye, what's going to happen with that? That's going to come that way, and there we go. It went the correct direction. Okay. Now, if I stuck a frog on there and called that frog that, and then click that with that. We can add that to a clipboard, and then we get a selection box down here. Now, if I name this frog FXNT subway storage, we'll grab the clipboard and then click it on there, we get 2 addresses on there. So now I can flick between them. So now if I was to request some beetroot and send that to the subway storage, that goes the right way. Amazing. Oh, that was easy. The only thing it doesn't send the right way is anything coming out of these, because of course they're doing different things. So what we actually need is another funnel over here, a little bit more belt, another packager, another funnel, another bit of snazzification, one more package filter, and then we put FXNT Nether storage on there and throw that on there. And now when I call for items out of there, such as netherrack or my non-stackable items, they should go the right way as well. So let's try that. Let's try a stack of netherrack. Let's call that. That should come out of there. Oh, look at that. It's gone the right way. But I actually want to send some netherrack to my subway storage. Will that work? It will. Genius. No frogs required. You can go now because I only needed you for your name. And now I can actually use this while I'm in the nether. Wonderful. Now, there are only a few dyes that I actually want to make. The sort of dyes that have the right colours for neon signs, such as magenta, and purple, and light blue, and lime green, and yellow.
All of them colours sound amazing, Foxy.
Mr. Beardstone! Where are you, sir?
Foxy, I just came through a portal, and there appears to be
Hang on,
2 portals, and I've lost your elevator. Oh, it's there. I see.
I'm coming, sir. Hello.
Hello. Hello. I heard you talking about colours, which has me very excited because I have a boat template, a basic boat for us to be working with.
If we go down to level 50, which is glass, Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, you have a whole level for it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So this is my glass production facility. This just generates a whole bunch of glass. It gets sent up that big tube, right?
Yep.
It comes up to the overworld. Well, it comes up to overworld level through that big tube, and then it comes through here. Now, currently, I need a system to actually be able to turn this on and off from the overworld, which you can't do with Redstone Link, sadly. So I can't lock that other than with a lever. But once it pops through into the overworld, follow me, Mr. Beardstone, it will then end up in here because I can't have dyes or water in the nether, and it will come through this system where it's going to get dyed. So I just need some buckets of dye, and then once it's been dyed, it'll go back through into the nether, and I haven't built the bit to deal with that yet. So we're very, very nearly there.
So you've got a cross-dimensional farm.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. And you can are you going to have every dye here, or are you just going to...
No, I'm only going with the neon colours because I think we want the purple and magenta, we want yellow, lime green, and light blue. Because why would you want any other colours for neon?
I don't know, Foxy. You're the boss of neon.
So yeah, I think that will work. So I'm just going to go and build those, craft those buckets now. Do you want to come with me?
Ooh, yes.
I've just another thing I was just doing because I had no way of accessing my storage from within my the nether, Mr. Beardstone. Now I can do that. So if we go down to my storage level, using the magic of package filters, I can now request things, and they just come here instead of going to the overworld.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've just been messing around with filters and wildcards last episode for my gold farm. It was it definitely went fine first time.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Okay, now we can go down to my workshop level, Miss Beardstone. And then I do actually have a water mixer. That's one thing you can have in the nether, which I've got just here, look. But how do you make a bucket of dye? I'm assuming it's with one of these.
Just put 4 dye in, and then you can scoop out the dye with a bucket.
Okay, so if I just throw 4 of those in there. Oh, it's gone in there, Miss Beardstone.
That was
get rid of that.
Yeah. And then do it again. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. It's all flawless, Foxy.
I'm doing a good job.
There you go. And then scoop that out.
Wonderful.
And you just do that with each one. And then you'll get all your coloured dyes. You get to make lots of coloured glass. And then you've got to dye it all to make it glow.
Yeah.
And then we can make our fancy boat look fancy, because currently it's just a shell. It's okay. It all stays separate, look. Yeah. Just like real life.
Just like in real life, yeah.
Yes.
No, everything just turns brown in real life, Miss Beardstone. Whenever you do any sort of, mixing colours together, it doesn't matter what colours you mix, they go brown. Have you not noticed that?
Well, it's not an issue I've had, to be honest, Foxy. You know, okay. I did studied colour theory, you know.
Yeah, and everything turned brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame.
No.
Now we can go throw these in the overworld and see if that system works.
Sounds wonderful, Foxy.
Yeah. Right, we're going to allow the glass to come through, but maybe we should only let it through one at a time. Otherwise, this is going to go everywhere, isn't it?
Yes. Do you want me to go through the other side and wait for the chaos?
That's a good idea. Yeah. Oh, take that there. One glass at a time coming through. Have you got your magnet on? Because that could cause some problems.
Can confirm there's a lot of glass.
It's coming through. So now
it's all coming through just on the one belt, though. You don't need both, by the looks of it.
Oh, well, that's good. It's just a just-in-case thing, really.
Oh, the downside is it's going to keep sending it through once the system's backed up.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I need an on and off system that works in the Nether. In my other systems, I just put a big vault and just catch it in that as a sort of
I was going to say a vault to buffer.
Yeah, but I might just, if there's too much, catch it and just throw it in fire because it's free. Right, so now I need just a handful of filters to say no glass. That's easy.
You got a lake. Got a lake.
Oh.
There's blue everywhere.
So now that shouldn't let any more glass through. Good, excellent. Oh, we're getting coloured dye on the.
Yep.
There.
Here we go.
Somehow.
It's coming through. Purple, yellow, pink, magenta.
But why is it going back through the portal? It's coming back round again. It should be going into the net. Oh, it's probably landing on the belt on the other side and then just coming back through.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
probably.
gonna go check. But yeah, that's exactly what's happening. I actually need to send it through this side of the portal or just move this across a block so it comes through the right side. But it works.
It does kind of work.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of jiggery pokery and you'll be sorted.
Yeah. There's just bits of glass just jumping through.
Not surprising.
Everything's fine. Let's not worry about it. It's all good. I just want to add a little bit more shaft on here and just extend that and see if that makes a difference.
It does make a difference. It doesn't work now.
There we go. See if it stops it popping back through. It's not coming back through now, look.
Oh, nice. So that'd be going onto the belt next to it? Or...
Well, it'll be going on the floor at the moment, but,
Does the job.
It's all going on the floor. Wonderful. Oh, look at that. Big pile of coloured glass all over the floor. Wonderful. Right, we'll just let that pile up for a while. And I'll come and have a look at your boat. Oh, we do have a leak.
I said you got blue everywhere, Foxy.
I thought you'd have fixed it. Jeez, unbelievable.
No, I didn't have the appropriate tools. And over here we have a little boat.
Oh, it is a tidgy boat. It's tiny.
Just a little boat.
Well, not very impressive. It's small.
Well, it doesn't need to be a big boat. It's only selling gold. Lots of gold. But yeah, so I've basically just kept it very, very simple.
Yeah.
We've got a top deck. We've got a driver deck.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we've got like a little cabin.
Yeah. Oh, it has got
and then we've
downstairs. Big enough for have a downstairs.
Oh yeah, and then plenty of room downstairs. So plenty of room for storage and lots of gold and shoppage and stuff like that. As you can see, I've done no texturing, no detailing. I've literally just built it as like a rough template for us to work with.
And do you want it to be red?
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be red. That's just the colour it is currently. Well, I mean, we can work on making it cyberpunky together, but basically we just need lots of. You've been building cyberpunk, I've been building out of wood. So my theory is we're trying to mesh the two.
Okay.
So if you get loads of your cyberpunky bits and bobs, and we'll stick them all over the side, and obviously make this less just a wall of red.
Yeah.
Maybe we should take a schematic of this, chuck it in a creative world, and have a little play around with some palettes. Foxy. Some colour theory stuff. Yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll make brown, Foxy. We'll make brown.
Brown. Mix it all together and make brown.
Make brown.
Okay, jumping back into this project then. The theory works. We still need a pickup system in the Nether to get the coloured glass back into our storage system. And we need a way to be able to turn the glass off from actually spewing out from the Nether into the Overworld and just making a big old mess. And that I haven't figured out yet. So for now, let's just concentrate on getting the glass back and we'll worry about the on-off system later. So this new belt here will catch the stained glass, bring it along this belt, and that will push it into these chutes here. And these chutes just need taking all the way down to our storage system. And that way, we'll just be storing a whole bunch of stained glass, and then we can just take as much as we need to get turned into the glowing glass. So now all I need to do is prevent stuff coming through if it's completely full on this side. Now, one thing we could do is just speed all of this up a little bit so that it's going to run a bit faster, but it's still going to take time actually dyeing the glass, which is going to slow it down, and more glass is going to try and come through while that's being dyed. So, I think the sensible thing to do here is to get rid of this bit of belt, deal with this creeper, without him exploding my things. No, thank you. No, thank you. Get rid of this for a minute. Then we're going to stick a big old vault at the end of those belts there. Have the funnels going in there to fill that with the normal glass. Brass funnel there to take the normal glass out. And for now, while I can't think of a good way of controlling things in the Nether from the Overworld, all I'm going to do is stick a threshold switch on there, set that to 300 stacks, stick a smart chute there, and filter that for glass. And then if I invert the signal on that, that's going to lock that smart chute unless there's more than 300 stacks in the vault. If there's more than 300 stacks in the vault, it will open that smart chute and the rest of the glass will just get burnt. Whoa, okay, I wasn't quite expecting that. Turns out we don't need this belt at all. Well, that's quite good fun, but it is working. But that I really didn't expect that. Whee! Now what I need to do is make a system so I can get them out of storage and make them glow. And that's gonna be the easiest system in the world because it's literally just a deployer above a belt. So let's have one for each of the different colors of stained glass that we're making. Throw on a barrel for each color. Throw on an output barrel for each color. We can only deploy on one item at once, so we only need brass funnels on both sides. But we are going to need chutes and barrels to actually store the glow ink in each of the deployers. We need to snazify the deployers into the right color, of course. Shove a shaft in there so that we can actually power our deployers. And then all we need to do is add power to this, which we can do just from joining it to that one. There we go. We have that system in place. That was easy. Now we can just stick a whole bunch of glow ink in each one of these and go and get ourselves a whole bunch of glass. And 5 stacks of each color should do for now. Here it comes. 5 stacks for you. 5 stacks for you. 5 stacks for you. 5 stacks for you. And 5 stacks for you. Wonderful. It's working. We're getting all the colors. And we just need to wait. And where better to wait than up at my AFK spot on the gold farm. Factory gauges. That's how I'll deal with my glass issue. And also, zombies. Lots of zombies. In the Nether? That's because Chuck's been AFK at my gold farm overnight, but unfortunately Chuck's computer doesn't have replay mod on it, so I can't watch the replay back and find out how they got here. But that is some seriously weird stuff, because zombies can't spawn in the Nether. But because Chuck has been AFK here for such a long time, we should now have a ridiculous amount of gold. Let's go and have a look in my backpack. Just 77,700 and something. And a chicken head. Wow, we killed a lot of chicken jockeys. And we've got iron in there. So zombies are somehow getting in here. Anyway, right, there's a couple of things we need to do this morning before Mr. Beardstone gets online and we need to start building this shop. And the first thing we need to do is undo everything I did yesterday. As the comments point out regularly, yes, it's not a Foxy video if I don't redo everything at least once. And that's because this glass system down here, as much as it works absolutely perfectly and there's nothing wrong with it, would be better off somewhere else. It's all the way down on level 50, yet we're dealing with all of the glass and sending it through on level 100. So why are we sending all of that up and down 50 levels when we could literally either have the glass being produced in here near that portal, or more reasonably just on the level below, which is completely blank with nothing going on in it. So yeah, I'm going to move it about a bit, but before I do that, I want to go down to my storage and see how much of the coloured glass that we've got now. Oh, a lot. Oh geez, an awful lot. But also, yes, factory gauges. If we want to control exactly how much of the glass is going through into the overworld from the Nether and back again, we can use a request system. And it doesn't have to be factory gauges, because personally I don't like factory gauges because I've had nothing but problems with them. But we do have redstone requesters, which effectively do the same thing. So I'm not 100% sure what we're going to use yet, but first of all, I'm going to get the glass making system in here. We're going to send the glass directly down into our storage system, and then we can worry about how we're going to control how much of it we're going to have. And so a few minutes later, we now have a much smaller system that does exactly the same thing. We've got our cobblestone being generated here, getting turned into gravel, getting turned into sand and flint and clay. The flint and clay is coming along here and going in there, and the sand is going through there, getting turned into glass. That then goes straight down through these chutes into this vault here in our storage room. This vault then just holds that glass. It's got a packager so it can send it out if we call for it. And underneath it's got a threshold switch with a redstone link to stop us producing if we've got too much. The flint and the clay then get taken out of that and put in there where they'll be stored. Again, they've got a packager on so we can call for them from our normal storage system. But underneath this one, if we got too much, we're just going to void them off. And then over to the other side, we've actually got this vault, which has got our stained glass in it. And on the front of that, I've added some factory gauges, which I really didn't want to use, because I don't like factory gauges, but I can't see a better way of doing this, and even the way I've done it is pretty janky. Let me explain. On the back of the glass vault, there is another packager with another stock link on it, which is on a completely different stock network to our normal storage system. That's to keep it separate. That runs into a belt, which then goes into a funnel, which goes into a chute, so it can send the glass up to where our portal is. On the bottom of our stained glass vault, we also have a packager with a stock link with the same network as that glass one, and these factory gauges are all connected to that as well. On the factory gauges, I've basically said, if we send 50 glass, we should expect to get 10 bits of stained glass back. That's because we're actually splitting the stacks of glass in order to dye them, so if we send 50 out, because it's getting split by 5, we should get 10 back, and each one of these has got exactly the same thing. And basically, if these stock links think we don't have enough, it will send the glass out. That will then come up to where the portal is. The package that the glass is sent in will go through this packager, get unpackaged, and the glass will go out and get turned into stained glass. That stained glass then comes back through, eventually going back into our system, and this little network here just shows us what we've got in our glass box and what we've got in our stained glass. And you can see we're actually producing a lot more lime stained glass and magenta stained glass, because most of this went through without me actually setting the force split on the system. Now if I throw 50 glass on it, we should get 10 going through each one. But the good news is, because we're using this system and we're using this system, we're no longer overproducing glass, we're no longer just chucking it all over the belt, all over the overworld. It is controlled, and we can have as much as we want. Right, anyway, it's a time that me and Mr. Beardstone got together and started building that shop.
Well, Foxy, a little while later, let's not talk about how long this has actually taken us this morning, but look at that.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Huge
That
big
is
portal with the ship
cool.
blasting out of it, a rope for Kev to get up and down, and lots of neon. We've got some signs on there now. We've got hologram
lots of signs
inside.
on the inside. Yeah.
We've got a shop. There's the hologram. How cool is that?
That is very
We've
cool.
even got some little shopkeepers as well. It's awesome.
This is actually very cool. I'm very pleased that we managed to pull this off, Foxy.
Yeah, I love it. I want to see what it looks like in the dark and with shaders though, Mr. Beardstone.
Midnight.
Nice.
Oh,
yeah.
The portal looks amazing with those glowing light blocks.
Yeah, that looks amazing. The ship looks awesome. It's all lit in the right places. What does it look like down in the shop? Yeah, it's very, very got that cyberpunk steampunk theme. I
like it. And we have different shaders, so we're going to have different views of this.
I've got BSL.
Mine looks very cool.
Mine looks very cool.
Yeah, I've got complimentary unbound, but it looks very, very cool. I like it. Right, so now what we need to do, Foxy, is get this into the real world.
What?
So
we've got to Build it again.
No, because we're on Create and we have a schematic cannon. You know this, Foxy.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll take a great big schematic of this entire thing.
Yeah.
We'll make a list, a checklist. We'll give the checklist to my storage guy and get everything we can. And then we'll do the checklist again, give it to your storage guy because you've got all the glowy stuff.
Yeah.
And and then see what's left.
Yeah.
And then we can make it real.
Sounds amazing. Let's do this.
Awesome.
Okay, so logging back into the world, Chuck is still AFK, which is good, and we do have another zombie down there. And I thought that's a little bit odd, so I've done a bit of Googling and found out exactly why. You see, we're actually encountering a bug. When the zombified piglins are killed by the sword, it's technically a player kill even though it's a deployer, because the deployer acts as a fake player. And when you kill a zombie in the game, there's a chance for basically the zombies to recruit back up, and those recruits can spawn anywhere. They totally ignore light levels, they ignore a whole bunch of the other spawning rules, but they shouldn't be spawning on here, and they're not. They're actually spawning on here, which technically has a door on it, but these blocks are all spawnable. Anyway, as a result of that, we're also getting them spawning at the windmill level here, as well as various other levels on the way down here. And again, this guy spawned in on that spawnable block because they can. So you, sir, have got to go. Although I could have kept you for bartering, but it's too late now. You're dead. Got a few bits and pieces there, Mr. B. Oh my goodness, that's... Got a bit of gold.
Just a bit. Yeah, the vault that collects my gold isn't big enough. I need to swap it out for a max level backpack. Well, now I'm much, much richer than you. I can do that.
Much, much richer?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What? 10,000?
It's all right, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah.
No longer the richest member. Every episode. It's a roller coaster, Mr. Beardstone, but you're going to spend all your diamonds on backpacks, right?
Well, I'll be spending a lot of them, yes.
I've already gone through that process, so I'm good. So, clipboard. I imagine it's going to be an interesting one.
Yes, so first, let's raid my storage.
Raid your storage, Mr. Beardstone.
Do you have a spare fully upgraded backpack? Or
No.
one
In
that
fact,
we can...
most of mine have not got much room in it all. I can go and get one. We'll have to
okay.
go.
It's okay.
Why don't we
We'll
go
just
to my storage first? Because then I can grab a backpack while we're there.
Okay, let's do that then.
And here we are. How convenient. Right, I'll go grab a backpack on my many, many, many backpacks. There we go. This one will do.
That's what you had.
Yeah, it looks about right.
Where's the crying obsidian?
That's in my, it's near my shop at my starter base.
Oh, okay.
Right, to my starter base then. Have a seat, Miss Beardstone.
Oh, almost sat in the back like a loser. Ah, no, come back!
Did you?
You said have a seat, and then you.
I thought you were
and then
already
you
in the
drove
train,
off.
to be fair.
It's okay. I can fly. I've got rockets.
Okay, I'll see you
Ow!
back there.
Ow! I nearly died.
Don't die, Miss Beardstone. You've got my expensive backpack. So I'm just going to spin that funnel round, and then you'll be able to access 2,000 of it. That should be enough, right? And there's a load of normal obsidian in there as well, if we need some of that. But I've got 4,000 of that on me. Subway to the shops?
Yes.
Right, let me know when you're actually on and sat down this time.
Well, last time I went on and I was on the back, and I was like, well, I don't want to be on the back like a
You
loser.
got off again as the train was leaving. It's just not
well,
how
no,
you do trains, Miss Beardstone.
And then I went to get in the front, and the door shut on me.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's too efficient, my transport.
I literally, I was here, and then the door shut like that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You are the worst.
That looked really dodgy.
What did?
You threw all those items on the floor and then sort of turned around and then just stood there as they all sucked back in without saying a word. Right.
So we need 51 blocks of gold. We need 69 black dark metal plating. 1 brown flywheel. 9 copycat panes. 66 dark metal plating. Should I just go stick this to the wall of my boat?
Yes, that would be useful. Then I don't have to just slowly fade you out as you're listing off lots of things.
Yeah. Right. I can confirm we officially have everything.
Yeah, boy.
The clipboard says we have everything, apart from the wax oxidized copper lanterns, which I've just manually ticked because, well, we know that that's a bug with soul lanterns.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hit the button. Let's go.
Do it. There we go. Wow.
Yay!
All of our hard work finally be. We don't have to move that portal. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that'd be a pain, wouldn't it?
It would. Thanks enough.
We did it, Foxy.
We did. Look at this.
It looks absolutely awesome. We've had to do a little bit of tidying up on a couple of bits and extend the rope and things like that. And we've added a cool new sign at the bottom. Look at that.
Oh, hang on.
Gold for cash.
I'm not looking at that. I'm going to go.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
you're
I'm
in
gonna
free
look at
cam,
that,
aren't you? Cheating. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's much easier to look at stuff, Foxy.
Yeah. Gold
But
for
yeah, so
cash.
we've got the cool sign.
Big old
that
rope.
points upwards.
Big old portal.
Yeah, and everything's mirrored and back to front, so it feels weird after spending so long on it on creative. But that looks absolutely awesome. I love that.
We're not finished though, Mr. B.
No, we still need to load it up with gold, Foxy.
And get some shopkeepers in.
Oh yes, and shopkeepers, yes.
Yeah.
I've got an idea for the shopkeepers.
Go on.
Well, I've got a lot of pops.
Yeah, I had a lot of pops, Mr. Beardstone.
Oh, I still have a lot of pops.
All of mine got stolen from the pop shop. We have a dead stam.
We do have a dead stam. Maybe not a dead stam.
No,
Maybe.
don't want a dead stam as your shopkeeper. Oh, I've got some in my storage room. I've got a Rofo, 2 Imagineer Daves, a Block Down, a Chosen, a Kev, and 2 Silence, and a Throwlash.
I see.
They're not particularly useful, those, are they?
No. I don't have another Beardstone one. My Beardstone one had problems. Straw statues is.
Right, okay. Now, I
Yes.
can stock this, but I also can't access the diamond. So how are we going to deal with that situation?
Perfect.
What
situation?
Unbelievable.
No, we'll empty it every now and then, Foxy, and I'll just put a box somewhere. Is there a box anywhere? Put a little box behind each player.
There we go. Barrel each.
And then, whenever I empty it, I'll just split it.
Nice.
But no one's going to buy gold anyway, Foxy, let's be honest.
So why do we build it?
I mean, they
Isn't
might.
it looking cool?
I don't know. Something to do, wouldn't it? We could probably do with a bit more decoration at the top here. And
Yeah.
I'm probably going to fiddle around with some armor stands a bit and scatter some gold coins around and things like that.
That's a good idea.
Excellent stuff, Foxy. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
And look at this. Now it's night as well. This thing just glows above the shopping district. That's so cool.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Oh, dang it. Someone slept.
Oh, jeez.
Job well done, Foxy.
Yeah. Okay, so back at the Nether, it's time to find out exactly how rich we are in terms of gold. And yes, we have 11,000 blocks of gold, almost 12,000. And a whole lot of rotten flesh that I've got absolutely no use for, as well as an absolutely ridiculous amount of experience, which I definitely do have a use for. Now, I'm going to take a whole bunch of this gold, and now I can take that to the shop, get the shop stocked, and then finally, I can actually get round to building some structure and some buildings and some terraforming stuff at my actual base. Because right now I'm a little bit sick of being in the Nether. And back over at the shop, I have deposited all of the gold into the system, which means that we now have over 6.2 thousand blocks of gold in there. That should keep us going for a while. Coming up,
I feel like I wouldn't have thought it was rat if the shop wasn't called Not Rat.
I built some farms, but let me talk you through what I've done. I finally start my cyberpunk city,
It looks very gritty and grimy. I like it.
and Mr. Beardstone says millions.
Oh, I didn't say millions.
Let's create. Today, I'm finally going to be starting to work on my actual base. It is episode 21, and yeah, my base is currently looking like this. We've got a few bits and bobs sticking out from the Nether, and my subway, of course, but everything else is just grass, and that's going to change, because I've got some serious plans for this base, and we're going to be starting on the lowest of the low levels, which is the slums level, where we're going to have all sorts of paths and buildings and crazy things going on, which are then going to lead up a big tower to another level. Now, I'm not going to say that we're even going to start getting to the second level in this episode, but I want to get this base level all built and in place. Even if it's not finished, I want to know where it's going to be, how it's going to look, and what the buildings are going to be like. But before we do any of that, I need to bring my attention over to this machine that we made in the last episode. This machine dyes glass all sorts of different colours. Well, 5 different colours at the moment, and if you think about it, there are actually 16 different colours of dye in the game, so I want to upgrade it so that it can do all 16, and I want to turn it into my washing machine as well, because we still have no way of placing water in the Nether in order to wash things, and that means that my little Nether workshop, down on level 40, can't do any washing or dyeing at all. That said, I have had a few more comments about how I might get water in the Nether, and I'm going to give those a quick try before we do anything everything, but I have decided that I'm going to be sending items to the overworld to get washed and then back into the nether again into my storage. So it doesn't really matter, but we're going to give it a go. Now, these are all of the different ways that we've tried previously, thanks to the comments, and none of those work in the nether. Although I did overlook a couple of things which could work, but I doubt it, and that is that when I broke the ice in the nether, I was in creative mode, and of course when you break it in creative mode, it doesn't turn into water. So let's first of all just hop into the nether, place some ice, go into survival mode, and then break the ice, and you can see, yes, no water gets placed, not even for a split second. And just for a fair test, I've now got a pickaxe. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Okay, next. Some people said I should try turning a waterlogged block into a contraption and taking that through into the nether, but I can already tell you what's going to happen. As soon as this becomes a contraction, the water's going to spill everywhere because water can't go in contraptions. And in order to prevent the lever from breaking, let's try that with a redstone block and pick it up. Jeez, there we go. And then when we pop that down somewhere else, you can see there's no water in there, and if we turn it back into a real boy, there's still no water in there. So that's not going to work. Some people suggested taking a schematic of some water, like that, loading it into a schematic cannon, but before I load it in there, you might actually notice there is no water in the schematic, but I'll put it in anyway, put my clipboard in there to get a list of materials, and you'll see there is just glass in this and no water. But for the sake of a fair test, I'm going to put some glass into the chest next to it and a bucket of water, put some gunpowder in it and tell it to go, and you'll see that it doesn't place any water. Some other people suggested scaffolding. Waterlogging the scaffolding, lagging out my world so that it can't have a tick update, then breaking the scaffolding below it so it falls down with the waterlogged state, and then basically using pistons to throw it into the nether, where the waterlogged state would apparently stay. But, yeah, that's not going to happen because I'm not prepared to completely lag out the server in order to get one block of water into the nether. It's not going to happen. I know I can undo it if I did do that and put it back together again, but that's a lot of effort, a lot of work. For one piece of water, it's not worth it. Others said that I could waterlog glow lichen. It doesn't seem to work. And the final suggestion was to waterlog a chest and then pick the chest up using carry-on mod and then put that in the nether. But as you can see, when you pick up an item that's waterlogged, it doesn't retain the water in it. Whilst the block is in the world, it does have a waterlogged state, but the game knows once that block's removed to leave the water there. So you can't pick up a block and it carry that water with it. It just doesn't work like that. And the last thing I should mention is that I got a few comments saying, what about if I suck the water towards the fan instead of trying to blow it through solid blocks? And the only blocks of these that can actually hold water in the nether are the cauldron and the basin, and no, you can't suck the water from those towards the fan to create washing particles, so that won't work. So no, there are no ways, other than completely lagging out my world apparently, to get water in the nether, so we're just going to wash the items in the overworld and send them back through to the nether. And that's good, because it means I don't have to spend ages faffing about in my nether tower. I can get straight to work on building my city. And I realise it's a little bit early in the video for a time-lapse, but I've been so excited about getting this base sorted, I don't want to leave it any longer. So let's do this. Wait! I can't do anything yet. I need loads of blocks I haven't got. I need loads of dirt, I need coarse dirt, and I need rooted dirt as well. And in order to get rooted dirt, I actually need to make a little tunnel bore in a place, well, wherever there's an azalea tree, and I do have drills on me. I've got some water wheels, and I've got a rope pulley. So let's go and get some rooted dirt, then craft a whole bunch of coarse dirt, and then I can get building. I've just got to find an azalea tree. And so, hopping out the game quickly, just to throw on the Foxy mod, I can see a lot further, but as you can see, there are some weird things that go on sometimes, which is why I turned it off. But I think I'd rather have it than not. I have found an azalea tree. It is in the middle of the water, which is not ideal, but hopefully this thing is sat on a whole bunch of rooted dirt. It is, but it has a hole in it. Oh, geez. We might not get a lot from this, but it's worth a try. Let's get rid of the actual tree, grab a bunch of leaves, and then we can place down a bunch of drills. Stick a handful of chests on, glue it all together, throw down a rope pulley, and then we just need to make some flowing water. Just like that. Now we've got a bunch of water wheels and a speed controller, so hopefully if I connect this to this rope pulley and put that in the other direction, there we go. It's going to go down and start collecting us all of that tasty rooted dirt. Wonderful. And so after tidying up the little mess that I've made, we now have 516 of it, which is not a lot, but I think I can make more. In order to make rooted dirt, I need to mix dirt and hanging roots, and in order to get hanging roots, I can can wash mud, which I don't have. In order to get mud, I need to put water onto dirt. So I just need a way of getting a whole bunch of dirt. I do have 6,000 of it, but realistically, that's not very much. And there is a way you can maximize how much dirt you get. And I believe that is because if you can craft your dirt into coarse dirt, you get 4 coarse dirt for the cost of a couple of gravel. And then I'm pretty sure there's a way to turn that back into dirt and get your money back. Hoe coarse dirt equals dirt. So I can get 4 dirt for every 2 dirt, but it's going to cost me a couple of gravel, but gravel's infinite. Let's go make a dirt machine. You're going back in the Nether, aren't you? No, because it's a water-based thing. No, definitely. I wouldn't do that to you. Absolutely not. Well, this might look like a big higgledy-piggledy mess, but I think it might work, although we might have an issue over at this end. We'll have to get to that soon. But let me talk you through what I've done. Over here, we've got a cobblestone generator, which is going through some crushing wheels to make gravel, which will go into this vault, and out of that vault, that will split that gravel, putting 4 items on each of these belts. This belt will take those items and put them into the bottom half of these mechanical crafters, and the other belt will come up the top here and put the items through the chutes into the top half of these mechanical crafters. Because the recipe for coarse dirt is gravel, gravel, dirt, dirt in a crisscross. So we need to make sure we get things in the right place in here. So yes, this middle belt here will bring gravel and put it in the top, and this side belt will take gravel and put it in the bottom. There's another vault on top where we're going to be storing some dirt. That's going to do exactly the same thing, having 4 coming out of each funnel. One's going to go onto the top row of the other side of the crafters, and the other lot is going to go in the bottom row of the other side of the crafters. So that's the crafters sorted. That should be creating coarse dirt, which will then come up this belt, go along this belt, go down into these deployers, which are the wrong color. Unbelievable. Now they're spun around the wrong way. Oh, and they've got no power to them either, so we'll have to sort that out in a minute. But yes, those will place the coarse dirt on top of these chutes here. These deployers will have hoes. They will extend and turn them into normal dirt, and these drills here will mine them. Hopefully they'll end up in those chutes, run along this belt and end up in this big vault here. And this vault has a threshold switch on it to lock this funnel unless we have enough dirt in there to allow some out to go back round again. That's the theory. Unfortunately, however, I can't plug it in because if I do, it completely overstresses my network, and that's because we've got all of this stuff going on in my big old Nether tower just running off water wheels. So I think it's about time we brought some steam over here. And yes, it is possible to have steam engines in the Nether. Don't forget, we've got an infinite supply of water in the Nether. Down at the very bottom of our tower, we have an infinite lava lake, and just above that, we have an absolutely ridiculous number of water wheels. There's I think there's around about 60 on each row. There's 2 rows of 60, so I think altogether that's around about 240 water wheels. And that generates us that much power, because each water wheel generates us 512. And yes, I'm referring to them as water wheels. People will tell me in the comments that these are lava wheels, but they're not. They are water wheels that just happen to be running in lava. The same way as my car doesn't become an aeroplane if I drive it off a cliff. As much as it still gets me to the bottom of the cliff, it doesn't fly. And these are made of wood, and realistically they should just... But they're not lava wheels. Right, power station. We're going to be putting our steam power on the next level, which is reserved for that steam power. That said, maybe we're not, because there's still an awful lot of room down here. We could easily just squeeze in a couple of steam engines down here. So let's do that. First of all, though, I'm going to need to get my water from all the way up on the water level, which is right up on 110. So we're going to have to come down 90 blocks with our pipes. But fortunately for me, our big old tank of water not only is full, but it also is already routed all the way down to 40, which is our workshop level. So all we got to do is continue that pipe down through the workshop and into our power area at the bottom. Let's grab a bunch of pipe, figure out where we're going to bring it down, and we might as well do it in line with the pipe we've already got, which is just here. Dig a couple of holes in here like this, throw some pipe down there, and we're just going to click that all the way up to meet with our existing pipe, just like that. There we go, we now have water. Of course, we've already got plenty of lava over here, but we are going to need a hose pulley in order to get it out of that infinite lava source. So we're going to have these actually slightly raised off the floor, so we're going to put some pipes in there for lava, and we're going to do exactly the same thing on this side, load of pipes there for lava, and the reason we're joining them all together is so that when we put our blaze burners on top, they will connect to them, because we have a mod in this pack that allows us to pump lava directly into those. And yes, I don't have enough blaze burners for 2 steam engines right now. Let's throw a little tank on top of it. Put a bunch of steam engines on the front of that tank. We don't need these pipes right here, right now. Let's stick a pipe coming out the back here. This is going to be for our water, so let's just bring that over there. We can break that bit there. We'll throw a pump in at that point there. We just need to get power to that. Oh, it already has water all the way down here. Not there, though. And in order to get power to that, we'll just throw a cog on there, spin this chain drive around, which has power, and throw a gearbox on there. And now we should be getting, we've got plenty of water going in there. That's good. We just need lava. Now, for our hose pulley, we'll just throw that round about here. We need a pump coming off the back, going outwards. We can connect that to our pipe here. We need to wind that down all the way to the very bottom of the lava. And then we just need power to this pump, which we can do quite easily with another cog and a little bit of chain drive there. Now we should be getting lava into those. That should say bottomless. Yes, it is. And there we go. We now have a fully powered level 9 steam boiler. And of course, we need to stick some shafts on the front here. Let's get those all joined together and connect it to our existing power. Now, hopefully, is that going in the same direction? It's not. So if I put that there, that's actually going to speed our water wheels up significantly. So there we go. We've doubled our capacity. We've given ourselves a whole bunch more headroom. And we've got room for another steam engine in here and many more if we need them. So we shouldn't ever be short of power again. So now that we've got our power all reconnected, we can actually get this reconnected like that. That's actually going to run now. That's going to start making gravel for us. And hopefully this thing should start working. Gravel's going up. That means it's going into the auto crafters. We just need to throw some dirt in, which is why this barrel exists, so that we can kickstart the system. Let's throw that in there. We should start getting, there we go. We're making coarse dirt. That's coming up here. It's not getting placed though because I still haven't added power to this. So let's just break that. Put a bit of chain drive in here like this. That allows those to go. And that to me doesn't look... Well, I need to take my backpack. And now, how is it overstressed again? What? Okay, add on. Okay, what? What on earth is going on? Supposed to be building your overworld base, you promised. I know, I've got a little bit of a power issue. Oh, have we not got enough water? No, we've got enough water. Now we don't have enough water. Oh, clearly, we're not bringing enough water into the nether. Oh, that's another problem. Oh, geez. Okay, let's go to our water level. It looks like steam engines use a lot more water than I thought, which means we're going to have to seriously upgrade our water capacity in here, which is easy enough to do. Yeah, that's gone through all of that already. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm going to need a few minutes. Well, we've now got a whole bunch of water and a much more advanced system to deal with it. The nether side of things is relatively simple. We've got a whole bunch of full buckets of water coming through, going inside this vault, and then they're being released out each way through these barrels, and these barrels are quite special. I did have tunnels there instead of barrels, but because only one bucket at a time can come through a funnel, because they don't stack, the tunnels didn't really do anything. Ideally, what I wanted was a stack of buckets to go through. They get split across here so they could all empty out simultaneously, but that didn't work. So I've created my own tunnels using filters. On the front of these brass funnels, we're only allowing water buckets out, and inside the barrel we've basically just got a whole bunch of sticks, only allowing us to have one space for the water bucket. That means only one bucket can go in each barrel at once, which means that they will end up splitting and emptying out a lot faster than they would if we were using tunnels. When I was using tunnels, I were only actually using these few bits here, and they never got down there. So now we're unloading water a whole bunch quicker. We've filled up this big tank here. My steam engine is on, so we know we're not using as much as we're producing. And this one is slowly filling up as well. We're actually gaining way more water than we're using, which is wonderful because we're going to need more steam engines soon. If we hop through into the overworld and check out what's going on there, that system's much bigger too. Because instead of just using one spout to fill the buckets, we're now using 16, which is a little bit of overkill, but there's room for expansion in the future. But we're sending enough buckets through this to actually, get sent through these 2 layers of massive spouts, which then cycle through and go through the portal. Now, I could put a whole bunch more buckets in here and add even more and get even more going, but realistically, they're just going to end up backing up in the Nether vault because they can't get out of the funnels in the Nether fast enough to actually keep up with this thing. So yeah, we've got overhead here. We've got room for more, and it all works well. So I guess we should probably get back to my dirt farm so I can actually get on with building this. And back at my dirt farm, I think we can do this better. You see, the drills, when they drill the dirt, they just throw it all over the floor, which is not ideal. So we're going to get rid of those. And the deployers with a hoe means that the hose will eventually break. So we're going to get rid of those. And instead of having the hose, we're going to have mechanical plows, because that should either turn it into path or farmland. And when that breaks, then it should turn into normal dirt. Or at least that's my theory. Let's find out. And so a little while later, I've changed it out completely. We have plows and drills on a contraption, which goes backwards and forwards. It breaks a whole bunch more coarse dirt now. And yes, the plows actually do turn that coarse dirt into dirt. The drills harvest it. They go in the barrel. It goes into the portable storage interface, and then it comes through into this vault. And you might notice there's other things going on in this vault. That's because I've added a whole bunch more stuff in here too. I've added a second coarse dirt making machine to make us even more coarse dirt, and this machine basically just steals spare gravel from our dirt making machine. It takes excess dirt from our dirt making machine and it turns it into coarse dirt. This time it's not getting then ploughed and turned into normal dirt, because that's what that machine is for. This one is to actually generate as coarse dirt, and the reason it's stopped and not working is because we've got plenty of coarse dirt in there, and we're even splitting some of that coarse dirt off at the very end, mixing it with a little bit of water, which we're piping from our water tanks to turn it into mud. And all of that is going into here. And as you can see, we don't have very much mud, but we've got 21,000 coarse dirt. But we have completely run out of dirt because I haven't optimized this properly. It shouldn't allow dirt to go through unless there's actually dirt backed up into this barrel. But yeah, I made a bit of a boo-boo with that. So I'm going to kickstart the system again with the rest of my dirt. That will get more coarse dirt being made over here, which will get planted down here, which will then get plowed, and then yes, that goes back in here, and the dirt won't be allowed out until we've got enough of it in there, at which point it'll come through here. And it shouldn't go this way because we've got enough coarse dirt now. But either way, we've got plenty, and I've actually been siphoning off here slowly but surely. As a result, we've got nearly 3,000 coarse dirt in my backpack and nearly 1,000 mud. And the reason we needed mud was to wash it to get hanging roots so that we could mix those with even more dirt and make rooted dirt. But we don't need to do that right now. I'm not too worried about that. We've got a bit of rooted dirt from our travels earlier to the azalea tree, so there's no time like the present. We're actually going to start building my base. Although I have got a big old game of football to show you. That's right, a whole bunch of us got together with Blockdown to play soccer. Or football as we call it in the UK, and we had an awesome match. It was amazing. It worked really well. We all had a great time. And if we've got time at the end of this video, I'll throw some clips of that in. But for now, it's time to dig. It's digging time. It's let's shovel. No. Let's do this. There we go. I found my catchphrase is back. I figured it out again. Right. I might be a little while. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone! Mr. Beardstone!
Oh, hello?
Who are you? Again.
Downstairs in my new, much more compact storage that I definitely didn't steal the idea from for you.
Ah, well, that's what ideas are for, Mr. Beardstone. They are for stealing.
Look how much more compact it is.
Yeah. Saves loads of room, doesn't it? Look, now you can put things in here.
I know. I have no idea what though, Foxy.
Well, you don't worry about that.
I'm just fixing the back of the boat at the moment.
Maybe you could come steal some more of my ideas in a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. What you got?
Well, I made a ancient ruins by mistake of a cyberpunk city, but I want you to come see how it's going and basically talk you through it because I haven't mentioned anything to my viewers yet. You're not an ancient city downstairs, ancient city, but like. You'll just come have a look and you'll see. Now, you will see on the horizon that my base looks a bit like a mess right now.
Yep, I see that.
Yeah. So
it looks cool, though.
I've basically started planning out how I want it to be, and then I built one building. Look out. But yeah, it's nighttime because it looks nice at nighttime, was my thinking.
Oh, I see. That was the whole don't sleep thing. Oh, shaders.
Yeah. Shaders. Hang on a minute.
Ooh, glowy.
Yeah.
So glowy.
Fancy,
I like it.
Yeah. What do you think of the first building?
It looks very gritty and grimy. I like it.
Yeah, well, this is the slums area, Mr. Beardstone. So this is like the lower level. So the idea with this is it's trough water because it's run by a man called Mr. Trough, right? Not that it comes out.
Right, okay.
Right.
Okay.
And the water actually comes from, if you come around here and fly up with your jetpack, there's going to be one of the stanchions that lead up to the next plate of the city where the more affluent people live. Their runoff, if you like, is what's feeding the water to the slump. So they're basically drinking trough water.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
I like it. So the people in the slums are drinking the rich people's runoff water.
Yeah, exactly. There's not a lot going on inside. I mean, there is a factory in there, but I haven't done much on the inside. I've just been focusing on decorating on the outside. We should probably sleep now. I think you've seen it at night.
I like it. It looks cool. Very cool.
Yeah. And then the city-wise, obviously, at the moment, I've just got placeholder buildings, but I want it to sort of feel quite trapped in, like there's not really anywhere to go. So I've got these paths and buildings around the outside, and then I need to sort of do something with the external area to stop people going there, maybe put up some big walls or something like that. But at the side where that stanchion is that's coming up where the water's pouring out, I basically want to have a massive wall there to like really big, dark, shadowed wall underneath the plate that's going to be above this thing. Basically, making it all feel very trapped in. So
it's going to be horrible down here, Foxy.
Oh, it's going to be awful.
But wonderful.
But it'd be really shiny.
Really glowy, but absolutely horrible to live in.
Yeah, so, and then like all of these little buildings would be like little farmers markets and shops and like a tavern-y type thing. And then like you'll go up here and we'll have maybe like a swordsmith or like a weapons shop or something like that. And then there'll be over this side, keep flying backwards and forwards, where my portal to go into the Nether is going to be another big leg, and I'm going to have a big sign on there basically saying restricted access and all that sort of thing. So yeah,
very cool.
So far,
I like it. I like the concept. It's very dystopian.
Yeah, well that's what I'm going for. Dystopian, cyberpunk, steampunk.
Glowy.
If you tick all the boxes, then no one can tell you you've done it wrong.
Perfect, Foxy. Just do your own thing. No, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Although I did mention that this area was the slum, so no doubt everyone's going to be telling me in the comments that it should be made of wood and tin rather than stone and metal. Well, whatever.
You can have like some sort of lean-to shacks and some little like just literally like little bits of fabric held up by a stick with a market stall underneath.
Exactly, and a lot, like I say, a lot of these are just placeholders. So a lot of these will be turned into like more shanty-y looking places. And I'm not promising people in the comments they're going to look like a shanty town, because it's not. No. It's a cyberpunk dystopian city. This was here before the towers, so it would have had stuff that people build things out of other than just wood and fabric.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. I like it, and the path looks awesome as well.
Yeah,
these straw bales are awesome for paths.
Yeah, they work well, don't they?
Yeah, very nice. Yeah. I like it, Foxy. Well, good work.
Thank you, Miss Beardstone. I've got a lot of work to do still. Obviously, I've only done one building, and I've been here 4 hours. But
it's a strong start, though. It's a strong start, Foxy.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you. I appreciate that. You've filled me with confidence to carry on.
Woo! Although one thing I will say, Trough Water needs to work on their signage because the T, the E, and the R are out on both signs.
Rough what?
Rough water. Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, I got the seal of approval from Mr. Beardstone. That's good. That makes me feel a whole bunch better, and I absolutely love this building. It is very dark. It's going to get darker because it's all going to be in shadow. It's going to be permanent nighttime down here. and I think it looks absolutely great. But that's not the only thing I'm going to be building today. Of course, we've got to do my super dye building and actually make that dye system do all of the different times of dye. And I need to do my wick was, otherwise known as the quick wash, which I need to pick a building for. I'll probably do it in maybe this one over here, or maybe even this big one over at the back here, because I need to get some sort of washing system set up. So before I do anything, I think I'm going to just throw together a couple of these little buildings, maybe. Why not? Bring It's raining, but it doesn't take away from how wonderful these places have come out. I'm really happy with it, and now I'm going to talk you through exactly what we did. I started by building this one, which is like a little bit of a rundown shack. It's got a little bit of copper trim on it. Of course, we've got some neon signs that I made in Photoshop. And if you're interested in how I made those, I did a whole bunch of them on my second channel as part of a live stream, because it's just been the Just Create stream weekend. And that's where I built those two buildings, but we'll get to those in a minute. This is the Not Rat Shop. We have to use our imaginations here and imagine that there's going to be a giant city on top of this one with a big old part of that city stretching over here, putting all of this into complete darkness. In my mind, this all existed in the first place. This was just a small little town, so it was all built up with, you know, normal materials. It wasn't a horrendously poor dystopian nightmare when it was first built. It was a lovely little place, but then the city moved in above it and put it all into ruin. So these buildings have all sort of broken down and not been able to be fixed. The people are living off, well, not very nice things, and as a result, food is scarce, which is why they're selling not rat, but of course that is rotten flesh. So they're not the nicest food in the world. I love the way the buildings come out. We've got lots of details on there with ropes and fences and shafts and things, and as we go in, we've got this fancy door here, which does look very much like a rundown shack type door. Inside, we've got some vegetable boxes, a little stove, we've got a campfire underneath this grate here for some steam coming up, and then we've got these stairs that sort of go up to the roof, because I want this entire city, all of the levels of it really, all interconnectable with little railings and areas and way we can get round all of the rooftops and things. So we'll have bits that go across there and then come back and have all sorts of little funky bridges and things like that. So that's the Not Rat Shop, which I think came out really well. And then we started the live stream weekend, and that took part as 2 live streams. Both of those videos are available to watch on my second channel, and that's when we started the compost shop. This one is similar in a lot of ways to that one in the fact that it's a rundown janky building with some spruce type wood roofs, and this one's got some awnings at the front with some compost barrels and pots and things. Out here are lots of dry leaves, some leaves coming down from the side as if it's all overgrown. And as we go in here, you can see we've got a little compost shop here. The shopkeeper would sit there. We've got a whole bunch of barrels and some potatoes and things. And once again, oh, I forgot, we've got a little bed under the stairs because, of course, you can rent a night in this place if you want to. The people have got to make money somehow. And then we can go up these stairs once again, up to the very top level, and then we can pop out here and get onto the roof where we can then join across to the other buildings. So I really like this one as well. I like the tiered effect. I like the brokenness of the look of the building. I think it's all come together very well. Then we moved on to this one. I didn't know what I was going to do for this one, so I asked my audience. The chat said they wanted it to be a fuel shop, so we made somewhere that sells a whole bunch of coal and lava buckets. And once again, we've just sort of roughed up the building, adding all sorts of different things. But this time, instead of going for the spruce look on the top, we've gone for this sort of sheet metal look at the very top. And then down here, we've got this like weathered or oxidized. No, it's not either of those, is it? It's exposed copper awning. Again, with a bit of rope, a lot more neon, some signs. And inside here, we've got a little coal and lava shop. We've got some more neon in here just to make it all nice and bright. And as we go up the stairs in this one, we come up to more of like a little shack extension that's been added to the top, allowing us to get to the roof. And once again, I think this has all come out really well. Now, this one actually leans over the path slightly in this direction because I want everything to sort of feel a little bit like it's imposing on the pathways, making it feel all sorts of not the nicest place to walk through. Around the back, we've just got a whole bunch of girders holding that up. We've got some barrels and crates and things, and then we've sort of blocked off the alleyway here so you can't get through there. You want to have to go around this way if you're going to be walking around this place. And I think all three of them look absolutely amazing. They've come together really, really well, but it's taken ages, and I think that's enough building for me. Otherwise, this video's going to be late. But also, it's still relatively early in the video, so what are we going to do now? Well, right now, in the rain, at nighttime, I'm going to enable my shaders so that we can look at this thing at nighttime and get an idea of what it's going to look like later on the... Oh my goodness, Voxy, what are you doing? Yeah, get an idea of what it's going to look like later on when it's all in complete darkness, and it glows amazingly. Got all of these signs and things everywhere. I think it's wonderful. I really, really like it. And look, we've even got the reflection of the glowing stuff. You can just about see in the puddles on the floor while it's raining. I think it looks amazing. Oh, I'm dead happy with it. But we can't just stand here and stare at this all day. We've got jobs to do. And the next job I want to do is actually to work on my dyeing machine that I made in the last episode. This thing that creates all of the different dyes, well, it actually only does 5 of them. And I want to do all of the different colours, so we're going to have to expand on this and try and make it fit in this building, which is going to be our dye building. But before we get to that, there's actually a few things I need to do with these portals. You see, in some of these portals, we've actually got the belts going up at an angle. And when that happens, the items go flying all over the place on the other side. So we're going to fix that on a couple of these. We'll obviously fix this one when we come to move all of this about and sort that out. But there is another one which is potentially causing me a bit of an issue, and that's down in my subway. And down in the storage system below my subway, you'll see there is a belt here that also fires the stuff right up into the sky. So what I actually want to do is just bring that belt up before it gets to the portal, then run it flat, because by doing that, they actually come out flat the other side, and then they don't have all sorts of weird behavior and get stuck in places and try and jump over things. And that should be relatively easy. We just need to move that belt back a couple of blocks, stick a new one in on an angle going up to the portal level, and then we can get rid of this one here, and then just put a flat one there going across. Of course, it wouldn't be FoxyNoTail belts if they weren't snazzified, so let's snazzify those, and then we just need to move a little bit of this power around to get these powered. And now the item should go straight through without any issue, and we can go and test that by coming to the little storage interface at the top of this, and if I put something in there, it should go through into the Nether, and we should see it appear in the storage system. So ideally, I need to put something in here that we don't already have. There's only one nugget of experience in there, so let's get that out. Let's grab a stack of them, throw those in, and we should see that appear in here any moment now. There it is. Wonderful. That worked perfectly. Excellent. So we no longer have jumping items going into my storage system, but we definitely do have jumping buckets in my water station. So let's hop into here. Let's hop up these stairs onto the level where we can actually access the machines. We actually need to go out of this door here. Why don't you just fly it with your backpack? No. We'll do it properly. We'll go through these doors here, and then we can get to the level where we can see everything going on. Yep, the water system is still working. It's still sending buckets through, albeit not very many apparently. We actually need to get down there. So this wasn't the ideal level to come up. Let's go back out, back down the stairs, and here we go. Do you see how they're launching as they're going through there? So we actually need this one to come through flat as well. So before we do anything, we actually need to stop everything just whizzing past here. So let's just disable it for a second. If I just break that one, does the whole thing stop? It does. Excellent. And they're also flying through like that on the way back in as well, so we need to deal with that. We're actually going to have this one come up one level, like that, and then we can throw another one in so it goes horizontally through the portal. Now we just need to connect all of these back to power again to make them work, and that should just be a case of throwing a little bit of chain drive across there, spinning it round so it's the right way around, and put in a gearbox there. Then we can colour the belts back in again, throw another bit of chain drive there, and that should work. So let's go and get it plugged back in, just like that. And yep, they're now going through in a straight line. That's much better. Now, the other thing in here is you might notice we're not actually filling on all of the spouts, and that's because the buckets are coming through individually. One way we could deal with that would be actually to put some redstone on here to count how many buckets are in and then only let them out if there are 16 buckets to come out. Speaking of which, I picked up a whole bunch of those while the power was off. The other way to deal with that is much simpler. All we need to do, although we do need to fix the items jumping back through as they're coming back through, but yes, all we actually need to do is throw a couple of vaults here, put a couple of funnels on that side of it, and then that'll catch all of the buckets as they come through. Then we can put one on here, but then if we tell it to only let 16 out at a time, then 16 at a time will go into there, which means it should then fill 16 at a time. Yeah, all of the spouts then go through at the same time going through there. That's a lot better. Right, let's go through into the other side of this then, so that we can fix these. Oh, they're not jumping. It's just because these are a little bit higher than the bottom of the portal, which is why they're jumping. Okay, in that case then, the issue is because these belts need to be a block higher up here, so we can deal with that as well. Although I am going to need to stop them coming back through. Let's once again go back through. We just need to turn the power off to these two belts here. There we go. Looks like we've got a bunch of buckets there that are going to despawn, so we'll rescue those. And then we can demolish all of this and fix this bit again. And there we go. It's a bit of a tight squeeze now, but that should make life a whole bunch better for the buckets coming through. And back on the other side, the only thing I want to do is fix this one here, because these need to also be horizontal coming into there. So let's just break these belts. Some grates back in the floor. Put a belt there, a little bit of that. Make them snazzy. Reconnect the power to all of these things so that everything can start going back through. Wow, that's a lot of buckets going back through. And then we just need power going on there. There we go. And now all the buckets should. There we go. They're back on. They're actually on the belts properly now. Excellent. And there we go. That all seems to be back up and running and working properly. We don't appear to have any issues on the other side. No, they're all coming through properly. That's good. They're all getting filled properly. And I believe the only other one we've got issues with is the one going to our dye system over here. So we should be good now. Okay, I've removed the entire dyeing system and I've actually spun this portal round. Because we had it horizontally, it needed to go in this direction in order for it to connect properly with the other side. Now, it was connecting absolutely fine, but by doing that, we actually now can use different sides of the portal for the input and the output. This side is where the items are going to come out from the Nether, but then when we send them back in, we'll actually have to send them in from this side, and that's going to make our lives a whole bunch easier. So we're obviously going to have our items coming out across here, but then we need to actually split these into 16 different systems, and each one of those I want to actually address properly, so that we're not just sending through a whole bunch of glass or whatever we're sending to be dyed, and then it gets dyed into everything. I want to be able to control this individually, which means we're going to be using packages and package filters. Now, it also means we've not got that much room in this building, but out the back of this building here, we're going to have plenty of room, and I'm feeling like I actually want this to come back a lot further and sort of drop down there. So what we're going to do is actually send everything down below it, dig out the bottom, and then build it out in that space where we've got plenty of space, and that should make life a whole bunch easier for us.
Well, if it isn't the fox with no tail.
That's me.
What's going on down here?
I'm struggling.
Your dyeing station?
Yeah, I want it to work with everything that can be dyed, but I'm struggling. I just want a system that's going to work. I mean, that did work. It did dye the dye stuff.
Well, I'm not here to talk about your problems.
Good. Excellent.
Well, I've got your present, Foxy.
A present?
Yes, a formal invitation.
Ooh, theme park visit, finally.
But if you are interested, there's a sign-up book in the Black Powder Bay Emporium.
Do I have to pay for it?
No. It's a free visit, one night only, exclusive, event.
Yeah.
The doors were shuttered a year and a half ago, and they're finally reopening for one night. So
while you're here, Miss Beardstone, I would like you to explain to the viewers why, because they haven't found out yet, I went all that way in the Nether twice to 160,000 blocks out in the Overworld, and it was a complete waste of time.
Well, I realised that was really far, and I wouldn't go to get my RV if it was that far away, and I kind of needed him to get his RV so that he could restock it with prismarine, so I could buy some prismarine.
Right.
So, so I just gave him the compass that went straight to the van, which was about 1,000 blocks away.
Yeah, thank you for that. So your
That's okay,
instructions
but you
to me
became a
was to
cabin
go
man.
millions of blocks. So I thought, 160,000
that's
blocks
not what I
was.
said.
I think you find it is what you said.
Oh, I didn't say millions. No, I said many.
Many.
Yeah.
Right. Well, okay, many. Well, I did go. Look, what a waste of time. So yeah, I need some compensation for my waste of time. I've done over an hour's worth of flying for that.
Yeah, and you did get compensation. You're a cabin lord now.
There's no. Fine. Right.
I mean, I'm sorry. Okay, it was really far. I think I said about 20,000 blocks away. Use the Nether, but
Yeah.
I think you took that as go 20,000 blocks in the Nether.
Yeah.
So it was just a miscommunication, Foxy.
Yeah.
It's
so
fine.
It's your fault.
Fine.
And
100%.
So it's cost me an hour of my time and death and lots of problems.
Yeah.
And you're not even.
But you got some
gonna use
content,
it.
right?
Got some content. Right. Okay. Speaking of some content, Mr. Beardstone, now it's night time. Have you seen my new builds?
I have. I was literally. I realised I actually forgot to record last time I came over here.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was actually here for about 2 minutes before I dropped in on you there, and I was explaining to everyone how awesome this is and about the poor people drinking the rich people's water.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you seen the food shop?
I didn't look too closely. I had a little look around, but not rat.
It's not rat, Mr. Beardstone.
It's not rat.
No.
It kind of looks a bit like rat.
No, it's not. It's a zombified piglin. It's not rat.
I feel like I wouldn't have thought it was rat if the shop wasn't called Not Rat.
Right. It might be a bit of rat.
Yeah, it might be a bit of rat.
Yeah. Don't tell anyone.
Okay, I won't. Yeah. I love it. No, this is looking awesome. It's awesome to see it coming together.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff, Foxy. Very cool stuff. Anyway, I'm going to have to love you and leave you at this point because I've got a whole lot of building to get done.
Oh, well,
because,
have fun.
I don't know if Chosen's gone to get his van yet, and if he has, it's an RV, and I can't find it, so I don't know if he's restocked it. So I'm just building myself a prismarine farm.
Oh, that's cool. Are you? Why not?
Another reason for you not to need to go on your trip.
Yeah. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your prismarine farm.
Will do. Thanks, Foxy. Bye.
Bye. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Every time I get somehow managed to be totally scammed by Mr. Beardstone for these jobs. Anyway, so this dye machine is coming along slowly because I'm having a few thoughts on how I want it to work. Originally, with it being a glass one, it would have been a lot simpler because rather than having these belts going incredibly slowly, I could literally just put funnels on the other side to say, only accept the glass that has been stained. But because we might want to restain glass a different colour or like colour other things using our dye buckets, in order to allow the things to get dyed fully, I need a stack to be able to go through at a time and then end up sort of on an output system that can be sent back into the Nether. So this is where I'm at the moment. It's a bit of a big thing, but on this side, this is going to be our input. We've got all these tunnels here, which we can use package filters on, send packages through so that they can go into the correct packager along here, corresponding to whatever color we've got. And by having this system, we'll be able to stain and dye a whole bunch of different things rather than just glass. But by doing that, we're going to have to make some significant changes on the Nether side of this as well. So I'm going to continue putting this together, and hopefully by the end of it, we'll have something that works, albeit very, very slowly. Well, I think that's the Overworld side of the system in, and it should work, but I don't know if it will. It's also a bit of a squirrely mess, which we're going to have to tidy up when we actually start building this building, but I'll try and talk you through it. The items will come through the portal onto this belt that will go round here, down this little bit over here. They're going to go all the way down there. When I say items, they're not going to be items, they'll be packages. and they'll come through into these tunnels, and each tunnel has a filter on it, or a package filter with FXNT dye and then the name of the color that it can go through. So the pink one will be allowed to go through here. We'll have 64 items at a time coming through here, getting dyed, and then they'll pass underneath these blocks, out the back, onto this belt, which I need to color in. There we go. Up this one, all the way along here, around here, and then back through the portal on this side. So that's how my items are going to get out and get dyed. Now what we need to do in the Nether is make it so we can actually send packages through here and actually receive the items. So before I do anything, I'm going to turn the power off, because otherwise we could have all sorts of problems we need to go through. Oh my goodness me. Hello. Get rid of these guys. And then we need to determine which side of the portal is going to do what. So if I throw on that, no, I don't know which one that went on. If I throw on this bit of industrial iron on there, that should hopefully go through onto that belt we've just put in, but it may have just fired completely over the top of it. Yes, it did. It fired over the top and went here, and that's because I've done the same mistake again. I need my belts a block higher. When will I learn? And there we go. The belts are now a block higher, and I've just tested through, throwing a sandwich through onto the belt, and it goes exactly where I want it to. So that worked out perfectly. Now we've got to figure out how we're going to get them back through this way. So if I throw myself a sandwich onto there, hopefully when I do this and send it through, it should actually end up on the other side of the portal this time. I've no idea which side this came through on. I need to stop all of this. Let's just disconnect a couple of these belts, stop those from moving, throw ourselves a sandwich through again, and hop through, and hopefully that came... Where the monkeys is that sandwich gone? Did I pick it up? Have I picked it up when I came through? That could be what's happened here. I'll tell you what, let's make this easy on ourselves. If I just put a couple of belts on this side here, they should catch any items that come through that way. And this time, instead of sending a sandwich through, I'm going to send a baked potato so I can actually see what's going on. Oh, it's there. It is. It came through. It's just fallen down between the gap. That's absolutely fine. That'll be why I've been picking it up. But it did come out on this side, so that's fine. We can deal with that. Excellent. Now we just need a system in the Nether in order for us to send the packages through instead of the items. And hopping back down into my storage system, that means I'm going to have to make quite a lot of changes in here into how things work, because there are going to be other things that I want my items to be automated into, and I'm going to need to be able to pull items out of my backpacks over here. I'm going to need to be able to pull items out of those vaults over there, items out of those vaults over there. So this big old squirrely mess of belts is going to have to change in order for me to make it more optimal. And I think the thing that I need to do is have a better system round the back here to deal with that, so we can just have a row of funnels, or tunnels, sorry, and each one of these could have a different package address on it, sending it to wherever we need it to go. That means that all of the items in here need to actually end up in those. That means that my glass and my stained glass that are coming back from the other systems need to be able to get over there to come back. Oh geez, this is going to be a nightmare. I'm going to need a few minutes. And some frogs, which I really didn't want to use because of all of the issues I've had with them in the past, just collecting all of the packages onto chain conveyors and lagging out the server, but I don't see really a way of getting around that in here. But I cannot have frogs on every single one of my backpack packages individually unless I was to spread these out with a block between them, so there's somewhere to put the stock link rather than on the top, because the frogs would obviously need to sit on the top, and that should keep things a little bit less of a spaghetti mess and reduce the number of frogs we're going to need. Coming up, I got Pyrohammer Spearstone. I create an even better storage system, and they can go in the bin. I design some awesome factories. Ooh, it's nighttime, doesn't it all look lovely? And I build an interdimensional farm. Yeah, I forgot to put barriers up here. Let's create. Today, I'm going to be massively overhauling my storage system in order to make it more suitable for bulk processing materials all over my Nether factory. I'm also going to be fixing my elevator so mobs can't spawn on these blocks, and doing a whole bunch of stuff in my cyberpunk city too. In the last episode, I started putting together our cyberpunk city, the lower levels of it, where all of the poor people live. Then we created this massive water factory over here, as well as all of these shops down here. And today I want to continue building in here, decorating the building that's surrounding our interdimensional dye farm, as well as building a brand new interdimensional washing factory, which is going to have to go in another one of these buildings, which will also be decorating. So I've got a whole bunch to do, and we're going to start with the storage system because I need that in order to get my dye farm fully automated. You see, this dye farm is set up to take packages from the Nether tower that we were just in, bring them over to this system, and the right type of package will go into the right type of packager to get coloured into the right type of colour. But at the moment, we can't actually send packages to this, and that's because it's currently configured just to send glass items through from our glass vaults down in our storage system. Our glass is currently produced in this little glass making machine here, and it travels down these chutes into the storage system below, into this vault here, where it is then stored, and it can then be accessed, sent back up through those chutes and through that portal to get dyed in the dye farm. But I don't just want to dye glass. I want to be able to send anything up there to get dyed, and in order to do that, I need to make this storage system much more capable of sending bulk items out to wherever I want them to go, because currently they can only go through the portal to my Overworld storage system access, or over to this chest here so that I can access it in the Nether. And all of my items are currently being stored here, and quite often I need to send a lot of those off for processing. And in order to achieve a whole bunch of that, I'm going to be using frogs as well as my arch nemesis, the factory gauges, and just hoping that we don't have the same problems I usually have with them. And if you're wondering what those problems are, generally speaking, when I use factory gauges, they massively overproduce, like all of these have done. I only wanted 10 stacks being stored in each of these, but they've all stored way more than that, meaning that they send more items out than they need to, which end up coming back and, well, overstocking what you've got. Which, if you haven't got an infinite supply of something like glass, let's say you're sending copper nuggets over to get turned into copper ingots, it can completely obliterate your copper nugget supply that you might have needed for other things. And that's why I don't like using them, but I don't really see that we've got much choice. That said, we are going to have a new trick up our sleeve, because currently what we've got is a whole bunch of fully upgraded backpacks down here. And these backpacks just store a whole bunch of items, but we send the non-stackable items over to that vault over there because we don't want our storage slots in our backpacks just taken up by things that can't stack. And I'm also sending all of my bulk stuff over here, which we're then voiding off when we've got too much of it using these threshold switches and chutes here. But we don't need to do that anymore. In fact, we don't need this vault at all anymore, and that's because we've now got access to the upgrades I need for these backpacks to make them automatically void items. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab this first backpack here. I'm going to move it down to where we've got an empty spot, which is here. And I'm going to move this empty backpack up to here, and we're going to put some void upgrades in there, and this could be our voided bulk storage backpack. For that, I'm going to need an advanced void upgrade, and for that, I'm going to need a void upgrade, which is relatively easy to make. Lovely job. Now, what we can do with this void upgrade is come over to this backpack, throw that in there, and then we can say what we want to be voided off, which of course the main one is going to be netherrack. We also want to void off cobbled deep slate and deep slate, cobblestone, gravel, and of course flint, because we've always got way too much of that. I'm also going to void off clay balls, as well as sand, just in case we got too much of that. But I don't want to void off all of that. I only want to void it off if we've got enough. Now, currently, these threshold switches allow us to keep 200 stacks of each one of the items before we void them off, and I need to now figure out how I do that with this. Oh, and I also need to add tuff to this as well, and basalt, because we get too much of those. Now, this void always button here, if we click on that, this allows a single slot to be filled with the item and voids anything that overflows, and because we can hold 32,700 in each slot, that means that we'll be keeping one stack of each of them, and that's exactly what we needed. I don't know what this button does, but we're going to find out in a minute, because now what I need to do is actually send all of the items from that vault into that backpack. And there we go, we've now got a squirrely mess of belts coming to this vault. All we need to do is throw on a funnel onto there, and now all of those items are going to come out of there and go into that backpack. And they should fill up those first slots and then get voided. Now, I do need some more stack upgrades, but not for this storage system. They're for something else. And those, of course, are my 4 giant tunnel bores that we use for getting all of my diamonds and things. These things are now running on backpacks, and they collect an awful lot of stuff that we just don't need. And because I've got no easy way of just depositing these things into my storage system at the moment, I think the easiest way to deal with a lot of this is to put the stack upgrade in, tell it the things that we don't want to keep, and again, I'm going to keep 1 slot of each one. And now when these things are running in the world, they will empty out all of the things that we don't need. And there we go, that's all 4 of those now added. So let's hop back to my storage system and see if those void upgrades are working. And of course, that's going to be impossible to tell because I didn't have enough in that vault to actually go through. So we'll have to just keep our eye on that as that comes through later. But I would like to do a test. So let's grab another empty backpack. We're going to grab that advanced void upgrade out of there. We're going to stick it into this one and remove these stack upgrades. Grab a whole bunch of cobble from my backpack. And then if I throw this into here, you see, that's not voiding anything off. Do we do it? Do we put it on deny? Only works with other ones. Allow. There we go. Oh, so we need to tick this on works in GUI as well. Okay, that's fine. There we go. I can put all of that cobble in and it's not going in. Okay, at least we know how they work now. And I believe we can add multiple of these in as well. If we don't have enough slots in the first one, we can actually add more so that we can deal with multiple items that might be going in there. And that's not a bad idea because we're going to be sending our glass into this system soon. So we need a way of dealing with excess of that. And I'm sure at some point we'll have a whole bunch of other things that are coming in here that we need to deal with as well. What's quite annoying is though I can't actually put anything in that column from the JEI because I'm guessing of this overlap, so we can only actually use this many slots out of it. So now we've got that basic stuff out of the way, I've spent a little bit of time just destroying a whole bunch of other stuff that's in here, and now I'm going to spend even more time just completely reorganizing this room so that we can add in some automation systems a little bit later on. So I'm going to need a few minutes. So things are progressing. I've moved all of the backpacks from over there to over here to make things a little bit easier to manage, and I've added in 3 big old vaults for my, well, non-stackable items as well as overflow storage. The vault where the items come in from the other side of the portal has been lowered down, and we've now got 2 funnels bringing items out. One is sending all of the stackable items through into the backpacks, and the other one will send all of the non-stackable items into this vault, which will then transfer into this vault, which will then transfer into that vault, filling up from there and bringing things down. I've also added frogs on the top of these, although they're not connected to anything yet because we've got no chain conveyors in, so that's something I still need to do. And I've been fiddling with these backpack settings to just add a few more items to our void upgrade. So this front backpack here, as you can see, I've put a whole bunch of sticks in there as placeholders to stop things from going into those slots, so that I can make sure I'm managing just the things that I'm going to be voiding off. And I've added 3 void upgrades into there now, and added a whole bunch of things that I only need 32,000 of. Any more than that, and they can go in the bin. Of course, we are missing some backpacks that I've pinched for other projects, and I've got a bunch of backpacks down here that I'm just running back through the system to reorganize everything. And then there's a bit of a squirrely mess going on around here, which I'll try and explain. If, for whatever reason, an item can't get into any of the backpacks, perhaps at all full, it will go into this little vault and then come back this way and go into our bulk storage over there, or our overflow storage. And when we call for items out of here, the packages will come through. They will come past this vault here, and depending on what we want to do with them, they might go this way into there, they might come into this chest here, or they might go through into our Overworld storage system. And that's entirely dependent on what I want to do with them. That's why these 2 tunnels have got package filters on. This package filter says that if I want it sent to my Nether storage, then it will come this way, otherwise go that way. And this one is going to be for anything I want processed. So the filter we've got on there actually says FXNT processing. So if we're going to be sending stuff up to our stained glass farm, for example, it will come this way, go through there, and for now it'll end up in this chest, but obviously we need to add something to that to actually send it where it needs to go. And there's a little frog sat on a vault here, and that's so that if we need to send anything from our bulk or overflow storage over there, the frogs will be able to send it over to this frog when it will come out of that funnel, go through this tunnel and end up in here. And that's about it. I have also wired up some temporary belts over here so that we can empty all of these out into the system, but I'm waiting until I've gone through all of my backpacks before I've done that. And now this one is done. So let's throw that back into the system. Let's grab our next backpack, throw that on, and once I've gone through all of these, I can actually start moving on with the processing side of things for here. Well, it looks a whole bunch tidier in here now. As you can see, all of my processing has gone through, all of the backpacks have been resorted, and I've got rid of all of the stuff we didn't need. I've added in some chain conveyors at the top, and I've swapped out a couple of frogs for multicoloured frogs. The red frogs that are over here only send items, and the green frogs, which we've got one there and one there, will receive items. I've also got a frog on my input vault, which is my overall storage input, so we can move things to my storage system from elsewhere nice and easily without having to run loads of squirrely belts everywhere. So now I can actually send my glass to my dye system really easily. If I come to this and I select a stack of glass, I can set the address as FXNT process dye red because I want it to be coloured red. Then when I click send, the package will get sent out of there through there. That frog puts it onto there, that frog collects it, and then it goes up the chute. Can I beat it before it gets up to the top? Yes, and as it goes through to the Nether, if I switch to my camera that's in the Nether, it's already gone through there, and it's now coming along here somewhere. There we go, and it's now gone onto the red one. It's been unpackaged, and that glass will get dyed red. And once that's dyed red, it will then go back through the system, back up this squirrely mess of conveyors, and back out to the other side where I'll be waiting for it. So let's just keep an eye on it. It should turn red any moment. It'll actually probably happen while it's inside the red dye. Yep, there we go. It's turned red. Now it's going underneath the fan. It'll come out onto this belt at the back any minute. There we go. And now it's gone off there. It's coming around the conveyors. It's going to go back through the portal. And if I'm quick enough at switching my screen, oh, I missed it. It's already gone through. Can we see it come through the frog though? It should pop down here. That frog should get it, and in 10 seconds that will eject it, and it's gone into there, and then it's gone back into the backpacker's coloured dye. It works! So now I can send anything to be dyed through there, and that should work as well. And because we've got these chutes running all the way down to my storage system from there, it means that we can actually get stuff in and out of my storage system a bunch easier. Like the glass that we're producing in this glass vault, it currently has nowhere to go. But if I make the glass vault a little bit longer, like that, break this block here, break a couple of those down there, and I click on the side of one of those chutes to there like that. Then if I pop that down there, the glass is going to be able to empty out of that vault and go into our storage system below nice and easily, although I don't think there was any glass in it, so it's not going to send any. And that's because I turned this system off, because at the moment we've got no way of controlling it. And that's what we need to work on next. And in order to do that, we're going to need factory gauges. Like I said before, I don't want to use factory gauges, but I'm going to have to. So I think what we're going to do for that is create a little wall over here. Let's make it a decent sized wall out of these non-spawnable blocks. Grab myself some factory gauges, and I'm also going to need a redstone link wherever they're hiding. There they are. So I'm going to connect these factory gauges to our stock system. And the first one I'm going to put on is going to be the one for glass. So if we pop that on there and click that in, you can see we've got 17,000 glass in the system. Let's change that to stacks. Then I want to put a redstone link on there with the correct filter for our glass system. And now I want to link this to that redstone link. And I believe there's a way I can make it so that it outputs that if we've got enough. And I guess if I set that to like 100 stacks, yes, we've got more than 100 stacks, so that redstone link is on, which should mean that if we go to our glass layer, then yeah, that redstone link is now turned on, so I can get rid of this lever, and hopping back down, if we didn't have more than 100 stacks, then that'll turn off and it'll produce more glass. And now I can set up my factory gauges for my different colours of dyed glass. And because we've now got access to all 16 of them, we're going to need 16 factory gauges. And I know it's stained glass, not dyed glass, but what are you going to do? If I link that to the normal glass, and say if I send a stack at a time, I'll get a stack back. And then I need to put the right address in, and of course that's white dye. And now if I say, do you know what, I want 100 stacks of that, that should now start sending that out of the system. There we go. And that should fully automate dyeing that glass for me. And no doubt, because these factory gauges are absolutely stupid, it'll automate way too much of it. So I'm going to say I only actually want 10 stacks and hopefully limit that. Now I just need to set that up for every single one of the different colours, and then we'll have all the stained glass we need. And there we go. Every single one is set up. They're all set to produce just 9 stacks. And as you can see, this frog is going crazy, sending out all of the glass. And we should start getting some back as it comes back through the system. And switching over to die cam, you can see that those are all coming through absolutely perfectly. They're all getting dyed. I don't believe anything's gone the wrong way. No, they're all just working perfectly. This is great. And that means for now, I'm done with all this technical stuff because I want to go and actually decorate that dye shop. Two for the price of one, you lucky people. Yes, that's right. Not only did I build the most colourful building that I've ever built in my life, considering it's grey, I also did the little lean-to mud and dirt shop as well because it was attached to the building. And we'll just have a quick talk through this one because I think it pretty much speaks for itself. We've got a whole bunch of the coloured copycat pipes at the front here, as well as a bunch of shafts and the side, of course. We've got a big old water wheel at the front, which is actually spinning, and then the big old sign with some broken letters on it, so it actually says Purdy, which I think is appropriate because it is very purdy. On the roof, we got a whole bunch of different chimneys, all spitting out all of the different colours of dye smoke, and they are due to the fact that we've got the steam and rail smokestacks in there, which you can actually dye the colour of smoke that comes out of it, and I think that works really nicely, just making this thing feel very vibrant and very colourful. I haven't done a massive amount round the back, mainly because I don't really know what's going to be going on here, but I know this is going to be the back of the town, so whether that's a big wall or something, or lots of fences, or we do something to basically separate the town from the rest of the area, I don't know. But we do have two big water wheels sitting in the back of the building, another sign down there, a whole bunch of grates and shafts around, and a little bit of neon around the top. So it is a little bit decorated, but not quite as much as it could be, I suppose. Inside, I have put floors in and things to tie it all together. Of course, we've got these lovely black stained framed glass doors. We've got a bit of a mesh floor. We've got our portal in here, and then we can go downstairs into where all of the machinery and belts and things are, which apparently might be a bit dark. I just picked up zombie flesh, but it doesn't look like it's too dark according to my light levels. So yeah, we can access all of this round here to make any changes or fixes that we need to. And of course, we can go back up the stairs and up to the very top layer of this, where we've just got the back of the water wheels that are in here, which is just connected to a little bit of power in order to make those turn nice and slowly. So that's this building 100% complete. Let's have a look at the mud and dirt shop, which has a lovely colourful awning. It's not very dirty awning. It has another sheet metal roof akin to the one we've got over here on top of the fuel shop, and around the outside I've just sort of tatted it up a bit using copycat paints to texture those, a few iron bars, A little bit of a ladder around the back, but again, I've not gone too crazy around the back because I don't know what's going to be happening here. That said, what we could just do very quickly is just throw down a handful of barrels and crates and things down here just to make it feel a little bit like there's a little bit more going on. But realistically, I think it's all it needs back there. So moving into the building, of course, I've done a little bit of decoration on the inside. We've got the little dirt shop bit where a shopkeeper could sit and sell the mud and dirt. We've got some shelves around the top with some barrels and chests on them. And we've got a little bunk bed here because, of course, you could sleep here if you wanted to too. Now, this also has a sign for fresh water and food, so I was thinking of putting some sort of vending machine in here, but I need to come up with a good design for a vending machine that's going to fit the bill, so I don't really know how we're going to deal with that just yet. But basically, the reason I've added those is because it sort of fills the space where the signs are. I need to make more of these like icon signs that are relatively generic. You know, like in cyberpunk cities, in games and movies where there's just a whole bunch of generic looking logos that are just bright. I think that's what I need to work on. And if you want to help me with that, then feel free to design me some generic looking logos, send them over to me and I'll see if I can neonify them and put them into the game. And the best place to share those would be my Discord. Right, anyway, our super dye shop is done. That means it's time to move on to the next part of this video, and that is to create my interdimensional washing system. How hard could that be? What could possibly go wrong? The trickiest part is going to be where we're going to put the portal. Hopping through into the Nether here, we've got our portal that leads us to the Overworld. We've got this portal which goes to the dye shop, and we need to squeeze something in here ideally that's going to go to another one of those buildings, but I haven't actually designated a building for that yet, and I could really do with finding a way to stop portals from spawning these zombie pigmen, because that is quite annoying, but it's not the end of the world. One thing that is the end of the world, it's absolutely terrible, how am I going to cope for the rest of my life, is the fact that this block is spawnable even though it's got a door over the top of it, so I now need to go down my entire elevator and fix that on every single floor, which does mean rebuilding my elevator slightly. So if we take that all the way up to the top of the building, I can then demolish it and then rebuild it. In fact, I don't really need to demolish it. I just need to make this not a contraption. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to take these elevator blocks here, and instead of having it on that block, I'm going to put them there instead. That means I don't actually need a bit of redstone dust, and it means it's underneath the block, so it's no longer going to be spawnable. It just means that I need to move the one that's actually in the elevator to one side as well. And in order to do that, I need to get right on top of the roof, dismantle my elevator, which is going to break a few blocks, but that's absolutely fine. Smash this, smash that, stick that on there, go back in, stick that there, and then I should be good to reassemble it, I think. So let's just click on that, reassemble it. That seems to have worked, but now all of my levels are... Oh, I'm going to have to rename all my levels again. Oh, that's annoying. Anyway, that should work. And there we go. It's done. My elevator is completely fixed. All of the levels have been put back on again. So now what we need to do is go and figure out exactly where we're going to be having this washing system. Now, to be perfectly honest, it actually makes sense to have it as part of the super dye system because it would be very easy just to add some washing lines at the end of this. But I don't want to do that. I want each farm to have its own separate building, and that way we've got excuses to actually make farms, give them names, and make them look good. So we've got this building that's going to be here, which might be suitable. We've also got some buildings that are going to be here. We've got that one there. We've got this here, which I want to be the tavern, and then we've got a couple down there as well as my subway building. So I'm thinking probably the one that's going to have enough size to actually do that is going to be this here, but we've got to be very careful if we put one here that we don't have issues with portal linking because the portal for this one is so close. Now this is actually on level 100. So I'm thinking if we go up to the next level in the Nether and actually have our washing one at level 110, which is just here, then it should have a little bit less problems linking, and if we keep it more towards this side, that should help us out quite a lot. So let's figure out where we're going to have it, and then see if it conflicts with the ones we've got in the Nether. In fact, I tell you what, before we make it out of obsidian and I have to break it and move it all over again, let's make it out of something we can very easily break, and I think it would make sense. We come up to level 110, come a couple of blocks away from the wall in each direction, and then let's just say that would be our portal there, in which case we need to work out where this block would be in the Nether. And those coordinates come out here, right next to my water farm. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. But I do have an idea of how we can fix that. But yeah, if we were to be on the level below, it's going to be very close to this portal. So I think what we actually need to do is just push it further back in the overworld and perhaps try and bring it round here a little bit. So I'm very glad I didn't actually make that portal out of obsidian now, because I knew I'd have to end up changing it. Let's get rid of you. And let's instead come right down here over here to level 100, which just happens to be the same level we've got the portal there, and try and keep it away from that one. So maybe this building could be a relatively long one coming back sort of over this way, or maybe, oh no, because we've got a portal in the subway, we've got one in there, and we've got one in there. So really we want to actually be over in this corner here, but I don't want this slums area to actually come further back than where it is, but it's gonna kind of have to, I guess. What if we did it like down here, slap bang in the middle of those two this way, and then on the right level? Let's figure out where that will be. Why am I making an interdimensional city? Why do I make everything much harder work for myself than it needs to be? Every single time I do a Minecraft Let's Play. Oh, why don't you make it really difficult for you? Yeah, I know. Shut up. Right. In that case, then, let's consider this to be where our portal is going to be. And that actually comes out here, which is still very close to that one, but it might work. I guess there's only one way to find out. It's actually 90 by 148 that I need. I think we maybe get away with just pulling it across here slightly. Okay, let's link up and find out if it works. Brings me to the right one in the Nether. Wonderful. Hopping back through this one. Brings me to the right one in the overworld. Okay, what if I go through the super die portal now? Is that going to be broken? No, that brought me through to the right one. Okay, and going back again. It worked. Oh my goodness, they didn't accidentally get all combined together and confused. That's wonderful news. And there we go. A little while later, we now have a building for our wash facility. This is the downstairs. We've, of course, got an upstairs as well, up these little bits of steps here. And we've got plenty of room overall to be dealing with it. And I thought I'd build up the actual walls of this building so we've got some idea of what's going to be coming on with this walkway here. The idea at this point is that we reach the end of the city. There's going to be some bars here, and we'll have to do something with the landscape to make it look like it's definitely inaccessible. Behind this wall here, we will be having shops and things, but behind the rest of it, there's going to be absolutely nothing at all, other than, well, whatever I decide to put there to block off being able to see it. But yes, the factory. The factory is ready. We've got some doors down here. All we've got to do is build a big old washing machine in here and get it all sorted out from the Nether. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Did you see the mistake? Well, it's quite a happy mistake, really, because this thing is 100% functional and it's all running off a single water wheel. That's right, I didn't notice until the actual replay that all of the water wheels I placed down here for lots and lots of power are not doing anything. We're only actually using this one because I placed it in the wrong place. And that gets me thinking, if I can run all of those fans off one water wheel, I mean, there are 18 of them in there, then what else can I do with one water wheel? Because at the moment, my super die place has 16 fans and all of these conveyors, and they're running really slowly, and that's running off a whole bunch of water wheels too. And so is my water factory and, well, a whole bunch of things. Perhaps I'm massively overdoing it on water wheels, and perhaps when we go to the Nether in a moment, I'll show you exactly what I mean. But right now, this thing should work. Everything is in place. We've got a system here that will take the items. They actually need to get unpackaged here. So I need to move that barrel, stick it there instead, stick a brass funnel there, stick a packager on there, and stick a andesite funnel there so the packages can get unpackaged here. The items will go through there and get split across 6 belts. Each belt has 3 washers, so they should get washed relatively quickly. I know it's not the fastest way of washing things, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And then there are filters on these funnels to say don't let things through that can be washed. So basically, things will get washed. Once they've been washed, they can no longer be washed, and therefore they'll go into these barrels, come out of here onto this conveyor and into the nether where they'll get dealt with. And just to demonstrate that, let's just chuck on a whole bunch of gravel down there and see what happens. And if we look through this window, you can see the gravel in there that is getting washed, and hopefully it'll start coming through and out of the system. There we go, we're getting iron coming through the system now. And like I said, it's not the fastest washing system, but it's going to be fast enough. Now, hopping through into the nether, we've got exactly the same system set up here as we have for my dye farm, albeit going through a different portal. We've got packages that will come up through here and go through the portal, and then items will come back and they'll go in this chute, and they'll all go all the way down into my workshop, where a frog will send the items that have been sent back from there over into my storage system, and we should be able to send items from my storage system into this, although I haven't tested that part yet. But what did I mean by all of those water wheels? Geez, it's dark in here with my brightness down, but yeah, what did I mean by all of those water wheels? Well, between episodes, I actually added a whole bunch more power to my nether tower. Even though we've already got an absolutely ridiculous number of water wheels on this level here, and a steam engine that generates us over 200,000 SU altogether, I actually broke my water supply in between episodes, which stopped my steam engine running, and I couldn't start it again because the things in this tower were taking too much of the energy. So I decided to add a second floor to this, adding in all of those water wheels all over again. And yeah, that's a ridiculous number of water wheels, and if you're worried about how laggy it is, well, look, it's not. It's absolutely fine, considering all the things we've got going on in this tower. And if we go and see how much SU we've got now, we've got over 360,000 power, and over 200 of that is still available, so we've got plenty to play with. Anyway, going back up to my storage system, we need to see if we can actually send things to be washed. So first of all, on this clipboard, I need to add a new address, FXNT process wash. That will allow me to select that from this little select box here. And because this frog is called FXNT process wash, when I request those items, they should come out of the system and go into there. Let's find out. We know we can wash gravel, so let's grab a couple of stacks of that, send it over to FXNT process wash, and that should hopefully come out of that package, go into that frog, go on the chain drive, go through there. Then it should go up all of these chutes and out through this funnel any second. There we go, and into the overworld, where it's probably just jumped over the belt completely. Yes. Yeah, I forgot to put barriers up here. So let's just throw up some barriers to stop that from happening again. And now if we just post that package onto... Oh, I've opened it. I didn't want to do that. I go and send some more. Send the gravel, and hopefully we can go through before the gravel comes through this time and see it in action. Come on, quick, send me through. It's coming. It's coming. It's gone. It's gone into the system. Oh, I'm missing it all. And it should all be in there getting washed. It is. You can see the gravel, and it's gone. And that should be making its way back through into my storage system. Let's hop down quickly, see if we can beat some of the items there. They should be inside this vault here. Yeah, we've got iron and flint in there. They should get ejected any second as soon as this timer hits 10 seconds. There we go. And they are going into the storage system. Wonderful, it worked. Nice. Now, coming down to my workshop level, I'm here because I want to talk to you about the fastest washing systems in the world. This type of washing or fan-based system is much better, where you just drop the items down, they go onto chutes, and they're all just floating as items. If I throw a whole bunch of stone onto there, then it can actually smelt a whole bunch more at once, meaning it's all going to smelt a whole bunch quicker. So why didn't I do my washing system in that same way? Well, it's relatively simple, really. When we're fully automating the processing of things, and you've got a farm that's allowing items to just get thrown on the floor willy-nilly without being transported by some sort of chute or belt or something, then there is a chance, especially with factory gauges behaving the way they do. Look, that 512 stacks of that one. 512 stacks! I didn't want those! Exactly. Sometimes more items than you expect get sent through, and if that happens with one of those item-based fan systems, then all of a sudden you can have so many items just sitting in your world being processed that it can get a little bit laggy. And then you get a lot of complaints from your server members. Ooh, it's nighttime, doesn't it all look lovely? Apart from the wash building that we've done, which we need to decorate still. So yeah, having it on a belt means the items actually stick to the belt, And whilst that means they do take longer to actually get processed, it means they're not just floating in the world, causing bits of lag and upsetting my server members. So that's why we've done this. And because this is so compact and so small, we've got a whole bunch more room in this building for other things that I've got no idea what we're going to put in here. So if you've got ideas of what we can fill up in this building, then let me know in the comments. Anyway, I think I need to sort this water wheel situation out. Oh, hello. Good morning. I don't think so, sir. Oh, you got friends. You got backup, have you? Think you can come and gang up on me? You got no chance, mate, especially because now I'm going to light the area up to stop that from happening. That's better. That should help a little bit. Anyway, yes, we've got a lot of water wheels here, and it turns out we only need one. So let's get rid of a whole bunch of them. Align this one properly, just like that. And then I think we'll just get rid of all of this nasty flowing water so it doesn't cause any problems later on. Anyway, now that's all done. It's time for me to actually decorate this building. But before we do that, if you remember from the last episode, I got in... Or was it this episode? I can't remember. At some point, I was invited by Mr. Beardstone to visit his Funland, his theme park in his old Let's Play world from ages ago. So I headed over to Spawn to meet up with a few of the other server members, and we waited for Mr. Beardstone to turn up in his magical flying pirate ship, which works perfectly.
Do not open the trapdoor.
Can you stop opening that?
I didn't mean to. I only did it once.
Stop!
I'm not doing it.
Anyway,
Every time you do it, it makes everything lag. Stop it.
yeah, Spawn's laggy, so let's get out of here quick. So yeah, we're going to head off to Steam Park for one night only. It has been abandoned for the last year and a half.
Is there a place for us to sit? I don't want to
No,
stand.
you just got to hold on for dear life.
Needless to say, as Mr. Beardstone reversed his pirate ship out of the spawn area and transported us all off magically to his Steam Park world, things got a little bit scary.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are going
Oh, that's going the wrong way then.
Oh, I fell out! Miss Beardstone!
Oh my
would it help if I went
God, what's
faster?
happening?
Miss Beardstone! I'm stuck! I'm in a pipe!
Beardstone, it's a bit fast!
I fell into the hold.
And then magically, as if all of a sudden, we all accidentally fell out of the boat off camera. Oh,
Ow! Ow!
I fell off the boat, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah, it's a really fast boat. It's already gone.
Look at that.
Chaos, I tell you.
Unbelievable.
But we are close to the theme park. We're not quite there, so we're going to have to take this very conveniently placed train all the way there.
That is
which is good.
convenient.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and there's also some conveniently placed backpacks. If you'd like to take one, it'll just give you some treats to make sure you survive the journey.
I got pyro hat, Miss Beardstone.
Yes, you do.
Oh, that looks good.
Kind of.
Oh.
Wow.
I think this is perfect hat for a cabin lord. And with our backpacks and our hats, we hopped on the train and left for the fun park. But as we were leaving the station, somehow, miraculously, Stam, who wasn't on the boat in the first place, fell off the boat and appeared at the station. So we went and collected him. Did you use your parachute when you fell out of the sky? Because you landed down a lot later than we did. And so, with Stam safely on board the train, we headed to the Steam Park. I hear music, Miss Beardstone.
Yeah. So I hope you've all got an Epidemic Sounds license.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Beardstone then gave us a quick tour and then let us free roam in his park before we went on the first ride. And of course, well, things happened. And just a quick editor's note, while I'm editing this video, I've no idea why the players look like they're just sliding around without moving their arms and legs. I can only blame Mr. Beardstone's dodgy mod pack. Anyway, on with the video.
So yeah, we've got bubbles. We've got a lovely sign.
Stam
Can
Park.
we get a selfie and throw the sign?
It's my
Of course
part.
we can. It's family day out.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone say cheese.
Cheese.
Beautiful. But this is Main Street. Feel free to have a look around.
Very nice.
There's-
I want one of these.
Miss Beardstone, X is pressing buttons, Miss Beardstone.
Wait, guys, I found
Oh, this
thing.
one's got a crushing
Oh
machine.
no, that's okay. That's the play pipes.
Oh, are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, of course.
Come, get on here. Hop on here.
That's a nice bacteria.
Frog. Oh dear.
I'm on my way.
Okay, this isn't the ride, people.
But where do I get my drinks? But well, this seems like a good ride. Yeah. Oh,
No,
I'm out.
dear.
I already went on that ride.
Remind
I
me
didn't
never to
like
go
it.
to a real theme park with you guys. This has been
That ride was not.
They don't normally have crushing reels at real theme parks, to be fair.
If we go through here, there is our first ride, which is
FoxynoTail.
Aeronautica, which is a hanging
the
coaster
music
ride.
change.
Yeah, so if we go this way, we can go get in the queue and go on our first ride.
You? Hey, I like the theming.
We go.
Look there. Oh,
This
a bit
is
sharp turning, but
And it's only slightly laggy.
I love the music.
I'm just as nauseous as a real life one.
And so once we finished the roller coaster, we headed off to the other end of the park where there were 3 more rides.
But,
Whoa.
that made me
That was
jump.
close.
The first of which was an amazing log flume, which was absolutely wonderful, followed by some spinning chairs, and then finally the dropper.
So all of these rides are actually farms as well and have farms hidden in them. So the log flume is, of course, the tree farm.
that's cool.
I think we're at the end.
The toilet. Whee.
This is potentially going to make you and maybe your audience feel sick when it starts spinning.
Yeah, that's
I
why I'm
don't
not
think
on
you
it.
will. They have already been there.
I think that's why Stamps decided not to do this one.
Like, it's a good pace. If it was faster than this, it would be slightly nauseating. But I think this is a pretty good spin.
Quick. Get on, Tex, quick.
Oh, wow.
Too slow.
Everyone who missed.
This is
right.
interesting.
Oh, what is this?
I see.
We'll have to come back out, guys. Come back out. Wait
Is
for
it
the
broken?
next ride.
Is it broken?
No. Those that are in there have got on there, but everyone else
So,
come back through there.
wagon.
Up again. Go on.
We'll know when the ride opens, though. 'cause the gates
I
are
don't know
opening
what
again.
is happening in there, but it sounds very weird.
I've done it. That's a pretty crazy, scary ride. Ooh, gonna scare the me. Don't go back there again. Why am I going up and out?
Made my tummy go funny.
Stop it! I'm good.
Oh, there they go.
No, again. No.
Oh,
It's finished.
I'm staying.
That's the end of the ride down
This
the
is the
bottom
exit.
there.
And with all of the rides done, it was time to go home. But of course, because Mr. Beardstone's ship had flown off on its own, we needed to find a different way back.
Right, here's some crushing wheels.
Let's go
I'll see
home.
you. Bye!
Can I have a
All I'm
statue?
feeling now is
My turn. And so we're back home, and I think I've just got about enough time to work on decorating my washing factory. I've already done it. I may have done that while you were watching that other clip. So here's the time lapse. And so there it is. What a wonderful looking factory. It is, of course, huge, and I've been playing with scale here in order to try and make it almost look like it's got some flats above it. So let's talk through what's going on. Of course, right down at the bottom, we have the actual quick wash factory, which is exactly how we left it before. It's still got the staircase going up to this room with nothing in it, but now it has some doors around the back, allowing us to get to all of the different levels of this place. But we're not really interested in the back, because once again, I've done very little decoration on it, because of course there's not really going to be a great deal going on there. So coming outside, the first thing we should look at is probably this pipe, which is just ejecting all of the excess water that this place is using into this little sort of pond down here, which has a pigment in it somehow. And yeah, this is all overgrown with a few leaves and things like that coming down. Of course, we've got a whole bunch more neon going on. I've even been making a whole bunch more signs in Photoshop to add to my collection. And then we've got this sort of big, imposing, girder-ridden sign thing that sort of towers over you. So I basically want this entire building to feel like it's leaning forward towards you as you're sort of walking around these areas, just to really hit home with the claustrophobic dystopian feel. I don't want you to feel happy in this area. I want you to feel like it's coming in on you. And I think I've achieved that with this, with the multiple layers. Of course, there are more things going on. We've got some grates and fans and things, but as we go up, this is where the scale comes in. Because of course these windows are only 1 block high, and players are 2 blocks high, so it might feel a little bit odd if you're actually up on that level next to them that they're the wrong height for the player. For example, if we actually go inside this thing, behind those you can see we've just got some glowing lamps, some stained glass, and some empty ones. And of course, yeah, they're not very useful windows, but from the outside and from a distance and from the lower elevation, I've been able to play with the scale to almost make it look like each one of those windows is accommodation for the people. And down here, you really can't tell that they're not full size, so I think that works really well. Of course, then I've just added a whole bunch more junk to the front of this thing. We've got some copycat slices. I've added some panels on to make all of these blocks have slightly different depths. We've got some more girder supports. We've got some aerials and things on the top, so the top's not too empty. And then down the side, we've got a little signboard here with some more of my neon signs. We've got some water wheels stuck out the side, and of course, we've got the platforms that go round everything. And altogether, I think it looks great. But how does it look at nighttime and with shaders? Well, it's not nighttime, and I kind of want to see it in the rain as well. So what I'm going to do is take a download of this world, turn my shaders on, set it to nighttime, and then bring on the rain. Oh my goodness, this place looks incredible. Look at those reflections down there. Oh my goodness, and the fog that we get from this thunderstorm that I've just added on. Oh wow, this looks good. I'm so happy with how this city is coming together, even if we only have done a handful of buildings so far. Oh my, I think it looks absolutely wonderful.